Hello, everyone. Welcome to this live stream, which supports the Everyone Games weekend. The team, um, which, if you didn't know, is raising awareness for tabletop and video game accessibility. And before we get into the live play that we're about to do, I'd just like to flag up that Everyone Games is fundraising for two charities. Everyone Can, a UK-based charity which assists people with disabilities by harnessing the power of assistive technology and provide free assessments to individuals with disabilities to match technology that is either designed or can be adapted to help them achieve everyday tasks. Brilliant. And Stack Up in the US, which supports active and veteran service members from the US and allied nations by promoting positive mental health and suicide prevention through gaming and geek culture. And if you are planning to donate to those two, there is a there is a button somewhere you can click, I'm sure, um, on the screen or in connection with this. I would imagine. So please do consider that. Um, we are going to be playing a kind of one-off futuristic adventure from a campaign that a couple of us have been playing for a little while now, and we we have a wonderful special guest with us. Um, can I ask players to just introduce yourselves briefly, and then we'll get into what the hell we're going to play and who you're going to play. But who are you in real life?
Well, my name is Taryn. Um, I am on Twitter at Landris Gembar, if you're curious. Um, I also have a SoundCloud that I put up some various music stuff on. That's Terrence Van E. Um, and let's see, yeah, I'm obviously a musician and game enthusiast. This is my second year streaming with Everyone Games, and um, that is pretty much me.
Super. And the lovely couple, the lovely couple.
Sounds good. I'm Quinn,
And I'm Alex.
and we're a couple of characters. Ha ha ha. Which is the name of our podcast. And we make characters for tabletop role playing games and just talk about other topics related to that, like giving examples on how to make your character more interesting and fun to play, more engaging for you and your game master. And you can find us there at a couple of characters podcast.com and us on pretty much all the social medias at ACOC podcast.
Super. And I
Yeah.
should probably say that. Sorry, Alex, did you want to add
Oh, I was
something?
just gonna add that I am visually impaired, so this event is really cool and I'm excited about it.
Mm. Um, I should probably say that I'm Barney, and I'll be the GM for this game, which Taryn and Quinn, with a couple of other folks, we've been playing through for I don't know how long. We
Since
had a nice summer.
March.
At
Yeah.
least it seems like, yeah.
Um,
No, before March, actually,
could be.
because I think it has been since before March, actually.
And we're recording what our games, and we've also been playing other games. We've played um, uh, an adventure with Jacob Wood, who I'm sure many of you know, with
From
the
last night, I believe. In
Yeah.
fact, it was in fact, it was that setting anyway. I don't know
Ah,
if it was the
yes.
exact same adventure, but it was that setting that we played in.
So that's Survival of the Able, Jacob's Survival
Yeah.
of the Able game. So this little gang of folks that we've got together, we've been doing quite well playing regularly and playing some different things. One of which is uh, this setting that we're going to play today, and it's really nice to have Alex with us as a special guest with a new character for us. The 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 module is called Neo-Triassic Shoreline Regression Syndrome, and it's something that I'm working on, something that I'm writing, and it's nearly finished. It's a little bit behind schedule, but then things generally are. Um, so it's coming out soon, and it is still crowdfunding on Ko-fi. Um, um, so I could post up a link probably in the Braille Knight server or something. I have done in the past because it will be presented accessibly as well as uh, less accessibly, if you like, as a publication. Um, so Neo-Triassic Shoreline Regression Syndrome, what is that? We are in the future in 2261. Seas have risen up to 60 meters, and the intrepid crew, uh, who you'll meet in a minute, have traveled down from Greenland into the Thames Gulf. So London is now flooded. They've sailed into the Thames Gulf looking for uh, looking for a previous mission, a scientific military mission, the crew of which have disappeared. They've lost contact, and so this team are heading in that same direction. And the the main the main action happens in the Thames Gulf in the London area, but the crew um, has has two leads, if you like, um, because the, the missing crew were known to have a mission to go to the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford, which just doesn't quite get submerged under the water. So we'll be playing this adventure where the crew head up to Oxford and the Ashmolean Museum to try and see if they can find the missing crew or any trace of them, rather than staying in London, the London area, which is what we've been doing, um, and the bulk of the module is about. So, and what is Neo-Triassic Shoreline Regression Syndrome? Maybe you'll have to find out. You see, it's got
Yeah.
it's got something to do with a kind of Neo-Triassic age. This is a future where, as I said, the sea levels have come up and vegetation has grown wild, and humanity has abandoned many of the places where it lives now and headed to the North and the South Poles to stay a bit cooler because it's so damn hot. So um, that's why we have this kind of Neo-Triassic age. Um, the shoreline is to do with being in these areas between water and land. And the regression syndrome is the weird stuff that happens to you if you're out in the heat by the water in the jungle
For too
of
long
London
and see
for too
strange enough
long.
stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So we're hopefully we're going to give you a good old flavour of that. Um, um, Taryn, let's start with you. Please, could you introduce your character?
Certainly. So I am playing Aiden McRae. They are a blind um comm specialist, I guess you would say. Um and they, as a um as a blind person, they use a lot of um, sonic cues and kind of interpreting technology um,
Mm.
to make sense of the world, and also to, in some cases, influence it. So
Mhm.
um, that is basically son of a, or child of a military officer and a school teacher, um, and like myself, a bit of a musician on the side.
Mhm. Mhm. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. So, um, Quinn, can we go with you next? And Alex, we'll come to you last as this new special character, to my ears at least.
Sounds good. So I'm going to play Private Jane Hugo, mostly known as Hugo by everyone in her military circles. And she is a mechanic slash junior pilot. And she has anxiety, a lot of anxiety about going on her first major mission. She's a very gifted mechanic and very competent in those abilities, but going out and talking to people makes her very anxious, and she doesn't feel like she necessarily belongs on this mission, even though she's capable and good at what she does.
Mhm.
And that's pretty much it. Oh, she likes to smack things with her pipe wrench.
Yes. Alex.
I will be playing Lieutenant Charles Snickerdoodle, and his friends call him Snicker. And he walks with a cane because of an injury that he received to his leg. And he is the military's like best sharpshooter. So he's an artillerist, and he's extremely good at shooting things from far away and extremely bad at fighting things when they're not far away.
Mm.
He's probably got the whole range 5 or melee 1
Yep.
going.
Which is the exact opposite of my character. She's a terrible shot.
Super, super. Yeah, so I suppose a few things perhaps to unpack there. Um, around around the time that Jacob was working on Survival of the Able, or putting that out, um, I was playtesting this game with another group, and they said, "Why don't you let characters have a super power? A kind of like in the future, people can have um, be modified. They can have some kind of super modification." And I thought about this, and I think Jacob's project was there, and in there, and I thought, actually no, it would be the opposite. Instead of asking people to think of some amazing thing that they have, everyone has some kind of condition or disability, which mechanically doesn't make any great difference. It just adds to what the character does and how they are. So as you've heard from everyone there, these characters have all got a did you, Taryn? You said yours is, yeah. You said that that Aiden is non-sighted, didn't you?
Correct. Aiden's blind,
Yeah, yeah,
just like in the main series.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And yeah, so this adds something to the character. I'd also say it's my own system that we've been using, although Neo-Triassic Shoreline Regression Syndrome will be system neutral. It is system neutral, but um, we've been having a lot of fun using this system, I think. So, and hopefully you'll pick up how that runs um,
If you
as
watched
we go.
us play League of Eternal Guardians last
Mm,
year, you may recognize kind of some of the mechanics of how the stats are laid out, um,
absolutely, yeah,
and such. Different
yeah.
setting, different circumstances, but some of the mechanics are the pinnings are the same.
Yes, thank you, Taryn. And Alex, does I got a message from you guys saying, can you have robotic eyes?
Oh, that we decided against that.
Okay,
That was just
okay,
my initially I was gonna make him blind, but give him some sort of robot eye so that he could, you know, do something with some sort of sight. But it sounds like that's kind of what Aiden does with
yeah,
their sonar. So
yeah, great. But you're just an amazing sharpshooter.
yeah,
Fantastic,
yeah. Maybe he does
fantastic.
have robot eyes, but no one knows about it, and that's why he's so good at
Ooh,
sharpshooting. Who knows?
because you
Off
never take your shades off.
exactly. Yeah, he's too cool.
Excellent. Okay. Well, let's start. Unless there's anything anyone else would like to say. Um, Here we go. Um, so you've travelled down from Greenland, from Camp Turnstone, and you've sailed into the Thames Gulf, and you thought you had found the the Demeter, this missing ship, but actually you found this old kelp trawler and got into a bit of trouble um, there. And I should say the name of your ship. Your ship is the Beringia. Um, so you you thought you tracked them down, but actually someone had removed their tracking device and hidden it away as some kind of um, booty in in this old kelp trawler. So
Quick
you're in the Gulf.
question.
Yeah, yeah,
In our main adventure on that kelp trawler, we found the pet lizard.
yes.
Do we still find him? We still
Terry
have
the
Terry.
Tuatara.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Very
He's
im-
not actually a lizard. He's not actually a lizard. He is a reptile. Um, but if you want Terry, you can have Terry.
I would
Yay!
like Terry, please.
Yeah. So, all that every cloud has a silver lining. You survived that little exploration and figuring stuff out on that little kelp trawler, and you also got a sweet little tuatara
Aw.
reptile thing. Yeah, Terry the tuatara. Good. So we've got Terry. This is fantastic. And you sailed on further into the Thames Gulf, which would take you, if you like, into what was um, the centre of London. And so there are these buildings, the tops of the tall buildings rising up out of the water, um, completely overgrown, completely dilapidated. And you knew that the crew of the Demeter would be going to the Ashmolean, and so you've decided to go up there to see what you can find. So that means navigating through all of what's left poking out of the water of London, um, sailing beyond that, and sailing right upriver um, to the remains of Oxford. But what I'd like to do is I'd like you to please roll resistance with disadvantage for me, just to see how much of an impact this journey's had on you. The heat, the air.
My luck hasn't changed. I got a 6.
Oh,
I failed.
that's good. But you didn't get a 6. You didn't get a
No,
critical
no,
failure
it was a 4.
like you. Okay, good.
Oh, I forgot.
What
Always
did you
use the
forget?
balance. Always use my balance. Never used it.
There we go. So these are little things that you can do with the system. Um, Taryn, what's your result?
I got a 3 on a 4.
Okay, so you're
So
you're you're
yeah,
doing all
I'm
right.
good.
So what they've just done is essentially is roll to see if they are regressing, if this Neo-Triassic shoreline regression syndrome is starting to get to them. They've sailed away from the cooler home environment. They're out in the heat, on the water, the sunlight, the smells of all of this vegetation, the sounds of these wild animals that perhaps used to be pets. I don't know. All of this cacophony of stuff is all whirling around, and so Aidan has done fine. Aidan, how do you keep yourself together? Can you hear me, Aidan?
Yes, I can hear you. I had
How
muted
do you?
myself by accident.
Oh, okay.
Um, Basically, I do a lot of through a lot of meditation. Also a lot of I just kind of try to find the like coolest spots in the ship. The
Mm,
spots that are the most shaded because there's a few spaces that aren't quite as as
mhm,
hot as others.
mhm,
When I'm not actually on duty, I also
mhm,
use brainwave entrainment. Um, I have some sounds that I play kind of underneath whatever else is
mhm.
going on around me. That are to kind of help keep my thoughts and mind in focus and in the space that it needs to be at any given time.
Brilliant, brilliant. Now, Hugo and Snicker, you both failed. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and what this means is that they're slipping down the regression scale. So both of you become much more lethargic. And that's going to mean that any time you need to do a speed check, you've got disadvantage. Um, Now, Snicker, you've only had a bit of a rough time. What do you think would be kind of twisting your mind a little bit?
I think Snicker, he also wandered around the ship trying to find those cool spots when he was off, but Aiden somehow had always beat him to it. So then
Yeah,
he just kept wandering on and got a little tired from the exertion of wandering around the ship so much. So it actually
yeah.
was a bad thing. He should have just stayed put and maybe been a little cooler.
The
It's sort of
irony
like,
is
yeah.
the irony there is that Aiden would have gladly shared those spaces.
But
Had
Snicker
Snicker
didn't even ask.
Snicker's too
If
proud.
Snicker had asked, Aiden would totally have shared the spaces and actually like shown him all the best spots.
Sometimes you don't know that you would be great friends with someone, do you? It just doesn't happen.
Yeah,
Um,
it's our first mission
Hugo,
together, it's a little we haven't
yeah,
really befriended one another yet.
I mean, it's like personal sunshade space.
Mhm.
It's a sensitive thing, isn't it? And Hugo, you kind of you've suffered the most because this is costing you a balance point and your and you've got that lethargic feeling.
Yeah, so as I said, she's been very anxious, and I think that she's getting into a spot where she's been ruminating a lot and been in those, like, stuck in these thoughts that, like, I shouldn't be here, like, I don't deserve to be here, I'm not good enough, and
Hmm.
she just hasn't been in a great place, and it's exacerbated those issues of being in an unfamiliar territory that I think
Hmm.
it's
Hmm.
affecting her more than the others.
Hmm. Hmm. And just for anyone watching, what the game offers is for the module, for the adventure, is this little series of 6 stages of regression. And so we've just seen that that Aidan has kept his cool, kept their cool. I'm terribly sorry, Aidan. Kept their cool, and that that Hugo and Snicker have just slipped a little bit, just a little bit.
Barney, you also
Okay.
mentioned balance points. Do you want to explain those real quick?
Oh, I could do, couldn't I?
That's a good point. Yeah,
So
because they're not common.
so balance you could think of as the kind of um, partner of hit points. There aren't only hit points; there are also balance points. And when you create a character, you split you split certain number of those between a certain total between those two numbers. And what balance is
It's kind of like mental hit points, so to speak. I think.
indeed, but you can also spend them to get advantage or cancel disadvantage on something. So you can spend them, um, and they can sometimes go up, but they usually go down. And when they hit 0, then you start to um, get into trouble as well. So I
Yeah.
hope that kind of explains it. Um, so you've headed through, and you're making your way towards Oxford, and Oxford has about half of Oxford has kind of survived. It's right on the edge of this of the Gulf, if you like, really, but it would almost be more like a river area, perhaps. Um, but a good portion of Oxford has been submerged. Um, and the museum, the Ashmolean, which goes back to something like 1680 something originally, was one of the first public museums in Britain. It's like a mini British museum, I suppose you could say. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. I don't know if people like that kind of thing. Um, and what has happened in this future is that certain places have been identified as being um, good storage sites for important objects. And that's what the teams are involved in, because the vegetation is starting to die back a little bit. It's starting to recede. And so people left, certain places were kept as storage areas, and the museums that are in this game, the Ashmolean being the one today, they were kind of turned into high security archives, if you like. And so our team here, you've got the keys and the codes to get into the Ashmolean archive. You've got everything you need to do that. And as you sail up towards the remains of Oxford, all covered in this wild, massive vegetation, there is there's you can see smoke, you can smell smoke coming from the remains of the city. It's over
Does
to
it
you.
look like a fire, or are we too far away to tell at this point?
I would say it seems more like some mouldering than a raging fire.
Is it coming from the direction of where the Ashmolean is supposed to be?
So indeed, if you queue up, your your maps with your position, it does indeed seem to be from coming from that area. Yeah.
Do
Hmm.
Do you think we need to do some recon and maybe take the helicopter over and check it out?
Yeah, I think so.
That'd probably be a good way to do it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And would you all like to accompany Hugo in the helicopter?
Sure. Because I'm
Yeah,
gonna be looking at what also are there any signals? Am I picking up any signals? Coming through or going on.
Hmm. Hmm.
yeah, and I can.
Smoke
I'll
doesn't
keep an
usually
eye
come
out for us.
from just nature, so yeah.
Snicker?
Yeah, I will keep an eye out for us from the helicopter.
Because you never know when you might need a long range sharpshooter.
Exactly. Got to
Super.
keep
Um,
these people safe.
Hugo, give us your helicopter handling. Is this have we done this as handiwork before?
It was handiwork,
Yeah.
which I have
Just
advantage on.
wonderful. Just to see how elegantly you
Got a
do it.
2 out of 5.
Ooh, nice.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, let's say that you take off smoothly. Everything is very smoothly handled, and you fly up, and you do indeed see smoke coming from the Ashmolean Museum, and it looks like it's pretty badly damaged.
Ooh.
Not not completely, but let's say, it's the original building, or the old is an old, neoclassical kind of thing with pillars at the front, and then there's an extension off to the side which is more modern, and it's both parts. Let's say both parts. The connecting bridges between the old and the new part. Some of them have been blown out, and good load of the old building has been knocked away, and it's all
Can we
smoking.
tell what might have caused that kind of damage or that amount of damage? Or do we know, like, from our experience what might have done that?
Good question. Good question. I'm going to say that there are kind of two possibilities. One possibility is someone's just bombed it or shelled it or whatever, but you also know with your keys and your codes that these archives are highly secure, and they're kind of, if you like, tamper resistant. So what it could well be is that someone or something or whatever has been trying to get into the archive, and it's detonated um, the defense explosives.
Oh no. So the damage is recent from what's been going on, apparently.
That would be a reasonable
Could we
conclusion.
tell
Yes.
how long it's been, like, burning based on, like, how much like, how the damage has progressed, or can we not really tell?
My feeling would be that that's a good thing to check out if you're right up close, and you could analyze some of the
Yeah.
the
Is there a safe
damage.
place to land? Or do I
Sure.
just need to, like, kinda lower him down and hover?
Um, let's say um, there's a little yeah, there's some kind of well, we've got so much vegetation, haven't we? We've got vegetation
Yeah.
everywhere. So I'm going to say that there is. there's another building quite nearby, which has got a lovely flat, surprisingly clear roof um, that you could land on. Or there's not so perfect is the roof of the new part of the Ashmolean. So you would be up on the top of the extension.
What
So
What
you'd
do
be
you think,
nearer, but
guys?
it wouldn't be quite as ideal.
I think landing on a building that was recently bombed is not necessarily the best idea.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I didn't even think about that. I was just trying to get close.
Yeah. I'm thinking the helicopter should probably stay away from where the explosives have been going off.
Another good point.
So I'm so glad I have you guys here.
So you're going to head to the clear top.
Yeah.
Good, good. Okay.
I think I would say go to the clear top, drop us off. Oh, I don't know, because then Hugo. I'm not sure I like the idea of. I mean, does it look like there's active explosions going on now? Or.
No.
Okay. So we should be able to. Yeah, let's do the roof that looks like it's clear and
Hmm.
probably safer.
Okay. So I say that you land, and you there's there's something there's some kind of substance, old substance on the roof that for some reason doesn't encourage plants to grow, which is why it's
Interesting.
so free of anything.
Okay.
Snicker will poke it with his cane, see if anything bad happens.
It's nothing really bad happens. Maybe when you land, when the helicopter lands a little bit, some kind of dust. It kind of it's a bit dusty somehow, and some of the dust is blown away. And when you scratch it with your cane, you realise that's the dust. Um, maybe I mean I'm not a scientist, but maybe it's like asbestos, or it's some
Mhm.
kind of thing that somebody at some point thought was a good idea to use, and now it's decaying in the heat and everything, and that's just not been appealing to the plants. So you need to be careful, but it's okay.
Snicker will relay that to the team, and then he will get out of the chopper, and
Hmm.
you know,
Hmm.
I guess let's secure the perimeter. I
All
was
right.
Yeah.
here. I was here. The captain say that.
I'll
So go on.
I'll like park the chopper, put on like whatever.
Put the parking brake
Yeah,
on.
put the parking brake
Yeah,
on.
that's how helicopters work.
Do
There's
something
probably
to
some equivalent that's
yeah.
Yeah,
all
yeah.
technical, but since we are not helicopter experts, so yeah.
Yeah.
You
Try to make
just
it so
have to
that
chuck
no
a
one
few
can steal it.
sandbags out of the helicopter. That's all
Yeah,
you need to
there
Yeah.
you
do, and then
go.
it'll
Yeah,
hold it
yeah.
down. You know.
We dropped the anchor
Yeah.
Yeah.
like all helicopters have.
Okay. Yeah. Good. That's good.
I'll
Um.
grab a wrench.
Yes.
You never know.
So if you want to secure the perimeter, I guess this means you want to have a look around. You want to see if you
Yeah.
see anyone or anything.
Hmm.
Um. So with your stick, um, and your your limited mobility or whatever we
Hmm.
would want to call it. Um, how does that kind of look as you go about securing the perimeter?
So he's holding the cane in his right hand because his left leg was damaged. So he uses it, like
Mhm,
when you picture like an old person that walks with a cane. So he like, puts it forward, takes a step, and it's pretty regular movement, just a little slower. And
mhm,
he is lethargic right now, so he's even maybe a little bit slower than normal. But
Yep.
he just kind of walks around walks to the edge of the building, and then we'll do a circle
mhm.
around the top.
Have you got a weapon with you?
I think he's got a sniper rifle of some sort, or whatever the equivalent is in this
Mhm.
world. Maybe a sonic gun.
This is a good moment to say we've been having loads of fun with having lots of sonic weaponry and sonic technology, like Taryn told us about with Aiden's character, and that's been great for just kind of mapping and figuring out
Yeah,
locations.
that's Aiden's been watching the quote unquote the grounds as well for
Hmm.
you know for what might be going on.
Sure. So you're doing a kind of data visualization analysis thing.
Yeah, basically.
Super. So, um, Snicker, please can you roll senses for me? And Aidan, I think we were using intellect or handiwork, weren't we, for your techie?
I believe so. I was using more intellect, in
Hmm.
fact, than
Hmm.
handiwork because, as I recall, I'm gonna double check it here.
You're a smarty pants.
Something like that.
Or
Yeah.
he's got, or Aidan's got 10 thumbs or something like that.
I don't know about that, but yeah. I do have a 5 intellect, so yeah. Um, and I do not have any disadvantages in that. Arg! Seriously? I got a 6.
Amazing,
Oh,
amazing.
all that room to get it right, and it gave me a 6.
Mm.
Avery, you traitor.
Sticker got a 4 out of 3, so I failed as well.
Okay,
Oh, we're
so
just batting 1,000 here, ain't we?
Yep.
so it seems all clear, and Aidan, you something that being a critical failure, something should happen, shouldn't it?
I feel like, yeah.
Probably.
Um, I maybe there's some. Okay, the how about this? The all of the map data that you've got just cuts out. So you've got the local immediate data, but it's got none of the underlying structure, if you like.
Okay. Yeah.
So
Well,
you
that
you
backfired.
yeah. Okay. Well, so
Dang it,
it
my
seems
map
fine.
died.
Oh no. Maybe I can try and fix it for you. Maybe there's something wrong with the
Uh,
hardware.
Maybe the data's just all gone. All I've got is just local live stuff.
Can I take a look at it and try to?
The I'd say that the key thing is you're out in the sun. So I think what you need to do is in get under cover.
Okay.
But you're very welcome to have a look at it when you're out of the heat. Otherwise, weird things will happen to you.
All right. Is there like a good tree we can go under, or an area of a building that is like tall enough to block the sun?
Yeah, we see if there's a roof access and try to go down to street level.
There is roof. There is an entrance, a roof access entrance that would take you into the building. I'm sure you've got ropes as well, haven't you? You've got you could climb down if you wanted.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Whatever you like.
Which one do you prefer?
I'm gonna defer to you, Lieutenant.
All right, let me just check the door and see how stable everything looks, and then we'll decide from there. So he will go to the roof access, feeling secure because he saw nothing on his little perimeter
Mhm,
check.
mhm.
So try that handle and see if the door opens.
You turn the handle just snaps off, and the door basically just falls towards you, and you know you have to you'd have
Speed
to
check.
make
Speed
roll.
check.
Should we give him a speed check?
Yeah.
It all happened so quickly. Um, Go for it. Speed with disadvantage.
Alright, I'm gonna use a balance point because I'm bad at
Yes,
speed. And
very
so
good.
that's a straight roll because I had
Yes,
disadvantage. Alright.
yes.
Oh, got a 2. That matches my number.
Brilliant. So you step out of the way, the door just falls over, and yeah, it's just rusted to hell, really. Um, the the stairwell beyond looks all right. It looks kind of concrete stairs mainly. Um, from where you are, it seems like you can make it all right.
I think it looks fine here. Let's just take these stairs.
Okay. So, are we gonna wait a minute or so on the stairs while I take a look at Aiden's equipment, or are we gonna try
Oh
to
yeah,
go
we can
down?
do that.
Okay.
Here, I'll
Mhm.
go down to the next landing and then pause.
And
Okay.
secure the periphery again.
Right.
Yes,
The
good.
perimeter,
So
yeah.
he's just
The
walking down
perimeter,
the
the
stairs.
periphery, the
He's not really
perimeter.
secure.
Yeah.
All right. So, should I roll handiwork again?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
All right. I got a 1.
Oh my
Nice.
goodness. Well, it's it. This is better than factory settings, Aiden.
Oh,
You,
perfect.
yeah.
I should
My
have just
goodness.
had you like tune this thing like check this thing out before we left.
Sorry, I didn't even think of doing it.
That's
I should have
okay.
though.
I should have. But mistakes
But
happen.
that I guess there wasn't that opportunity to really get to know each other. First mission out together. You're always sitting in the shadow, the shaded area, and it's you know, excellent, brilliant. Well, now you know. Now you know. Okay, as this fires up, as your system reboots, and the map comes back. Um, you pick up on the next floor down, um, uh, two moving creatures.
Like, can Can Aiden tell what they are based on like their shape?
Um, give us
That
give
is a
us
good question.
give us an intellect roll again, and don't roll a 6.
I know, right? I don't have any dice on me, so I guess I get to pray Avery gets it right this time. All right. Avery has an attitude sometimes, but this time it made up for it and gave me a 2. So,
Okay,
yay. I
excellent.
actually got it this time.
They appear to be canine forms.
Looks like dogs of
Huh.
some sort. Canines.
How'd they get in?
Who knows? Somebody brought them
Probably.
in, or they came in of just through a hole or something.
Do
Yeah.
do we know of like any use of like a guard dog or anything? Or
That is a good question.
Yeah, there people still have dogs. Yeah, you you know that the area also has wild dogs again, or these kind of previous, the descendants of pets which have been abandoned and now have.
Sought the safety of whatever space they can find. Yeah.
Yeah,
but we don't know if like the people who like were trying to secure the archives are actively using like animals as
Oh,
an
yeah.
added layer.
no,
No.
you've got no idea about anything.
Okay.
Ah, you mean whether they left them there as kind of permanent guard
Yeah.
creatures? This is too long ago. This is too long ago
Okay.
for
Okay.
only the wildest conspiracy theorists believe that the dogs were deliberately left at these archive sites.
Okay. It's pretty weird that there's dogs here, I feel
I mean, they're
like.
probably probably just wild animals that walked in through some decaying wall. Do we have
Okay.
any sort of food or snacks for them we could distract them with and then
Oh,
I'll
sneak
pull
past?
out like a like protein bar. I'm like, this is all I have.
We can try
I
it.
reckon I reckon someone might have a bit of
Or like some
jerky.
jerky. I was just about to
Yeah,
say. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Here. Let's
I
try
didn't bring
this
any
instead.
jerky.
Let's try this instead. It's probably more appealing. I mean, protein bars. Um,
I mean, the dog probably could eat it, but doesn't want to.
Possibly. It would depend on what was in it.
Yeah.
If it didn't have chocolate or raisins, it might be okay. But um, yeah,
She starts reading the wrapper. Oh no, it has both.
yeah. Let's use this jerky.
So so you'd like to kind of keep going down. We've got Snicker out in front, and you want to try and placate the dogs or whatever, or become friends with
Right,
them, or
Yeah.
yeah.
with the jerky.
Okay, okay. So you come further down the stairwell. There's a this opens out onto a floor. This was obviously a a building with flats. Um,
Right,
and Snicker, I guess, as your first. You see these down this relatively dark corridor. You see these two pretty pretty skinny and wild looking dogs um, moving moving down the corridor towards you.
All right, Aiden, I think you're up.
I'm going to.
Give him the jerky.
Yep, I'm gonna offer him the jerky. I'm also using some of my sonic equipment to kind of put out a pulse that's kind of a mellowing
Ooh, yeah,
pulse,
awesome.
a mellowing thing. Maybe not quite as elaborate as the through a dog's ear, which by the way is pretty good stuff. But anyway, it's kind of where I got the idea for this. There actually is music that is tuned to be appealing to dogs,
hmm
um,
Oh,
and
cool.
calming for dogs, which is just as good for humans too. Um,
Well, that's such a great idea. I'll give you advantage on an influence roll.
all right, because influence is okay. All right, let's see. Avery. Got a 3 on a 3.
Nice.
Okay. So the the dogs come up to you, and yeah, did you are you holding the jerky? Did you put it down? Are you backing off? Are you how?
Um, I think it depends on. I think I'm going to kind of put it down.
Mhm,
Um, because I don't necessarily want to have them like following us
mhm,
and possibly causing problems later.
mhm.
If they are affiliated with anybody, I don't want
Mhm.
to jar that. So, yeah, I'm
Okay.
gonna put it down.
Okay. Um. Well, let's let's say that they're distracted. You know, they're distracted enough by this, and the three of you are able to proceed further on, down the stairs, and
Beautiful.
eventually you come to the entrance of you come to street level, and you get to the entrance of the building, and the the doors down there used to be glass, perhaps they're just you know ruined, open, um, and you've got
The
all
heat has
this
probably destroyed the glass, and
yep,
Mm-hmm.
and all
yeah.
kinds of
How
things
hot would
that's
it have to be? Glasses are really high at
Well,
melting
that's true.
temperature.
Yeah, you're right. Or it's destroyed
It's
something that
500 degrees in here.
something. Oh yeah, something screwed it up.
well, maybe the vines that are growing. Um,
Screwed
it
up
could
the
have
Mm,
hinges, and yeah.
a
yeah.
Maybe
tree
one
that's
of the
decided to grow up right
an
there near
explosion
the.
across the street, maybe.
Mm,
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
maybe, yeah.
yeah. That's true. That's true. So you're down on street level, and you can pretty much make out what used to have been the street, um, but it's under all of this vegetation, and you know that not far away. I don't know. Um, you know what would it be? 50 yards, maybe something like that. Um, away is the museum, and you can see exactly like you say, Snicker. You can see some of the effects of the explosion having burnt some of the vegetation, um, s- some of the brickwork of the museum or other buildings, and so on, um, having made a bit of a mess.
Is there a clear path from where we are to the entrance?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty
Okay.
much. Yeah.
So, do we just go in?
I was gonna suggest we watch for a little bit and see if we notice anyone
Oh, good call. Good
tampering
call.
around.
Okay. Okay. Um, well, you can all give me a senses roll if you like.
I failed.
What are you? What's distracting you, Hugo?
I think she's thinking about those dogs and wondering if there are any more about.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
I got
Yeah,
a 6.
amazing. The sharpest shooter in the world.
Yep.
Uh, brilliant,
Hey,
brilliant.
we haven't actually tried. I never said I was good at spotting things to shoot. I'm
But
good when
once
But
someone
once he
points it out
notices
to me.
them, better watch out.
once it's in the sights, everything's fine. Amazing, amazing. Aidan, what have you got? Have you muted
Aiden,
yourself
mute
again?
yourself
Muted.
again.
I thought I unmuted myself. What the
Okay,
heck?
there you go.
Stupid machine. Um, I had a 4 out of 5.
Okay, so you
And
you
I don't know
notice.
if we've
Yeah.
talked at all about what that basically means, but um, our goal is to roll under our stat number. So
Or
my or
equal or
equal,
under is all good.
equal
Yeah.
or under, yeah. So my senses are 5, and that's my stat, and I rolled a 4. So for
Yeah, and
anyone curious about the mechanics of that.
all the numbers add up to 6. So a 6 always fails because you have to have at most 5 and at least 1.
In any
So,
stat, yeah,
So
because
yeah.
the pairs of abilities add up to 6
Yep,
each.
yep.
so so a 1 is a critical success and a 6 is a critical failure. And what's quite nice about just using ordinary dice is that the crits come up quite often. So they're not such a rarity. They're quite a
Yeah.
regular occurrence, which is good fun, I think. Yes.
Oh yeah, it can make
Okay.
you go down that regression scale real quick.
Real quick.
Yes.
So I think maybe Snicker was looking through the sights and like he accidentally looked at a mirror that was somehow reflecting up towards the sun, so it just kind of blinded him. He just looked into the sun for a little bit. It was like, oh gosh,
Oh.
he was just rubbing his
Well,
eye.
yeah,
Oh
that
no.
that is rough. So I'm going to say, Snicker, can you roll resistance with disadvantage for me,
Oh
please? Because this
gosh.
is a, you know,
You know, I'm way better at luck than I am resistance. This is not going to go well. Okay, that's for sure a fail. Yep. I got a
okay.
5.
So you've just slipped down the regression scale again. This blinding
Oh
moment
man.
of light means that you've moved on to stage 2, which means sensory problems and headaches. And this now means that you get disadvantage on your senses rolls.
Oh my.
Those
So it's
I think you
only
burned
worse
that
from
robot
here.
a little bit doing that. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Burn them
Made
robot
the
eyes of
rubber
yours.
eyes malfunction. I had to put my shades up to look through the sight. That was the problem.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You thought no one was looking, so it was okay.
Yep.
But my goodness. Okay, but Aidan, you've picked something up. Um, you uh, you know your visualization gear um, shows you that there seem to be quite a lot of these canines around. You don't know exactly if they are um, if they're all the same type of dog or what, but
Oh
there
damn.
seem to be. little,
I don't think I have enough jerky for all those canines. Yeah. Um,
Can you make a sound to, like, I don't
yeah,
know,
I'm just gonna,
distract him or something?
that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go for the 22nd century version of Through a Dog's Ear. Um, and, uh, put that through, um,
I mean,
I don't know.
they're not they're not immediately a threat. But
Yeah, I'm just gonna
they're
keep the calming sound
yeah,
going so that
yeah.
the threat doesn't, so I can basically keep them chill. Like I don't have enough
Hmm.
jerky for all y'all, but yeah,
Hmm.
so I can keep you mellow.
Maybe you should
Maybe you can just
hide the
waft the smell
jerky?
around a little bit, and
You
that
don't
would
want him
be
to try and fight over it.
True.
no.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
and we need some for if we want to take the stairs back up to the helicopter
mine.
later.
Yeah, I mean,
Good
except for
point.
what I
Good point.
actually gave that one group of dogs, the rest is tucked away. Um, I would say that the my ration kit is sealed.
Okay, good,
Um,
good.
it
Hmm.
just out of natural, it would make sense if you're going into unknown environments. You don't want unknown
Hmm.
issues tampering with what might be your rations if you get stuck there for longer than you can.
Surely every piece of military issue jerky is vacuum packed, or in
Hmm.
some way, or so you to peel them off, and open them up so they're stenchless.
That's possible. I was picturing like a sealed
Like a
larger,
like a tiffin.
maybe like a something that I kept whatever rations I had in that would be sealed from being
You
tampered with.
you also pick up um you also pick up larger forms in the museum, and also some really like tiny little things that come up on the sensors. They could be mm,
The heck are
rats
those?
or guinea pigs or
Okay, can I zoom in on, like, take one and kind of zoom in on it?
okay, okay. Um, you now now that you've got to know Terry, you you're pretty sure that these are tuataras also in the museum.
Oh wow. Hey guys,
Oh, maybe
I
they're his
think we
friends.
found Terry's cousins, y'all. Um,
I don't recall. Was Terry friendly when we met them?
Yeah, he crawled right up to us, and
Okay.
oh
and
yeah.
I asked him if he wanted to come with, and he
Oh,
said yes.
excellent. That sounds good.
Or it seemed like he said yes because he came up to me and let me pick
Yeah.
him up.
They're super sweet. They're super sweet.
Um, I had never heard of a Tuatara until this, but yeah. Um, so yeah, and then I'm gonna try to get a good sense of what the larger creatures are,
Mhm.
that I'm seeing as well.
Okay, those seem to be humans.
We found
We got
people?
company down here. Yep.
Oh, um,
Oh,
I hope they're who we're looking for and not somebody else.
me
Yeah.
too.
Are they hostile? We guess.
That's a good
We'll
question.
have to find out.
Mhm.
I, I I don't want to start that conversation.
Which
Well, I think
conversation of whether they're hostile or not?
Oh, I don't want to talk to them. I mean, could you guys do it?
Oh,
I mean, I
of
think if they
course.
start attacking us, that we'll know they're hostile. That was
That's
kind of my.
oh, that's true.
So if they start attacking you, you go
Yeah.
ahead and wrench them. Don't think twice.
Yeah, and
Okay.
if
I can do that.
if they're not, do they match up with the with what we have as far as images of the people we're looking for?
I'm going to say that you don't quite have enough detail on
Okay.
that yet. But
Can we
you can.
see them?
No,
No.
no.
Okay. Not yet.
You know, the museum is down the street, and
Mhm.
Aidan is able to pick them up on the visualization.
Okay, so
We
we're
should
not at
go-
the museum yet, but
Yeah, we should
I'm
start
No,
seeing them
no.
walking
in the
that way.
museum. Okay, yeah, that's what
Okay.
I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start walking towards the museum. Um,
Do we need to try and be like sneaky?
Sure.
we,
I wasn't sure what you wanted to do, guys.
I don't know, like I feel like not actively. My thought would be unless they start, seeming to be hostile, to just kind of walk naturally, you know,
Okay,
um, act natural,
Yeah.
um.
Mhm.
If one or both of y'all want to be more stealthy about it, that's you can that's your call.
I
But
think I'm overthinking this, but I don't know how to act natural right now. And
Just walk down the street.
okay, just walk, just walk.
But you
yeah,
can, you can walk down the street and be, cautious. You don't
Yeah,
have to be in
yeah,
stealth mode.
I
exactly.
Um,
think
That's what I'm
I
saying.
think
Walk
that's
with
what we'll do.
caution, but
you've got the subliminal mellow sounds um,
Hmm.
are
beaming out.
still
You're picking your way um, through the plants, and uh, you you get to the museum, and you can see the damage close up, of course.
excellent. What does it seem to be?
So you know that the archive will be below ground, so you're looking for the lower floors.
Okay.
Um, um, which and that still seems relatively intact. Obviously, things are collapsed in, blown out. They're covered in scorch marks, soot, and so on. Um, there's from the designs that you know of, there's a kind of atrium in the center, which which would let you also get down into um,
Into
get
the
down into the
archives.
exactly, and it's it's that area that's primarily been blown out.
Like somebody tried to blow their way into the archives or something.
Either that, or they set off the explosives that are part of the deterrent, if you like.
Yeah,
Can
Mm,
we, upon examination, tell if it was like,
yeah. Which version?
yeah?
Hmm. Um,
and
yes,
or how long ago?
yes, you can. Yes, you can. Um, Aiden, you realize on your equipment that the the people that you saw are up on the top floor of the old building.
Okay.
Uh, and there's some of these
I'll
little
relay
things
that to
up
the
there
others.
too.
What?
And
I will relay that to the rest of y'all.
Oh, okay.
and you also notice that there are a couple of tuataras kind of lounging um, around the, if you like, at the entrance of the
There are
building around.
tuataras all over this thing.
They're so cute.
They must like the heat, and the explosion drew them here.
Oh.
Maybe.
And what I'm going to say is that there's a particular kind of signal which the security system sends out, which you can pick up as well. In all of you pick up in your smart helmets, um, which is describing, breach of security layer 1, breach of security layer 1, so on
Okay.
and so on and so on.
Okay.
We have the codes to like.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
I think if we can get to where we need to use those, we should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can see what is causing the breach, if it was a
If it's
self-destruct thing or a external explosion.
and or if it's us showing up.
Right.
Sounds good.
Which is always a possibility.
So
But
this, so do you want to go down to the archive entrances, the security doors, or
yes.
Yeah.
yeah, that's your first port of call.
Yep.
Okay, okay, good.
Yeah, we will ignore the people.
For right
They're
now.
up on the top, so
Yeah.
and our target was the archive, as I recall.
Yeah, which is
So
below.
which is below. So
Yeah.
I mean,
I think archive first, because if there's people trying to like steal things from the archive, we probably want to stop that.
yeah, that too.
Mhm. Okay, so you can kind of clamber in um, safely enough down into the
Excuse me.
lower area.
Yep.
Um, you you do notice as you make your way that there do seem to be some remains of people, or or
Ooh.
possessions, items, things, um, which seem to have been caught up in the blast. Of course, you've also got lots of old objects, artworks, which have been um,
Yeah.
destroyed. And you can see up into some of the other parts of the museum. You can see where the blast has ended and what lies beyond. And
Is there
um,
anything of the remains viable slash um salvageable?
there are there are maybe you find um, a shoe, and it's
Oh.
still kind of got a
Oh.
foot in it or something a bit like that.
Oh. Well, okay. Yeah.
Well, that
Nothing
was.
that could really be drawn info
I
from
think,
though.
I mean, I think that it was just a defensive blast if there's people caught in it. Or they're bad at planting explosives.
Yeah.
That does seem. Yeah.
Well, let's
And
I'm gonna
yeah,
get to the security doors and give it the codes.
Yeah.
so the first layer that got has got destroyed was a like a cement wall, and obviously the 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 explosive charges were inside the cement.
Hmm.
So as soon as something was triggered, they would all set off.
Oh yeah.
Um, the next security door is is a hefty steel panel, if you like.
Beautiful.
You know, like a you know like you get in a big lockup
Mm-hmm.
thing in a
Yeah.
safe in a
Hmm.
bank or whatever that you see.
Hmm.
Like vault doors or
Um,
something.
yeah, absolutely.
And we don't
And
see any
there's
living people down here.
no living people, no
Okay.
living people down here. No.
Okay.
And this door has four requires four keys, which which you have.
All right.
Okay.
We will, I think, open the door.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Um, as as you're doing this, a couple of shots um, come down from the upper floor.
Uh-oh. Am I able to
Um,
pinpoint them?
uh, yes. I mean, whilst you're being fired at, you realise it's those people up the top. Uh, um, I'd like you, please, all to roll luck for me.
Okay.
Ooh, I
Snicker,
got a
we want
one.
you got a one, Hugo.
I got
Aiden,
a 5, which
Fight
matches.
me.
you got a five. This is good. This is good.
Yep. Yep. So I pass.
Luck is my weak spot, so let's see what
Oh,
happens here.
it's one of my best things.
Oh, Joss made it with a 2.
Nice.
Amazing. Okay,
Yes.
so the you know these bullets hit the floor, and you're all able to just move out of the way. But Hugo, uh, keen-eyed Hugo, you just so happen to be looking at the right place at the right time, and you see um, a rather just for a moment you see a rather strangely dressed figure pointing down at you all, and next to them a uh, a sniper type of uh, character aiming up or shooting their gun down, and then the two shots happen, and they retreat back out of sight.
Get him. There's a sniper. You gotta get him for us.
Yeah, Sicker immediately after the shots were fired is drawing his own gun and looking around. So if Hugo points, he'll try to take aim.
Hmm. There's no one to see
All right.
They're too fast.
Can
right
I
now.
ping them sonically and uh relay that somehow
Yeah,
to Snicker?
yeah, yeah. Okay, give us an intellect for that.
What did the outfit look like of the person?
It looked rather, um, I suppose, outlandish, colourful. quite unusual.
And I just made it with a 5 on 5.
Super. Okay. Um, so you you relay that those two figures on the top floor are still up there on that floor, and that two other figures are hurriedly descending some stairs and possibly coming in your general direction.
All
Now,
right.
a quick question here. Do we have a break? Do we do a break? Is that the
I
way
think it's
things
up
are
to
done?
you.
Because it's up to me. Um,
Yeah. Or I guess
it's
all of
last
us.
all of yes, indeed, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because we're about halfway here.
I was
We
Yeah.
kind of thinking that and I could use like something more to drink cuz I
Yeah.
should we do
finished
that?
it.
So with some people rushing down the stairs towards you as you've just opened the second security door. Um, should we say 5 minutes and we'll be back?
Yeah.
Sounds
That should
good.
be good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay,
Might take me a
super.
minute longer, but
Okay.
cuz stairs and stuff, but
It's an untimed 5 minutes, maybe. You know, it's
roughly
not.
5 minutes, yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Okay, good.
somewhere in there. Okay.
Super.
Cool. Awesome.
Hello,
And
everyone.
we're
Welcome.
back.
And we're back.
Rehydrated and such things. Checked
So
in with
we're gonna
family and the like.
we'll carry on with the Neo-Triassic Shoreline Regression syndrome. So a few minutes ago, we left you in the Ashmolean Museum, down in the basement, starting to open up the archive, and you just got shot at, and you know that there are two people still in the upper floor with a good pot shot at you all, and two more are rushing down the stairs, probably in your direction.
Can you get him now?
Snickers aiming up at where the colorful person and the other sniper was, and
Hmm.
he's just gonna keep an eye out and say, a lot of my job is about patience. Just so it sometimes takes a bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
You'll know when you hear me pull the trigger.
All right. I'll try to help
Maybe
Aiden.
head off those people running at us.
Mhm.
Yeah, like
So
I'll
you
let
can't.
Aiden do
Yeah.
the actual opening, and if they get close, I'll try and smack them.
Okay. Okay. So
Yeah,
you
Aiden, let
can't
me
see
know.
them rushing down the stairs. That's further off. They'll be coming through some way when they get down to your level. Snicker, did you want to add something there?
Yeah, Aiden, let me know if they get to our level. Maybe I can try to shoot them or,
Will do.
fire a warning shot at least towards them.
Well,
But I
Aiden
guess should we
is
head
is
into the
sharing.
archive?
Yeah,
Aiden
I'm
is
sharing
sharing.
Oh,
the
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
telemetry and
Oh.
stuff,
Excellent.
so you'll know when I know. You'll know.
Sounds good.
Okay. So the door slides open, um, and then you've got through to the last door, which is the keypad code door.
Maybe we should wait to type that in because they'll have to. If we lose the fight, which is a possibility, they'll have to keep at least one of us alive. And we just won't tell them which one of us knows the key code.
Mhm.
That is a good idea.
Very good. Very
Unless we
good.
want to go in and hide in there and close these doors.
That's another thing, because if we get in there before they reach us, we're in there. They don't have the codes.
Mm-hmm.
But then we might be trapped
We
because
have
they
the
could
codes
just
to
wait
get
us
out.
out. I meant
Right,
that
but they'll
they'll be
probably
there
be
blocking
here.
us.
There is that.
Unless there's a secret way to get out that we don't know about.
And or we have the advantage too of we can only open the door enough for somebody to.
Aim through.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, then maybe it is best if we just go in.
I say we get in quick, get the doors
Okay.
shut quick.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's do it.
Okay. So Aiden, are you the one entering the code?
I would imagine being technician, comms, stuff like that. Probably, yeah.
Okay. So this is going to have to be a speed roll.
Oh, yay, speed is not my strongest suit. Okay. Maybe I should just tell the code to somebody else who's faster than me.
Well, werewolves
We have
at least
disadvantage, so
lethargic.
That's
So.
true. Can I spend a balance to get advantage, or is that only to undo a disadvantage?
No, you can spend it to get advantage.
Good, I'm gonna do that then.
Okay.
Perfect. And I actually could have got away without doing that because both of them are under.
Okay.
But then again, with my luck, if I hadn't,
No,
or
no.
no, one is perfect. One is 2. So, and the other one was
Okay.
3, which is 4.
Super. Okay.
Morning
So,
brain strikes again.
so the door starts to slide open, and you'll all be picking up the fact that the two people who've come down the stairs have split off from one another, and they're nearby.
Get in,
One of
shut the
them
door.
one of them is
Spoken softer
somewhere
than that.
exactly down on your level, and the other one is you know up up slightly on this kind of mezzanine floor
Mm-hmm.
or something like that,
Split level thing.
snuck in. So they're under really good cover, and you are
Right.
all relatively in the open.
Mm-hmm.
So the door is opening, and um,
As soon as it's
you know,
open enough, get in.
as soon as it's open enough, get in. Okay, and you see the next door beyond. There's another security door beyond that one.
Well,
Um,
we got the codes, so
Yeah.
I
All
will
right.
get us
you
in again.
Do we need
you
to roll speed or something to try to get in before they can get a shot at us?
well, why not? Why not? Yeah, go for it.
All right.
Great. Put
I
yourself
live on
at
the edge. I'm
greater
not using
risk.
balance.
Oh!
I got a 3, so I did it.
Yay.
Okay,
Okay.
all
You
good.
didn't.
I fail.
You failed.
Yep.
Okay.
Got a 5.
I guess because you've got you're keeping your eye on the upper floor, aren't you?
Yeah, it's hard to hold a sniper rifle and use a cane. So it's a little
And move
challenge there.
quickly, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, right.
Okay. So a yeah, another shot is fired from down on your level, and I'd like you, please, Snicker, to um yeah, to roll resistance for me, please.
Oh, alright. I'm bad at this one, I think. Let me make sure.
Yeah, you have a 1 in it.
I have a 1.
Mm-hmm.
So good.
You
I
always
was
spend
hoping you said
balance.
luck.
You can spend balance.
Alright, I'll spend balance. Why not?
Yeah, yeah.
That's Quinn's laughing because I got a 2 and a 4, so didn't quite make it.
Okay. But you didn't roll a 6, which is good.
I did not, no.
So
And I
I
do lose
think
1 balance.
you lose 1 balance, and this we didn't ask about armor. We didn't talk about armor. Are you all wearing a little bit of armor, do you think, for this? Uh,
I
Basic,
think so.
probably. I mean, not like I'm not heavy armored, but because
hmm,
I'm not that tough, and
yeah.
you know, um, I don't
Yeah,
have the I don't have the body type for heavy armor, but I got like the basic, just
Okay.
enough,
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like more lightly armored so that it's easier to maneuver around because we weren't
hmm
trying to be in a fight. We were just trying to kind of
Right.
hmm
investigate.
So,
Yeah, I think Snicker
those,
probably is also light armor.
yeah. Yeah. So, Snicker, would you rather the shot hits some part of a leg, or or say your shoulder.
Oh gosh, I already got a leg problem. I'll take it
I mean,
in the leg. He's used to
another
it.
one. Okay.
Used to leg
So
pain.
so it so this bullet just catches the edge of your armor. So and on your leg, and so it gives you a wound on your leg for 1 hit point. But
All
it
right.
but it it didn't, it just kind of glanced a little bit. So it's not as bad as it could have been. And obviously this helps to kind of slow you down as you're trying to get into uh the chamber.
Right.
Um but then something slightly odd occurs. And a a metal beam comes flying down from the mezzanine, and kind of strange. What's strange about it is how kind of slowly it moves through the air. So this beam moves through the air, and it slides. It's sliding across the floor towards the open door.
Like they're
The
trying
door
to
that
stop it from closing.
Yeah.
I was gonna
exactly,
say
exactly. Um,
that beam's gotta be stopped.
so you
Um,
have you have maybe one chance at stopping the beam. You can't close the door in time, but you could try and stop the beam somehow.
is there could we redirect it so that instead of like coming perpendicular like through the door, it starts like going parallel so that it can't like stop it. It just kind of like glances off.
You might be able to. How
I
All
would
right.
you?
think
Um,
That or shoot the other
yeah,
end
I
of it.
think Snicker was gonna try to shoot it. Just take aim and
Yeah.
shoot the beam so it changes momentum.
try and
Right.
she can try and redirect it with her wrench. Like
Okay.
use it as like
Are
an
you
anchor,
throwing the wrench or hitting it with the wrench?
like holding the wrench out as a thing for it to like kind of bounce off of and maybe direct. Like she's gonna try to hunker down and stop this thing. It's probably gonna go poorly, but this is the action
Oh
she's
wow.
taking.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so you're gonna rush back out of the. You've seen that Snicker is struggling. You've seen the beam coming, and you're rushing back out of the chamber. And you're gonna kind of stick your wrench into the ground and hope that it glances off.
Yeah, yeah, that's what she's doing.
Right. That's amazing. That's amazing. Um,
I was thinking
okay.
too of aiming a sonic pulse up there to like kind of towards at the other end of it, as it were,
Oh,
to kind
okay.
of discombobulate whoever might be trying to use it because it's
Ah, okay.
probably not doing it of its own
Okay.
accord.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
You
yeah.
could you could throw one of the little pulse charges, like like a pulse grenade thing that
Up
would.
towards the mezzanine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to do that?
Hmm.
Well, okay. Let's do that. Let's do that one first and see how that goes.
Ranged.
Um. Yeah. All right. Ranged combat. Yeah. Go for it.
Unless you had something else in mind.
Um. No, no, no. That's ranged, and you've got disadvantage on ranged, have you?
Oh, do I?
Possibly.
Yeah, because you
Yeah.
aren't military, so you have disadvantage on both, I thought.
Hmm.
Oh. Okay.
Maybe not. Let me check.
You might be right. Which is no biggie because for me,
But I
range
tell you,
just
yeah. But I tell you what, though. Let's say you've
You
got
have
range with
disadvantage
disadvantage.
on
Yeah.
your attacks, combats.
But of course, you've got your
I've also got a wicked range, so yeah.
yeah. Okay, go for it. Go for it.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
I got it. I
Nice.
got
Okay.
it. 5 on 5.
Excellent. Excellent. Okay. Okay. So that has worked. Let's go to Hugo.
All right.
At
I
this
think
moment, then.
force.
Yeah. Yeah.
Makes
So
sense.
First,
roll
should
that.
should we go first for? Do we need speed then force?
Oh, we can do speed then force.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
let's do it. All right,
that'll
just
be
trying to be
speed to
quick.
disadvantage, of course, right?
Yeah. Ha, nice. I got a 6.
So fast.
Okay. Okay. So I.
She's gonna end up falling in front of the thing and then like getting
Probably.
impaled by the damn thing.
Yeah. I reckon you slip over on
No.
Snicker's blood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah!
Right.
Thud.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, good.
Sorry,
Okay.
that's mine.
So yeah. So Hugo, it was all looking good for a split second, and then you've just slipped up on Snicker's blood, and this beam is coming towards you.
Can I try to shoot this end of the beam to like knock it, so it doesn't hit Hugo?
Change its trajectory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just don't shoot
Um.
Hugo.
I'm
Yeah.
an
Yeah.
expert sniper. I will not shoot Hugo.
Okay.
Probably.
If you roll a 6, let's say if you roll a 6, then there's a ricochet. Um.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um. Um. Go for it. So
All right.
ranged combat. I'm going to say that I want disadvantage on this because
Okay.
this is tough stuff, isn't it?
All right. Got a straight roll then.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, we got a 3, so I succeed.
Okay. Okay.
Nice.
So you you uh you knock it out the way. Are you knocking it to the left, to the right, or up,
Um,
or
which way is the door sliding closed? I would if the door is going right to
ah,
left, then I would try to shoot it to the right. You know.
okay, from inside the door is going left to right.
Okay, so I'll try to shoot it to the left.
Okay, good. Okay, yeah, that works. And um of course we have the consequence of Aiden's sound sonic attack. Um Yeah, so all of this stuff is happening at the same moment,
Yeah.
basically, and let's say the bullet just knocks it off course, um, and then it starts to rotate and it clatters off to one side, um, and and
Haha.
you've averted that. Um, another shot comes uh, from the same level, and I do believe we should have a shot coming from the top floor down again. So I think
Does a speed check?
um,
Or luck.
I
It's either gonna be
I
speed
think
or luck.
I think resistance. I think these are going to be too hard to move to
Okay.
dodge in that sense.
I succeed, unless it was disadvantage.
Uh, no, no. You succeed. Okay, so again, the bullet just hits the floor just in front of you. Um,
You need a resistance
and
from everyone, or just Hugo?
no, I think Aidan, you're still in the chamber, aren't you? You've gone in to the chamber. You're out of harm's way here. So this will be Snicker, please. Resistance.
Okay.
Snickers resisting. Okay, cool.
I know this is tough.
Ooh, I got a 2, but my number is 1. So I'm
Could
gonna
be.
take another shot
It could. Yeah.
as I
It could
keep
be.
backing towards the door.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want this to be the same leg again or the other leg?
Let's go other leg.
The other leg.
Yeah.
Okay. This one is probably, I think, might be your let's say it's your foot
Okay.
or your ankle or something.
Okay.
Something like that. So, and that'll be that's one hit point again as
All
well.
right.
I'm gonna clamber up. I'm gonna say that like while like she was able to get up and out of the way
Yeah.
as it was moving, and she's gonna try to grab Snicker and like pull him through the door.
Okay.
Like I think we gotta go.
I'm trying.
Okay. So
Get in here.
you're getting in there. Okay.
Yeah, I think
That'll
it's a
be
lost cause trying to be
no.
out there and shoot at them.
Yeah.
It isn't working.
Okay. Force. So a force, please, Hugo.
I failed.
Oh,
Okay.
This is going so
So
well.
it's just there's just
Too much blood. Slipping and sliding.
takes it just takes a little bit longer. Um,
Can I try to get a shot off as we're being pulled? Try to shoot back at either the roof person or the same level.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right, I'm
Who
gonna shoot
would
at
you
the
like to
roof.
the roof person?
Yeah.
Go for it. Um, go for it.
oh, the
All
top
right.
floor.
Yeah.
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 All right. All right. That was a success with a 2.
Superb. Superb. Okay, yeah, you see the shooter um get hit through um your
Scope.
um scope
Oh,
exactly.
yeah.
You see a splatter of blood on the shoulder, and you're pretty sure that's going to make shooting pretty hard. But you, they don't seem to be down.
All right. And then I'll
Uh,
keep moving towards the door. Try to get out of here.
excellent, excellent. Hugo, um, could you roll influence, please?
Sure. I got a failure.
Okay. You you have this you have this really strong sense in your head that someone is telling you not to go in to the chamber.
Okay. I think she'll stop and she'll like be kind of like pause and be confused and be like, but why wouldn't I go? Wait, where is this coming from? And ask the others like, do you have a sense that maybe we shouldn't go in there? I just have a bad feeling.
Absolutely not.
You
We're
sure?
getting shot at out there.
I don't know. I just feel like whatever's in there might be worse.
Really?
I'm willing to risk it.
And Hugo, you have um it's really this feeling of somebody talking to you in your mind, which
Is
is
she
never.
beyond lethargic at this point?
No.
Mm.
Wait.
No.
It's okay. Is anyone else have somebody talking in their head that isn't like a
No,
comms kind of thing? Like it just feels like it's like directly in your brain?
No.
Huh.
I'm gonna, all right. I'm gonna kind of tune out comms for just a second.
Okay.
I'm gonna tune out comms for a minute and focus on kind of go into meditation space.
Okay.
And see if that works. If I can kind of pick up on it.
Okay. Okay. Um, roll influence with disadvantage, please.
Okay. If my computer will cooperate. There we go. With disadvantage, you said.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You know what? I think I'm gonna. Yeah, I'll just with disadvantage. Okay. All right. Oops, I did that wrong. Gotta love morning brain. Actually, I'm not even gonna bother because that is higher than my luck already. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Even if that was the highest, it was a 4. Or my influence, my influence is a 3. And
But you might get a crit failure.
what the hell? Yeah, okay. Let's just see how bad it actually is.
Thank you, Quinn.
Well, LOL. I did actually get this exact same roll, so it
Okay.
really doesn't
Okay. Okay. Good.
in the
Okay.
end.
Good. Good. Good.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. So you try, but this doesn't really seem to do anything.
Yeah, and my apologies if I was a little faint there for a minute. I realized my mic was above my head.
Oh.
Mhm.
So,
That's okay. One of our cats is screaming in the background, so.
Hugo, as
She
you're
wants to be on the
standing,
stream.
Mm-hmm.
Hugo, you're standing there, and this a figure comes to comes forward from the mezzanine and makes their way down um, I don't know, the remains of some steps.
Is it the
Um,
person in the weird dress?
this is a person in a weird costume or unusual costume,
Mm-hmm.
and they seem they're wearing some kind of ritual outfit.
This is exactly what Quinn thought it was, and it's probably exactly who Quinn thinks it is. um, I
This isn't the Hugo that's been to the Horniman, though.
That's why I'm not saying anything.
Yeah.
Or the Hugo that's been to the Horniman, I mean.
Yeah, I I don't think Hugo would call out to them. Um,
Has
You
Snicker made his
definitely.
way into the chamber?
I would say that you've just entered the chamber. Let's say we've got Aiden at the far end of the chamber now, ready to type in the. Well, correct me if I'm wrong. Ready to type in the next code, uh, or shut the door. And and Snicker, it would be just inside the door, if that.
All right.
and then I'm like, I stopped going in the door, I think.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
outside
Yeah.
because you tried
and
to
you're
stop
kind of
the.
you're kind of wandering, slowly wandering away from it. You're definitely more interested in the person who's coming towards you than in going into the chamber.
Um, I think Hugo's like frozen and doesn't know what to do.
Hmm.
So I think she's just gonna stand there and be unsure of what to do until someone tells her to do something, I think is what's gonna happen.
Hmm.
I think
Hmm.
Snicker will take aim at the person approaching Hugo and shout "Don't come any closer."
You see a very a moment of recognition that of you there, but the attention seems to be on Hugo and generally on something else. And what then happens is that the figure makes a certain motion, um, an unusual kind of motion, and then it's it's almost as if a sheet of ice comes between you two in the chamber and this figure and Hugo.
Like, it came from nothing?
It kind of spread out from the arm, the body of this figure as they made this gesture.
Okay, but, like, it's like they made
And
something appear out of nowhere.
Yeah,
it's between them and us.
yeah,
Okay.
But I think Hugo's on the other side
Did
yes.
with them.
did you see where that came from?
It looked like it came from her. Snickers and
But
is
I
it
but I meant,
is
like, it didn't come from anywhere.
is
That
it
person
is
on
it?
the mezzanine somehow triggered it. I don't know exactly how. Um, I
Yeah, but it
mean,
just, like, it appeared out of thin air.
and we
Hugo's
all
And I think,
witnessed that, so it's not
yeah, yeah,
hallucinations.
and I
Um,
think probably when you
Snickers
when
gonna
you
try to
try
poke
and
it.
okay, when you try and communicate with each other, they it through your headsets, um, there's there's probably this effect of fading out that contact between you all.
Can't we
It's
also
like,
just hear each other, though, because 'cause we're right there?
well, this sheet between you is is
Is
it's
blocking off,
probably kind of
like
creating,
yeah,
that
okay,
kind of effect.
okay.
yeah. Um,
It's
you
blocking the air in the room from each other so that the sound can't travel outside of the comms. Is that what you're saying?
exactly. It's yes,
Okay.
something like that. Absolutely. Okay, Snicker. So you're going to test it with your cane.
Yeah, I try to poke it.
Okay. Okay. You can put your cane into it.
Okay.
With sonar, does it actually ping like an object?
It pings like a very thin void.
It's not ice. That's void space of
What?
some
So
sort.
What
Yeah,
does
it's
that
like a
mean?
void space.
I think I'll tell you this detail, um, because it'd be unfair not to. Maybe you can see through Snicker, but your cane doesn't appear on the other side when you put it through.
Okay.
Okay.
He'll try to pull the cane back and see if it's still intact.
Uh, it's not.
Oh no.
What?
It's like missing part
Yeah,
of it? Okay.
yeah.
Okay, don't touch this weird wall.
Okay, I think when Hugo sees that happen, she's gonna try to back away because she doesn't wanna touch that.
Mhm, mhm. Hugo, as you back away, are you yeah, you're backing away on a lot on this floor that we're this low floor that
Yeah.
we're in, right? Um, you're kind of backing away in the direction of this other shooter, um, who may well still be there. But what happens is that another figure dressed in this ritual outfit steps out,
Mhm.
and so there are two of them.
Are they, like, trying to surround me? Or
You are in between them.
okay.
Hey, Snicker, I think we need to deal with these guys.
Yeah, but I don't know how to get to them because the weird wall
Oh, is in
blocking
the
us
way.
off.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, we
I
saw
could.
that the part of your cane that went through obviously went through.
No, it didn't. It didn't show up on the other side, and now it's shorter.
That's what I'm saying. Well, that's what I'm saying. The part that that thing is eating whatever goes through it, but well, I don't know how far
Can you
is
shoot, like,
there.
over or under the like, how far does the wall go down or up? How
It
much
does.
space is this wall taking up in the room?
That's yeah, a very good question.
So as we've talked about, you're in this central this central area that's all kind of open up to the upper floors. The wall does seem to taper off um, several meters above you. It does seem to lose. There's no shimmer like there is at ground level between you. So maybe it seems to have petered out at say 5 meters or something like that.
Can you shoot up and make it, like, ricochet down? Can you do
Uh,
that? I don't know.
I don't think that's a thing that I can do. I could throw one of these pulse grenades over it.
Okay, that might work, yeah. I didn't think to bring any.
All right,
It might have been helpful if I
I'll
had.
try throwing a pulse grenade over the wall at the the figure that's further away from Hugo because I don't want to hit Hugo.
Okay, so the new
Yeah,
appearing,
yeah,
the more recently appearing person.
yeah.
Okay. Um, so this I'm gonna say this. mm,
Disadvantage because I'm throwing it over
Yeah,
this
yeah,
wall.
yeah. And
All right.
well, we treated it as ranged combat before,
Okay.
didn't we? So let's treat it as that again. So yeah, ranged with disadvantage, please.
Oh, we got a 1 critical success.
Holy moly. Okay. Um, please, can you roll the dice again?
Yeah. Got a 2.
The 2. Okay. Um,
Is that for damage?
that is for damage. So yes, with a critical success on an attack, you then roll the dice for damage. So it could be quite big.
Yeah.
It could be quite big damage. You can see through the shimmer that this figure that's just stepped forward gets hit by the pulse grenade and is knocked over. And for a moment you see the other one just um wobble for a moment. This, of course, being the one who received the pulse grenade before,
Hmm.
which Aiden threw. And just for that moment, you see the force field kind of ripple or you know lose its density for a moment.
Can Hugo try and run at the one who's like concentrating on it maybe and like try to knock them over?
Yeah. Okay. So the first one that presented themselves to you. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
absolutely. Absolutely. Um, this is going to be speed with disadvantage, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But you can always spend balance.
Yeah.
I'll spend a balance.
Yeah.
I got a 2 and I passed.
Nice.
So you're just kind of barreling into them.
Yeah.
Is yeah. Okay. Um, okay. Yeah. So you run into them, knock them down, and you both land on the floor. Um, obviously, uh, you're in the advantageous position, so the this person lands first on the floor and bangs their head a little bit, and sure enough, the force field does dip
All right.
completely. It's
I'll then say, "Quick, Snicker now, get it. Get it. Get him."
All right. Who, who do
okay.
you want me to shoot?
Um
He'll aim at the one that came off the mezzanine. So
the one the
the
I
one
was
one
gonna
that's
that
say go
Hugo's
for the
under.
not
one
on
with the
top of,
freaking.
or the one with the gun.
I was gonna say go for the one with the freaking that's doing the force field
Oh
stuff.
yeah.
Yeah,
Would be my
that's
thought.
the one that's come off the mezzanine. That's the
Yeah.
one
Okay.
Okay.
which is currently like underneath Hugo.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
All right. I'll
So
take
this,
aim, but I
yeah,
won't. I won't shoot unless Hugo moves a little bit more, because I don't.
okay.
I'll say, all right, get out of the way.
okay. Um Hugo will climb off and start trying to go to the cuz now I think she thinks that okay, they were telling me to it was them, but I do want to go in
Hmm.
their room. So, I want to go join my party.
Yeah. Okay. So you're gonna you're gonna cross the threshold where the force field was,
Yes.
right? You're just running in that direction. Okay, good. Um, Snicker, let's have your shot, please.
All right. That is another 1.
Can you roll d6 again, please?
Okay. That was another 2.
It's another
So,
2.
yep.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, you shoot this person into their costume where you assume the body is,
Mhm.
somewhere in the chest, and you you see them move, um, as if they have been shot, and and they start kind of writhing a bit on the floor in pain.
All right.
So currently you've got these two people wearing kind of matching costumes down on the floor.
Um is if Hugo gets in, I might yell to Aiden like shut the door.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you can shut the door. You shut the door. So you are now, the three of you, closed in the chamber.
Okay.
What would what would you what would you like to do now?
Okay, I think we do need to get through the next door.
Yeah. I think Taryn might be muted if they're trying to talk. Unless they are not
Taryn?
trying to talk.
There we
Taryn,
go.
are you?
Okay,
There you
all right.
go. There you go.
I am not
All right.
muted. Okay. Um,
Okay.
yeah, let's. I agree. I think the focus is getting in. We need to, you know, get everybody behind the doors and
Yeah.
lock them.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
And then we
So
can
so
regroup.
do you want to so you're in the chamber now. Do you want to open the last door and get into the archive? Is that the
Is everybody in this
Yeah.
chamber?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. As soon as first priority, of course, is going to be locking that other door that we came
Mhm.
through again, so
Yeah.
that nobody. Yeah. And once that's done, yeah. Let's open this other door and get on in.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. You
Sounds good.
Yeah, you've secured the outer door, and you've opened up the inner door. So you're the three of you are now standing in in the archive.
Awesome.
What's
Mm.
in there?
That is a good
Things and
question.
stuff.
The first thing you notice is that nobody's been in here before.
Okay.
You're the
Is it
So the people
dusty
that we were
or
looking for never made it yet.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed. Is it dusty? Yeah, it's a little bit dusty. It's a little bit dusty, but it's very orderly. You're,
Mhm.
I suppose you're in the, if you like, the reception area of the archive. So there are um, some desks and maps on the wall, and some kind of simple lighting system starts to activate from
Mhm.
sensors.
I think
Um,
Snicker is going to start trying to bandage his wounds.
mm, mm. Would you like any help with that?
Yeah, do you guys know anything about medicine? I feel like we probably should have briefed on each other's skills before we left, but they
I
did not
mean,
I have
I
an
do
think
that.
aid of or so. I
Okay.
mean, I don't know if that's the one that gets used, but
Yep. Yeah. Aid. Yeah, it would be aid.
It seems so. Yeah, I'm apparently trained in. I have enough, training to aid
Yeah, my
someone.
aid is also 4, so I think between the two of us, we're probably pretty good.
What
Um,
kinds of things would they have, like, the other team supposed to be
ooh,
looking for?
Oh, good question.
What would the other team be looking for? Yeah, that is a good question. Taryn, what did you roll for aid or
I
the
did. I crit succeeded, so I like
Oh,
totally
nice.
just. I'm like, okay, I've seen this before. I'm like,
yeah?
I saw this in first aid training. This is easy.
Yeah,
And I've got you patched up good. And
that's that's very good. And I'll say you can restore 2 hits for
Okay.
that. So what would the other team be looking for? So you're I suppose you're the primary person you're looking for in terms of the museums is is a woman named Cleo Arden, who is a cultural anthropologist, and you know that she's been working. Her main area of um, research is um, basically um, ways in which, if you like, prophecies of ways in which apocalyptic prophecies um, are passed on.
interesting, fascinating. Um,
Um,
indeed.
Often in non-verbal ways. So she's sorry, in not in non-written ways.
Right,
is
imagery and the like.
Yeah.
so was that what they were trying to like, was that what they were sent out to try and find? Or is
Um,
that just what she was interested in?
that would be what she was interested in. The other two scientists, you have Bralum and you have Marlowe, who are both concerned with paleontology and um, marine biology.
Marine, yeah, that's Marlowe's.
Hmm. So,
Uh,
so they were going on their recon mission to better understand the state of the Thames Gulf, to
okay.
better understand the the remains um of humanity that had been
Left
kept there.
behind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I I guess she'll try and look around and see if there's anything that, you know, they would have wanted to find based on what she knows.
Okay. So let's say you can
Mhm.
search on some kind of tablet or display or something.
Okay.
Um, which is only in the archive. It's totally that's the only place that you could search for it. It's not like
Mhm.
you could just go on the internet um, and do that
Yeah.
anymore. Um, what search terms would you put in then?
Um, spiritual artifact?
Spiritual artifacts?
Mm.
Yeah, comes up with you come up with thousands and thousands of different hits.
It's like,
Um,
it's too many, too many. And she like hits X and like backs up, and she's like, I don't know. I can't. I forget. Too many options. I don't know what they wanted.
Well, we know what. Let's go with what Marlowe, or not Marlowe,
Braylem or
Arden.
Arden? Sorry, yeah.
I am going to look for I'm gonna look for artifact plus apocalyptic. Yeah. Artifact plus apocalyptic
Mhm.
prophecy.
Apocalypse or yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, this is far more manageable. Um and you can go and locate a number of objects. There seems to be there does indeed seem to be some kind of mm, section dedicated to this, maybe a couple of boxes or a shelf or something like that.
I think Snicker is going to keep an eye on the door
Good
and make
idea.
sure that we don't get followed in, or because if they made a weird force field wall, I don't know what else they can do. So
Yeah.
he's
Mhm,
keeping an eye on the door, and
So
you guys can
mhm.
go try to find that box or shelf.
yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go and basically try to track down what I'm finding, because that might
Mhm.
lead to. I'm thinking too, perhaps if there's like another entrance maybe to this place that, this part hasn't been um like
Interacted with.
Mhm.
interacted with, but maybe if there's another way that they came through somehow.
Mm, mm. Like the ultra super secret entrance that nobody would know about unless they were here on official government business.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
What should I do? Should I come with you?
Help Taryn, or I mean Aiden.
Okay. All right. I'll go with Aiden.
Taryn's a nickname I thought of for Aiden, but I don't know why.
I don't know if that catch on.
Breaking the fourth wall,
Yep.
or something. Yeah.
always, always, always look like a Taran to you somehow.
Yeah.
Um, okay, okay. So, Snicker, you're guarding the door. Um, okay. So you can without too much trouble, you find this section with some museum um code codes on it. It's not the Dewey system, is it, for museums or archives? There's probably some
I'm
other.
not sure what they have for
They have some sort of categorization.
categorization,
Catalog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
cataloging
So
system.
so you find this section which has got which includes this apocalyptic um theme,
Okay.
and there are a number of archival boxes. Um,
Cool.
so yeah, so some are there are some s- sizable object boxes. There are some that are more collections of smaller boxes that have been grouped together. And there's also a couple of boxes of um, paperwork and books and things like that.
Is there Does this stuff look like it's been disturbed at all or no?
No, no, it doesn't look like it's been
Okay.
disturbed. No.
Interesting. So that says to me
They were never here at all.
they never made it in here. Because if they made it in here, I would think um this is where Arden would be
Arden,
hanging
yeah,
out. Yeah.
Hmm.
yeah, yeah.
Hello, cat.
He ran away.
Yes, he did. He
Is
said,
that
There's a
"No."
cat
Tiberius
in
that keeps
here.
popping in?
Yep, it was
There's a
Tiberius.
cat in this archive.
Always, always Tiberius.
Yes, the one that mostly blind gamer Phil noticed earlier, I
Yes.
think.
Yeah. Yep.
So,
He's.
would do you want to look through the stuff, or do you want to leave it undisturbed? Entirely up
Um,
to you.
Part of me wants to see at least what is there.
Hmm.
Um, Definitely some of the larger object boxes are probably
Hmm.
easier to, examine.
Hmm. Hmm.
So I'm gonna at least check out those a little bit and see what's actually in them.
So one of you see some statues of um, avatars of destruction. I'm thinking of those, those particularly powerful Hindu um, scenes, if you like. Um,
Oh yeah, like Kali and
of course, we have Kali. Yes, exactly. But we've got multiple arms, heads, eyes, those
Mhm.
kinds of those kinds of
yeah.
things. So there's some statues of things like that.
Okay. Um. Yeah, we'll take a look at the smaller boxes as well. See what the collection's kind of. Maybe not everything in every box, but get a sense of
Okay.
what you
Um,
know.
well, well, Aidan, give us a luck roll.
Oh boy, luck, huh? I'm not the luckiest person in the universe. I can resist like crazy, but
You could you
yeah,
could you can always spend a bit of balance if you want to be extra lucky.
I am gonna actually do that. And oh, I could have got away without spending the balance. I totally succeeded
Mhm.
on that.
Oh,
Really
nice.
Okay.
amazing. Okay. Um. Okay. Amazing. 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 Okay. The smaller items they're all absolutely exquisite little things. Um. They're really miniature sculpted um brooches, amulets, figurines,
Hmm.
um, you know, all sorts of things. There are fabric, woven fabric things with
Right.
little images on or abstract symbols. Um,
Anything
and
stand out per se?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, if you like, this whole box is quite stunning. Um,
Okay.
but there's the most incongruous thing that you find is a box containing um, six little chunks of amber, which um, just they don't really they don't really seem to do anything.
Reminding
You
myself
know,
I've never seen these.
I know, right? um, do you think because it's here and it has to do with paleontology that this is what they were looking for?
This would be definitely an intersection to me in my mind. Um, Between the biological sciences and Arden's interests, especially
Mhm.
given it was in this kind of this section that came up when I was looking for Arden.
Are we supposed to take things? Like, were we supposed to try and collect things?
You have authority to uh to to do that kind of thing if it's
These would be
justified.
worth
Yeah.
studying, I think, to scientists. There's um there might be something in that.
Does it
Mm.
look like they spared no expense?
Does the amber? You said they just look like chunks of amber.
Kind of, yeah. They've got some carving done into them, some kind of lines, but they don't. I mean, apart from the record number, there's no information. Of,
So
that,
the paper, none of the paperwork boxes seem to have anything about it.
well, you want to look in the paperwork boxes? Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Okay, yeah. You can look in the paperwork boxes. Um,
in keeping with Aiden's natural inclinations,
yeah.
amber in metaphysical circles, one of Aiden's side interests, is often used with, for meditation, for, um, like I said, energy types of work and metaphysical
Hmm.
stuff. So,
Hmm.
I was rolling for something, wasn't I? Or was I?
No, no, no. I mean, the two of you, you can look in the
So
in
yeah,
the box
examining. I
of
think I was
papers.
figuring I was gonna end up,
Yeah.
but yeah, looking in the paperwork to see what might connect.
Hmm. Hmm.
Sounds
Um,
good.
I'm
so
also
this.
thinking it might give some insight into what's going on up there.
Hmm.
Hmm.
It does seem to be
Um,
some sort of otherworldly thing, which is just strange.
Yeah.
and there you are, popping the lid off some kind of airtight archival box, having this conversation about
Hmm. Hmm.
Yep.
strange dimensions. Um, there's all kinds of stuff in the this uh this box, and in particular, um you there's a collection of papers, older papers. There's a few published books, old published books,
Hmm.
and there is also there's a folder with information about the the items in this section.
Okay. Um.
Can we grab any information specifically related to the amber?
If
Mm,
there is any.
Yeah.
sure, sure. So I mean, you've got this, you've got this. It's almost like a booklet or something. A booklet with information about the items. So either you take the booklet or you'd be ripping pages out. I don't know what you would rather
Let's just
do.
take the booklet. I mean, we might
Yeah.
as well,
Sure. I mean,
Um.
not many
Mm,
people can get into it anyways, right?
unless we have a like photo, like
So can we
digitized
take
info.
pictures with our helmets?
you could do. I mean, but it's going to take a while, isn't it, to take
Yeah,
all
we'll
the
just
pictures?
bring the
Just
booklet.
grab the
Yeah.
booklet. Yeah. Okay.
Um.
Good idea.
I'll write a note
We
on the
took
thing.
the booklet.
We took the booklet.
The papers, the collection of papers, the folder of papers has the name O. Stravinsky on the cover, and you realise that the books which are included in there are also by this Stravinsky.
Interesting.
So all of this is like their research?
This Stravinsky person, yeah. Might be worth putting them into that search thing.
Oh, let's ask call back we'll come back to
Snicker,
Snicker and
yeah.
ask them to type in that name into the search thing.
Oh, yeah, that's a cool idea. Yeah, you good at typing, Snicker?
Yeah, I can manage it. So he'll kind of move himself from his spot that he was sitting to watch the door and go to the tablet and type in O. Stravinsky.
Okay. You you find references to basically the same section that they're looking in. You know, all of the things correspond with that section, but there's also a short biography which describes Stravinsky, whose first name is Odendara. Odendara Stravinsky was um, was was the last director of the Ashmolean,
Interesting.
bef-
Okay.
before the 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 mass change in the old times.
Okay. I will tell them that info. It
Hmm.
looks like, and he had a dog named Cookie. I don't know why that's in there. It seems unrelated,
Excellent.
but
Yeah, yeah.
it seems unrelated to this biography, but that's in there. So you guys know
Maybe
that now.
maybe the profile photograph that they include of him is him with this
Oh
with
yeah,
with
yeah,
the
with the
dog.
That's
dog.
it. Yeah, with the dog.
Brilliant. Um,
Caption.
Now
Oh,
we've got exactly 9 minutes left of our slot.
Yeah.
So as much as I would love to just keep spinning this along, I think we need to briskly sketch out what our plan is to finish up.
so there's no sign that anybody's been down in the archive. So it looks
Okay.
like whatever happened to our people
It was not here.
was not here.
Mhm.
Um,
Hmm.
I'm gonna
I
ask Aiden, can they get a communication back to like the base or to our ship so that we can at least tell, or there's a record that like we made it, we found the archive, and we are collecting the things to bring back.
yeah, and we have some artifacts that we are bringing back. I
Yeah.
will definitely send that back.
Okay.
So it could be tricky because you're underground and it's quite
True.
secure.
Or at least
It
send it
might.
back as soon as we get up, like,
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
uh,
Um.
because
You
we are
had
moving
this.
out of here. So,
You had this idea of maybe another entrance.
Yeah. We're gonna look for
Um.
another door.
oh, that's right. Yeah. So,
Mhm.
thanks for reminding me of that. Um, I
So I
definitely
think
want
that
to check
sounds.
that.
Yeah. That seems like a reasonable idea. That
See if
there
there's
would be a
another way
second.
that we can maybe get out of here.
Hmm. So
For one
let's
Yes,
thing,
say
if we imagine
let's
those
say that
people are
you
waiting.
that you manage to do that. So you're now, if you like, you're out of the building. Um, your assailants are wherever they are, and I guess you'd go back to the helicopter, and
Yeah,
is
let's
that
Yeah.
try to
Yep.
sneak back.
yeah, yeah. So of course we could imagine all kind of risk and danger taking place, whether it's the assailants catching up with you, some
Hmm.
more force field stuff, or it could just be rabid dogs, um,
Hmm.
all kinds of drama. Um, but yes, you'd make it back to the helicopter, and good old Hugo would chopper you back to the Beringia, where you could
Excellent.
Awesome.
report back. Any last closing thoughts about the question marks that might have been thrown up, or any wild conspiracy theories or anything like that?
Well, I'm not in the main game, so I don't know what this amber does, and I didn't recognize these people. But I don't know
Yeah,
if you want to touch on and you don't want to
sure.
spoil anything for Quinn and Taryn, but if you can
Yeah.
tell
Oh,
us and the
I'm pretty sure
listeners a
we
little
know
bit.
what's up with both of those things.
Okay. Well, I don't know if you want to tell the viewers,
Yeah.
because that I
Sure.
think
Well, we
would
don't
be
want to tell
fun.
them too much because we'd like to when we actually like
Oh, that's a good point. Okay,
Keep
yeah.
Yeah.
I'll
tease.
Barney,
Keep
you'll
teasing.
do a great job. Yeah, give us a
Thank you. Yeah.
tease.
A little bit of a tease. Well, I mean, Alex, just to say again, it's been wonderful to have you. And you know, Snicker needs to be immortalized somewhere, somehow, and I look forward to when we can play again sometime.
Yeah.
Um,
Also, a
um,
fun fact for the viewers about Snickers: I took a trinket because Barney's system says, "Oh, just like get a random item or something." I
yeah.
actually have a Snicker has a dog whistle around his neck, but he doesn't
Ooh.
know what it does. He just
oh
thinks it's
wow.
a weird thing because if you blow it as a human, you cannot hear it. So he just, but he had a dog
Ask
whistle,
Aiden
and
about
then
that after we
I
get back to the
actually was
ship.
thinking that when we encountered dogs, I was like, that's
yeah,
funny that
yeah,
you're like, I have a dog whistle, but he doesn't know what it
yeah, he
is.
doesn't know what it
Brilliant,
does. So
It's a
brilliant.
dud. Doesn't work.
Maybe you thought it's like a train whistle or something.
yeah, yeah.
Or brilliant. Um, um, well, these strange characters, the characters with the magical powers, if we can call them that you encountered. Well, you've you've not exactly encountered two of them with the same costumes, have you, in the main game?
I don't think so.
Mm,
So there's something else going on. There's a connection, isn't there, between what we've been playing through in the main game. But
yeah.
there's something else going on there,
Mm.
which obviously could be explored much more. Of course, Terry the Tuatara, and the Tuataras kind of slipped out of view a little bit for us, didn't we, in all of that excitement? Um,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, you're right.
Yeah, I
but
figured we left Terry on the ship. Got to
Terry,
keep him
Terry,
safe.
Terry could almost have just been sitting in the helicopter,
Yeah,
drinking a slush puppy or
yeah,
something like
Yeah,
that.
he was on stakeout duty.
yep, yep. He was on keep the helicopter safe, dude.
Brilliant.
We left our helicopter in the paws, I guess you would say, of a reptile.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Brilliant. So, so I would just like to say thanks to you three. Thanks, of course, to everyone who watches this, either is watching this or will watch it in the future.
Video on
And
demand,
thanks,
yeah.
absolutely, and of course, everyone who's working really hard um, for Everyone Games, which
Indeed.
it's wonderful. It's wonderful to be here. This is my second year doing this. It's just a
I think
wonderful
it
thing
is
to
the
be.
second ever that anyone's done it, so at least
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
the
So
second
Yeah.
one that I've known of.
Yes, it is the second one.
Thanks to everybody for that. And I guess without necessarily wanting to speak to speak on behalf of everyone, of course, let's all just be keeping thinking about making games more and more and more accessible. And
Hmm.
Definitely for
it's,
all people and all accessibility needs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
indeedy. Take
And if you're
care. Bye
able,
bye.
donate to the Tiltify.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
And even
Absolutely.
if you're watching this like 6 months from now, you can still donate. They'll still take your money.
So that's everyone can and stack up. Those are
Yep.
the two
Yes. Yep.
charities.
All right.
Bye
Thanks,
bye.
Barney.
See you.
Yes, thank you. Bye.
Y'all have a good one. Enjoy the rest of the sessions.
Hi, everyone. I'm Danny, and on behalf of everybody here working tirelessly behind the scenes, and for those appearing in front of a mic and or a camera, I just want to welcome you all back to day 2 of Everyone Games 2022. I've had the best time here. I hope you guys are having fun too. We've had some really good games already. Yesterday was a blast. But good morning. And if it's not morning for you still, then good day. We're here to share with you our mission of accessibility and inclusivity, and we're doing it through a lot of games and a little bit of just a smidge of information. And we're doing that by supporting 2 different charities. We have Everyone Can, which is a UK-based charity that works to connect people with disabilities and technology to help make their everyday lives easier. That often includes gaming, which is the whole reason why we're here. And our second charity is Stack Up, which is a US-based charity that works with active and retired military service members to promote positive mental health, where they work with suicide prevention, and they do that through gaming as well. You guys will hear more about that from some of our wonderful panelists. But before we jump into our panel, I would like to share with you guys some of the amounts that we've raised because you've been absolutely amazing. So far, for Everyone Can, we have raised just under 2,000 euros altogether. And for Stack Up, we have raised around $1,375 USD. And you guys all know money makes things happen. So we want to thank you so much for being here, for giving what you can, because when you can give just a little bit, it can really make a big difference in someone else's life. All right, so the games and panels this year have been wonderful. We've summed that up. It's been absolutely astounding. I hope you'll stick around. We have more fun stuff in store for you today. And this is the gaming and mental health panel. Both of these topics are near and dear to my heart personally because of my own experience in my education, as well as my love for gaming. But as passionate as I am, these panelists we have today are just as passionate and more qualified than I am. So let's start with some introductions. I would love for each of you in turn to introduce yourself, tell us just a little bit about what you do, and then briefly share how gaming has impacted maybe your own life. Let's start with Sean
Oh, wasn't ready.
on the spot.
Well, I'm Sean, or Deity, if we're using our superhero names for our online personas and our gaming. I'm one of the influence relations managers with StackUp, so I work with content creators that are doing exactly this to set these things up and get people doing online charity fundraising for StackUp. And then that support there, as well as being an educator, subject matter expert on the programs that we have and what we do. I'm also a retired Army Sergeant First Class, two-time combat veteran, and used gaming long before StackUp existed, and then even after it did exist, was using gaming as a means of therapy of certain types of combat stress relief or PTSD relief from anxiety, depression, and I didn't know it. I didn't realize that that's what I was doing. So I obtained that information through my learning about StackUp and what they do. I was like, oh, I do that already. And I think that a lot of people can relate to that. So, oh, I actually do use these extracurricular activities for my mental health. And you don't, and that's great. You just don't realize that it's giving you that. So anyway, that's me.
All right, let's stick to the theme and let's go to Zach next.
Thanks. My name is Zach, also known as Ravantos for my online name. I run the Overwatch program here at StackUp, which is our crisis intervention and suicide prevention peer-to-peer program that's available 24/7, 365. I actually got involved with StackUp through a game stream, a game that I'd been using since I left the service. I was U.S. Coast Guard, now retired. And just like Sean, I was using it as a way to kind of, network with similar people, relax, manage my anxiety. And that's how I just now use that gaming and the power of gaming to help others. And we incorporate gaming into the Overwatch program as a way to help people like retrain their memory or work with other issues they may be having and facing. And we use specific games for that to help in addition to the crisis intervention and suicide prevention.
That's awesome. Naomi, would you like to go next?
Sure. I just wanted to say, Zach, I'm really excited to hear about how you use games around memory and as well as mental health. We have time to get into that. But yeah, my name is Naomi Hazlitt. I'm an occupational therapist based in Canada. I also am involved in the editing and writing world. I was involved on the Limitless Heroics project with Dale. We might talk a little bit about that as a sensitivity consultant and editor. And I appreciate that you asked that question around how games affected your personal life, because I do a lot of work with games in my professional life, but of course it started with growing up or in my own life, just realizing how therapeutic games were when I looked back. So for me, I play a lot of TRPGs or tabletop role playing games. I find that they're a great space to explore my identity, work through things that I'm going through in a narrative way. And that's why I use TRPGs in my practice as an OT. And I also play a lot of video games. And I mean, again, there's just so much to talk about. I find that, they're really relaxing. They help take my mind off things. Again, just the stories that video games tell kind of help you reflect on your own life. So yeah, that's what I'm bringing to the table today.
Awesome. Thank you. Let's go with Caleb next.
Hi, so I'm Caleb. I'm an inclusive designer and researcher. So my thing is I did my master's thesis on neurodiversity Dungeons and Dragons, with trying to build in neurodiversity and like considerations for mental health into your actual player character. Um, and I'm also neurodivergent myself, and I came through that journey of doing my thesis. I didn't know going in, well, I suspected, but game so much like exploring identity, like Naomi said, like I went through this whole internal journey through doing my thesis, obviously, but because of games, I did it because I had a bunch of neurodivergent friends, and we were always playing video games and tabletop games and role-playing games that explored these aspects of identity. And like I wouldn't be where I am in my life without having that opportunity to explore identity because of tabletop games. So it's very near and dear to my heart.
I love that. Thank you. And last but not least, Dale.
Hey, Dale Critchley, owner of Warmarks Publishing. Back in 2019, I was working with a whole bunch of teens. I'll would often use the label at risk in various ways. And we were looking for a way to bring more adults into their lives, just to have the build multi-generational relationships, and I was trying to figure out a way to do that that would feel very natural and comfortable, and so we launched a Dungeons and Dragons group, and it went really well. And in fact, so well, and I saw those relationships developing. We had age 14 through retired, and just a real nice spread, and everyone was getting along, and um, we had kids with different kind of neurodivergencies and mental illness and all kinds of stuff like that. But like when you sat down at the table, just none of those things. While you were still you, and you brought to the table who you are, at the same time, just there was this acceptance, like you're welcome here no matter who you are or where you're at, and things like that. And I saw how powerful that was, and a number of things happened in my life that I ended up saying, well, what if I focused on that full time? And really was very intentional about making that happen on a bigger scale. And so then, and about the same time, I was working on what started out as a tiny little project on the side, and ended up consuming my life. And that was Limitless Heroics, to bring disabilities, mental health, and neurodivergence into Dungeons and Dragons. And so that will be published hopefully in about like a week or two. So I'm really excited about that, and we've got a bunch of other projects coming up, but we're focused on bringing, helping others to make other lives better through tabletop role-playing games. And as far as affecting my life, besides, I mean, some pretty obvious stuff. Also, I'm like, people would never know this unless they really know me. I'm very much an introvert, and I have a really hard time in social settings, even though I've spent my whole life in very public roles. And what I love about tabletop games is that you can sit down and you have a focus. I'm fine as long as I've got something to talk about. And so the fact that you can sit down and you've got an adventure before you, you've got there's things going on, and even if it's a sandbox game, you've got goals and things like that you're working toward. And so I can have a very social kind of situation that leads to all kinds of other conversations, but that the game provides that means to that helps me with conversations.
That's super important. So that's a really good jumping off point. Tabletop role-playing games, probably even more so than video games, really give us a chance to include everyone, no matter what your experiences are, no matter if you have a disability or if you don't, if you're neurodivergent, if you are not. But what for you guys has been, this is something we kind of touched on in a whole panel yesterday, of course, but I always feel like inclusivity is so intertwined with mental health, and that feeling like you're seen and that you're part of something and that you're represented is such a big deal when it comes to finding yourself and getting to that point in your life where your mental health is in a positive place. But for you guys, is that something you kind of work into things when you are doing things, especially with tabletop RPGs first? We'll get to video games in a minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh,
All right.
so
Well, here, this kind of relates to Naomi. The way that I ended up starting working with Naomi was, well, first of all, by being interviewed on my podcast, but then I was looking for someone. I was working on a project that involved abuse and unreported abuse. And I knew that I needed someone to look at this and make sure I was handling it right. And so I asked Naomi to look at it, and we worked together on that, and it turned out really great. I'm super happy with how it turned out, but it would have been terrible without her help. And so so yeah, that was something where we were able to take abuse and I mean, which is like, how do you handle that subject, and all of the trauma and the resulting anxiety and things that people feel connected with that. And so to be able to produce something that had, that was able to cover topics like that and allow people to explore that kind of thing in a setting where they could do it in a safe way, was, I mean, being able to come up with stuff like that is really helpful, I think.
mhm.
I think so. Naomi?
Yeah, just to build off what you were saying, Dale, I think that's the one side of it. The one approach is when you create a story or you construct a game scenario where we're saying, all right, we are specifically going to dig into this subject. And, whether it was that story that I worked on as a sensitivity consultant or some of the other ones I've encountered when I've even played with friends where we've said, these are the themes we're going to explore together. I think that creates a lot of great space for people to dig into something that they may find difficult. I find that when I run TRPGs I've run them with a lot of different groups. I started with folks with vision loss or partial sight. I've run for folks with mental health. And currently, like my most recent collaboration is with Autism Ontario. And when I put together my story, I don't necessarily think I want to add all of these different themes. The biggest thing is around social inclusion. So I want to make sure whatever we're running, people have an opportunity to get to know each other, work together. But I think I try my best to tune into what people are bringing in. So listening to, story elements people want, or just kind of rolling with it. I do a lot of homebrewing. So for folks who don't play TRPGs, that's kind of like modding in video games where you kind of make up a little bit of your own rules. So I'd like to share a story where I was running for a mental health organization and they were fighting, the party was fighting an octopus. And one of the characters said, my character is a doctor and she has anti-anxiety darts that she's going to use to shoot the octopus. Now, there is no such thing, as far as I know, as anti-anxiety darts in Dungeons and Dragons. But having said that, we sat down and we created that item for her character. And I just thought it was such a cool moment of, here is something that people do that they often are stigmatized about, which is taking medication for mental health. And this is a person who's now using this as an empowering tool in the game. So that's kind of, there's that side of it where you're making or setting up a scenario, but then sometimes when you open yourself up to what people are bringing in, just things will happen that you would have never imagined. And it's pretty amazing.
Kind of like an aha moment, right? We hear about that a lot. If you're anybody who works with therapy and things like that, that can be a big deal to see that in action. You guys over at Stack Up, you lean heavily in the mental health side of things. Do you guys use tabletop RPGs as well to help people work through some of their things that they need to work through?
Yes, we do actually. Sorry, did you want to speak, Sean, or go?
Go ahead. I've got an anecdote that'll work for that.
Okay. Sometimes we actually, tabletop is becoming increasingly popular in our community. And it's a lot of people who do it just for the social setting. It's more so for us. It's a lot of When you get veterans that transition, it's the social awkwardness that they deal with a lot. So being able to just be themselves online, play a game, and maybe work through their scenarios that way is one way that we utilize it. It also allows them to be themselves a little bit, something you're not really allowed to do a lot of in the military. You do what you're told, you do, etc. So they can kind of, it helps us in a way that they can rediscover their actual personality. When you're in the military, you have a persona that it befits what you're doing. Where this is now, they can finally be themselves, and it kind of helps them transition to it.
Yeah, we, like as Zach said, we've got our game nights. It is growing in popularity, and people are doing that within our Discord suite. So we have that, but again, as a social setting. But I think even to the last question, one of the things that we don't often think about is the effects of community and bringing people together, regardless of backgrounds or where they came from. And so you've got this very welcoming, very safe environment for people to experience perhaps new things. And so when we go and we do these air assaults, which is one of our programs where we take disabled or deserving veterans and give them a VIP, trip to Comic-Con or PAX West or something like that, and we let them experience that, and because that's something that they may not have been able to obtain, and we give them that safe space and say, no, this is for you too. But when we come back to the Airbnb, I've seen this now 3 or 4 times where my boss, who's a DM, rolls, does a one-shot game or maybe a game that lasts 2 or 3 nights with these veterans, and they've never played before. Maybe they played once 20 years ago, and they get to experience this fun world that is, it's like this, it's part of their experience on the air assault, but it also becomes this neat little journey for them to say, oh, I didn't know that I could do this, or that I had this capability, or I had this capacity, or I could engage with these people across the table that I've never met before and play this cool adventure with a really great DM. My boss is fantastic, and he's very animated and very good storyteller. And so there's just so much of that. Like I said, I think when you bring it back to the community piece and sitting around a table and having people that are, all the walls are down, go ahead and if you've never done it before, go ahead and give it a shot. So we do employ it. It happens, and it happens pretty organically, which is pretty fun.
I love that. Before we move on, because I do want to touch on community and community building in a minute. Caleb, this might be something that would be right in your wheelhouse. When it comes to inclusivity, how do you feel that is important in tabletop RPGs as well? What does that mean to you and other people in the community out there?
Yeah, I mean, as we spoke a bit about the representation piece, and I think it's if you can't be something you can't see, and when we're building these worlds, things that are super controversial shouldn't be having combat wheelchairs and showing disability in video games, and specifically tabletop games. It's like I talk in my thesis about how in tabletop worlds we're building worlds within worlds, and we're taking inspiration from our real life. Like there's politics, there are all these elements of games that if you're not including these things or saying they're not allowed, what kind of world are you building? And a lot of the time going through role play in the scenario like Naomi was talking about with building anxiety darts, that's drawing inspiration from the real world and destigmatizing something that is showing that there are different types of people, and the people who play the games. I'm not saying this super eloquently, but it is so important to explore what kind of world we can build. Like our real world is not super inclusive, as we all know, for many different types of people. And exploring, well, how could we make it more inclusive? Like that's in itself a lot of time in role playing, you're building skills that you're not realizing that you're building, but you're also kind of going through these design exercises of, well, what is a magic anti-anxiety dart? What is a thing? What is a system that we can create that our friend who needs anxiety dart so that they need them less? So that you know what I mean? it's a boundless like brainstorming, role playing, practicing real life skills that you don't realize you're doing. Um, and if you're not including all types of people in that experience, they're missing out.
That honestly, that was well put. You covered so many important things. Like you said, if you can't see something, how can you become that? And I think the same is true for the world we live in. Sometimes we get very bogged down by our own mental health struggles, by the way the world kind of views us or treats us, that we forget that the world can be a good place. And so being able to build that ourselves in a tabletop RPG, just like you said, is such a big thing when it comes to building hope back up, and hope in ourselves and hope in the world and hope that there are good things out there and that they can come to us, that we deserve them. That's such a good point, honestly. Um, the next thing is, well, community building is one thing. You guys really touched on that from our Stack Up group, and that's a big thing for you guys. Your big thing is building that community. I've seen your server. It's amazing the things you're doing. But therapeutically, I've seen some of that as well. I think that's so cool. My question is, which of you have experience actually using tabletops in therapy? And I think this is probably gonna be a Naomi topic for sure. But how do you feel like you can bring that in without making it feel therapeutic, if that makes sense?
I suppose I can get started.
Yeah.
That's a question I ask myself all the time. And I should say I started running or, incorporating tabletop role-playing games into my work as an OT a couple years ago, but I was approached by Level Up Gaming, which is a nonprofit in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. And I remember when we were running the groups, essentially how it worked, though, to get started is that we have a GM, and then my role as the OT was to play a character and then assist players in any way that they needed to access the game. And so on that point, I think it's really important because having a therapist in the space, I think people have a lot of assumptions, or there's that power difference, or this is therapy, like what am I supposed to be doing? And so playing a character, I think, was helpful for people to understand that I'm here to support players and whatever goals they have. I'm not here to make it quote feel therapeutic in a way that a traditional therapy would look like. We also supported players if they had specific goals that they wanted to achieve. But again, I found over time, we would try to ask people, is there something specific? Like, do you want to meet people? Do you want to practice your social skills? And people didn't really engage with that. And I guess the way I was trained, I thought, I don't know, like, is it real therapy? But as I kept running and helping run games, I realized it's what's happening. You have to know what's happening in the moment at the table, what people are bringing. And it's in those moment interactions that, like, I have so many stories. I don't have time to share all of them, but just moments where people are, having even just I remember from earlier last session at the Autism Ontario, just there was a lot of discussion and debate about how they were going to go forward, and were they going to free the dragon, attack the dragon, was the dragon good, was the dragon bad? And just noticing that they were so absorbed in the problem that I think they forgot that they were working together and talking it out and figuring things out. I didn't need to necessarily come in and say, look, everyone, we are working on social skills. So I think you kind of let it happen, and then I just try to see myself as nudging it in a positive or constructive direction.
That makes sense. I think that's the same kind of things as Zach was hitting on with kind of sneaking it in there and making it a game. It's not therapy tool. It's not. It's a game, and we're gonna have fun, and we're gonna hang out. And if some good things happen along the way, then that's fantastic, and you get to be there to kind of guide that. Um, do you guys have anything else to add on that particular topic?
it's about kind of like the bleed of real life. Like we talk a lot about a bleed and experiencing it. If anyone's familiar with like the literature, so to speak, on tabletop role playing and role playing games. And like oftentimes the call is coming from inside the house kind of thing, like where you're not intentionally bringing these things out, but they will, because parts of yourself will bleed into your character and vice versa. And kind of again, not touching like back to inclusion, when you're given the space to kind of, you don't have to intentionally set out to explore these things, but if you're in a safe that it's space to do so, it's going to come out, so to speak. Like I always think in like my study, my thesis, that we played specifically neurodivergent characters, and a lot of times anxiety being a byproduct of being a neurodivergent person in a world that's built for neurotypical people, that they felt more safe exploring their mental health that results from it. So like I always think back to this time that there was a bartender that was short with one of the characters, and then they felt so bad, and they're like, oh, that was so awkward, like I'm so anxious. And they said typically in real life I would just pretend and like mask that I'm fine, but like their character was like, oh my god, I'm so sorry, and they got to play through that anxiety. And then when we talked about it later, it's like I didn't intend to do that, but I felt safe to, and like it made me think maybe I should be more upfront about my mental health anxiety in other spaces. And so like you don't set out to do it, but if the setting and the table is right, it's going to come out.
Absolutely. Building confidence is, I feel like, half the battle sometimes when it comes. I know neurodiversity, that's a really big thing in that community. Whereas just getting the confidence to actually be yourself and to try new things and to be more of you, basically. So, what other skills have any of you honestly found that are super easy to develop when it comes to tabletop RPGs that people maybe don't even sometimes notice that they're doing it?
Can I throw some out there that has nothing to do with TTRPG, but actually would
That's fine.
probably fit? A lot of people that pick up gaming, video gaming specifically, that throw themselves on Twitch or YouTube and they put some time into that. Um, when I so in like in the army, I was doing counterintelligence and intelligence work, and so I was briefing generals and politicians. That was a thing that I learned how to do, and then through grad school, more public speaking, and then working for the city and city council and public speaking, and being able to do all of that. When I stopped all of that and I said I just want to be retired for a while, and I started streaming, one of the things that I had set out to do was um, to keep my public speaking skills, to be able to talk to a group of people that can't directly respond, and be able to you know get a fluid thought process out there, get things going. And so I think that that's some of those things that probably passes over to TTRPG too, is as you develop this um, ability to dialogue with yourself, but also people are listening to you, and then you're trying to make sure that that makes sense to them as well, and the way that you're compartmentalizing all of that. I think that those are skills, because you could take that and go somewhere else with that. You could take that ability, that's public speaking, that's communication skills. And so I think that that's something that you can do too, just as much sitting around a table and thinking through this awesome universe and this awesome adventure that you're going through. um, Streaming or just gaming in general with a group of people can allow the voice to come out, the voice that you may not have known that you had, the one that people will listen to, that people do respond to. And that's also in video games, where you come up with people who are video game Sherpas when they do raids, and people who will shot call for esports and things like that. People then find the leaders, people find the people who have these strong personalities but also have this great game sense, and then you have more communication. So again, I don't want to go too far down, but I think that there's a lot to be said for skills like communication that end up
Mm,
becoming a little bit more honed.
that's a
Eh,
great one. Go
If I
ahead.
could add on to that, so what is the core of TTRPG? Well, that's imagination. What do we use our imagination for? And, when you become an adult, your inner child always, I've been joking a lot with people recently about the inner child dies a little when you get excited about certain things, like buying new furniture or things like that. So, especially when you're in the military, that gets put in a box. You do what you have to do, and you sometimes come out and sometimes have fun, but largely that fun side of you and that imagination is something that people kind of forget to use as adults and forgets that it's okay. So to be able to bring that out, especially because TTRPG, it's essential. So you bring that out, and suddenly you can have, your persona and your character and all that come out. And that's, what is that? That is fun. And fun is building positive memories. Well, how do you, improve your mental health? By building positive memories and a reflection and moving forward. So it's all kind of tied in together in that regard.
Absolutely. Dale, do you have any thoughts on what kind of skills can be learned through gaming?
Yeah, I think there's kind of a bedrock thing that I think about. Number one, just problem solving. I mean, you in role-playing games, you run into all kinds of problems that are just, stuff you'd never expect to run into, and are just completely bizarre things that seem completely unreal. And then when you figure out, number one, just working together, um, just like, how do you work with other people to solve problems? People each have different skills, different personalities, and things like that. You're experiencing that, and you're just building that, which then in turn you can take into real life. And the other thing is a lot of the problems that you run into in a role playing game, while I mean, it may be some fantasy situation with dragons or bugbears or something, but at the same time, those same kinds of uh, there's real world analogs to those problems, and so you go, oh well, this is kind of like when we had this heist, and we or whatever. I mean, hopefully you're not robbing banks in real life, but you know, uh, it's yeah, you those skills. But I think also, it's the whole, and we've touched on this a lot, but self awareness, and recognize who you are, recognizing the skills that you actually have. I know I really struggle. Part of my anxiety is this sort of imposter syndrome kind of thing, where I've been told that you're really good at solving problems, but you doubt yourself and you hold back, and then the problem doesn't get solved because you're afraid to to put it out there. And but in a role playing game, you can build that confidence to say, hey, what if we try this? And you don't feel the burden of the consequence. Like, if everything goes wrong, well, that just makes for a great story, right? But you learn, oh, I'm pretty good at problem solving. And or whatever it is, I'm good at building up my friends, or whatever. And so you can develop that confidence. Um and also, just the awareness of where you're at and who you are. um Boy, if you play the adventures that I write, um I'm in one way or another in every one of those, as part of a character. And so I know, for me, just writing them, being able to take those different aspects of who I am, and being able to express them in a character, and something that I may see as a weakness in myself, to be able to put that in a character as a strength, then I can look at that character and say, maybe that's a strength in me too.
That's
So
such a good point.
yeah.
Getting to step back and sort of see things from a new perspective in a world where everything is fantasy and it feels safe to do that is such a huge thing, because I think we have so much trouble getting that perspective in our everyday lives when we're just surrounded by all the noise and everything that is going on around us. One of the skills that I find like is so important and so tied to mental health and so tied to learning more about yourself, for me, is empathy. So getting to the point where you can have that empathy and recognize things in other people, sort of like you can with your fantasy characters like that, I feel like is just a huge building block when it comes to working on your own mental health and getting better, becoming more you, building confidence, and building all these other skills that we have. What do you guys think about that?
I mean, role play is literally asking ourselves to put our mindset in someone else. Like obviously it's like an avatar of yourself, but that's the crux of it is um and I think to a degree, like, okay, maybe this is just me, but I feel like all games, whether they're role play or not, I can't help but like inject some sort of story or empathy with a character. Like gaming is asking you to empathize and inject yourself into other worlds.
Hmm. Yeah, I
Okay.
wanted to give on your that point, Caleb, and thinking about what everybody has shared. I wanted to talk about gaming as a whole, like TTRPGs, video games, and just the fact that you're playing somebody else. You're playing a story where you're someone else. And I was thinking about what that looks like in different ways. I feel like even when you're playing a video game and the character, has a name, has their own personality, and has their own story, just by and by nature of every narrative. But I think there's something really special about video games where you're physically or directing a character to do something. You get into you start appreciating their mindset in a way. Like I'm thinking a game that I played that was, recently actually had a really profound impact on me was The Last of Us Part 2. I'm not sure if anyone's played it, but you play, and I don't want to give too many spoilers, but you play two protagonists that are against each other. And I think a lot of people felt a lot of feelings because of that, because first you spend half the game in playing one character and who's making decisions that maybe aren't so great all the time, and then you switch and then you see that other perspective. So I think even when you're playing a character that's kind of pre-built, there is that empathy, that understanding that people are not perfect and they make mistakes and they try the best to do the right thing in their circumstance. There's also games where there is no, you kind of just have an avatar and then you can kind of project whatever you want. Like when I played The Long Dark, which is a survival game, I'm making my own story in the game. I'm trying to survive. I'm trying to figure out where things are. And then, of course, like you said, Caleb, with the role-playing games, now you get to be more in control of who you play. And then you can kind of experiment. You can say, I'm a quiet person. I want to play the charismatic bard, or, I don't play a strong barbarian. So all games, I think, all stories help us empathize, but video games have that where it's so visceral, which I think is very powerful.
Yeah, it's
Video
also
games.
oh, I'm
Go
sorry,
ahead. Go ahead.
it's also an opportunity to recognize. You talk about people that making the choices that they make and things, and I remember when I was working on my theater degree that I had a playwriting professor said, nobody wakes up in the morning saying, I'm going to be a villain today. And just that the whole idea of recognizing when you're writing or playing an adventure, that no matter how terrible that villain is, there's something motivating them, and and getting behind that motivation, and just like how you can actually I've seen this so much more in tabletop games than I used to, back in the 80s. Just this whole idea of what's motivating the monster, what's motivating the villain, whatever, so that you see, oh, well, and they're starting to rewrite the these creatures and things too, so the goblins aren't all nasty little beasties, and and things like that, and I love that because it adds so much more depth, but it also helps to recognize that everyone's motivated by something, whether it's a wolf that is hungry, or a kobold that's just trying to protect his family. What's going on there, and then when you start to and then you can get into all kinds of, are we the bad guys kind of situations, and and things like that. But it can really make for a much more interesting game than just, oh, we're just going to go in there and Ender's Game the whole thing.
So good. Video games do have an interesting perspective on that because sometimes they tell you someone's story and you don't necessarily get the interaction in the same sense that you do when you build your own character. But in seeing that story, just like you guys have said, in seeing that, you get to see a new perspective. You get to put yourself in someone else's shoes just like that. And I feel like that in itself is building a whole set of skills that is just so important for every single day. Do you guys have other favorite games that maybe fits that bill for you? Like what is your go-to to talk about when it comes to that topic?
I don't know if I have a go-to, but there's been a few. I mean, look, I'm a straight white male who engages in all of these different, gaming and video game uh, worlds. And one of the ones that I played, two that I think I can remember, but Horizon Zero Dawn. As you're playing through Horizon Zero Dawn, I am playing a female character. I am not a female, but I'm playing a female character. I'm listening to her dialogue and her um, expressions, her frustrations, her uh, the things that make her upset versus the things that she's committed to do, and the way that she carries those things out. And so I think being able to experience a whole different personality that isn't yours, but you're controlling how that moves forward. You're choosing every other part of how you accomplish the next task, how you do those things, where you go, which wall you climb, which weapons you use. But the dialogue and the way that the story is written is not my story, but I am forced to, in a really interesting sense, live that life a little bit and get a perspective that isn't mine, while internalizing a lot of those things that Aloy is going through. So I thought I had an interesting experience playing Horizon Zero Dawn because of that, because you're playing a female protagonist, because it's something that is a little bit different for, like, a superhero type of thing. It goes back to the Lara Crofts and the Tomb Raiders, and being able to be in that person, and listen to that's the story that plays out and be a part of that. So I don't know. I just think that was a really interesting perspective for me.
No, and I'll build on that, Sean. I've also been kind of gravitating towards story-based games, just for that alternate perspective. I've wanted to hear other people's stories or see things that maybe, challenge my misconceptions or any conceptions I may have, just for personal growth. You want to see, you kind of get stuck in a rut in that regard. So if you can expand a little bit and play these story-driven games and see things from someone else's eyes, it's a learning experience, and you should always want to learn and grow. So that's kind of where I've been going in that regard with gaming recently. Is I love multiplayer games and the communities that are involved with it, but the story driven games have been giving me that like mental challenge, kind of like reading a difficult book or something, where you're like, okay, now I understand, or maybe this is a new perspective I didn't see before. So I agree entirely.
I resonate with that a lot. A game I always go to, I always bring up Hellblade every single time this topic comes up because just the way they handled some really heavy topics. I won't really get into it here, but there's some really heavy topics in that game that I think a lot of times are really scary to touch. So to get to see that and see it handled in a way that felt very respectful, but also very relatable even in a fantasy world where the things that are happening around you aren't things that would actually happen to you in real life. Just to see that, just it's so beautiful, and I 1,000% cried when I played that game. Does anybody else have a game they would like to share?
Okay, so this
Unconventional.
is. Oh, go ahead.
Unconventional choice, but Stardew Valley. Like, not only is that just like my I always joke that it's like my Valium. Like, it just is so calming. Like, it's like the ultimate cozy game. But I get real deep into um it, like, I've played so many times, I've explored it, but anytime someone's like, "Do you want to start a farm?" I'm like, "Yeah." And then, like, I have a farm with my friends where we're gonna be like the beach fisher people. And then we have our like nun commune where we all decided we're gonna be like, there's just so many ways to play that game and like kind of have those fun experiences. But sorry, you're gonna say, Dale.
No, it's fine. I mean, as far as playing, I've only really had time in recent years to play D&D 5e, but I've just a couple of weeks ago, I was I'd had a rough week and I was not in a good place mentally, and I went to mow the lawn and I turned on my podcast feed while I was mowing, and a Call of Cthulhu actual play came up, um, and I'm listening to this, and I was going, I don't know if I want to be listening to this right now, just the way I'm feeling, but it's yeah, I'm going to, and by the end, well, it was kind of hard to to listen to all of the everything connected, and I mean, Call of Cthulhu has some issues when it comes to handling mental illness too, um, but by the end, I sort of was at the point where I looked at the kind of struggles that I was dealing with at the moment, and I went, okay, but like I don't have a worm burrowing into my brain, so it was like, you know, I think I can handle the stuff that I'm dealing with. It's gonna be okay, I this is it's my problems are not cosmic horror, and it's so all right, you know, let's take another crack at the stuff that's going on in my life, and uh, and I think I can do it.
That's so great. We have a few more minutes, and one thing I really wanted to kind of get y'all's feedback on is the importance of community in gaming, what gaming can add to community. And then for you guys at Stack Up, with everything you do with your stop program and everything you're trying to do to help people who are in crisis, what are the important things you find in contributing to build that community where people feel safe enough to reach out and to ask for help? And do you feel like gaming helps ease people into that?
Absolutely. You got to build trust and show that you have common ground for anyone to work with you, especially in the mental health aspect of it. Your people are coming to you sometimes in the worst day of their lives, or they're just joining the community because there's like-minded people involved. So the core of that is that building that trust in that community is by finding common interests or even common problems. Believe it or not, we've seen a lot of our community members talking about similar issues they have amongst themselves and not reaching out to my team, and that's a wonderful development to see. Is like people are literally like, well, I'm having this or that in a blue day, and everyone's like, hey, I deal with that too. And that's an aspect of community building that I didn't expect to see, that I absolutely love, is you see others helping, taking that on their shoulders and saying, hey man, I've been there. And then it goes back to that trust element, and then they start playing games together and they start relaxing and moving forward.
Yeah, I guess
Oh, go ahead.
just to add, at least on the Stack Up side, for the stop program specifically, Zach's program, if you build it, they will come kind of mentality. You put something in a accessible format like Discord, which is ubiquitous amongst gamers the world over, and that's kind of a some people don't like to call on the some people don't, they have phone anxiety, they just don't want to talk on the phone. So the 1-800 number, or the National Suicide Prevention Hotline, which saves lives every day, that may not be where I'm most comfortable getting help. I may not want to dial 9 digits and get a person that I don't know, that I don't trust, and have a conversation with. But I'm a gamer, and maybe I grew up playing, MUDs, and maybe I'm used to, MIRC chats, and maybe that's something that I grew through, and now I'm using Discord, and now I have this access to a potentially life-saving crisis intervention, and I can just slide in there and DM somebody, and without having to break down any wall right off the bat, I can at least ask for help that way. And it's somebody that I know is going to be gamer like me, veteran for us, veteran oriented, veteran situated, even though we do help civilians in that program as well. 'Cause we don't gate suicide prevention in that way. But that's, if you build it, they will come. So in terms of building the community around that, something like that, people will use those resources because they feel comfortable and they feel safe and they feel familiar, as opposed to maybe something that is a little bit too much anxiety for them to get through, and they're already dealing with a lot of anxiety anyway.
So I found just talking about Limitless Heroics and other work that products that we're creating and things that just the presence of it is has sparked so many conversations that start talking about it and people just go, oh well, I'm dealing with this or whatever and I think people they're reaching out to me and saying, I deal with psychoses and and I've always been kind of ashamed of that, but now I don't feel so ashamed. And I found that while we don't have the actual physical book yet, that just the conversation about it, and I think once the physical book is there, just being able to put that on your table and saying, these topics are welcome here, that even if you never crack it open, that there's something magical about having, whether it's that or something else. You could have, you could print out the combat wheelchair pamphlet or whatever and put it down on the table and say this is okay, you're welcome here. And it just, like, I just see this over and over. The people just sort of relax and go, oh, I can be myself here. I don't have to, I don't have to put up a front or whatever to be accepted here, because this is just part of the community. This is, or having, NPCs that have whatever condition and things like that are that's handled respectfully and that people can resonate with and things. It just creates this welcoming space. And I never imagined that it would have such a powerful impact, but I'm seeing it already, and it's pretty amazing.
That's amazing. Naomi, have you got anything to add?
Yeah, this is an interesting question for me because when it comes to community building, I feel like when I'm an OT, when my OT hat is on, I'm the stepping stone sometimes to other communities. So, although, like I said, I try not to really wave a big, this is therapy flag while we're playing because, everybody is working or bringing whatever they want to the game. At the same time, there's certain, I guess I would even go as far to say as some limitations around community building, which is, on the one hand, it's a good thing that people, when they come, the space is confidential. If they want to share their contact information, that's fine, but they don't have to. And then, once the game is over, I'm no longer there. I'm no longer facilitating the community. So I try to make efforts in those situations to bridge between, coming to a more structured game to, out there in the big wide world of, whatever game that they want to play. So, for example, when I ran a game for Balance for Blind Adults, nonprofit in Toronto, a lot of people who came to my table had never played before, and they were kind of thinking like, oh, I don't know what the deal is with this game. And I feel like going to Discord might have been like a whole new level. I'm learning a new platform and I'm learning a new game. So, at the end of the day, for those who really loved the game, I said, why don't you go join Knights of the Braille now that you're done with this group? So similarly, like for people who want to keep playing, I always sort of push them into the direction of communities that I think are awesome and inclusive. But, sometimes people appreciate or I guess they benefit from a little bit of guidance along the way. So that's what I try to do in my own role.
Absolutely. Caleb, you got anything to add?
Yeah. So with community building, I think like a lot of mental health distress comes from people being othered and not feeling welcome in whatever environments. And so with inclusivity, it's so important. But with that in mind, like as an inclusive designer, I try to be mindful when we talk about building community and accessible spaces, that accessibility is not like any one thing. It's so different for so many folks. One person with anxiety could have completely different needs, and another person, different blind folks are going to have different access needs and tools that they prefer, like for everyone. And obviously that's a struggle with community building, but I think the unique things about games is, and especially like tabletop role-playing games or any like even online games, when you're organizing people around an event, you're practicing those skills to bring it out. That was one of the skills I forgot to mention. We were talking about skill building, but it teaches you like what tools or items that we can do with community building, and like obviously kind of preaching to the choir here, but like I really encourage gamers to like consider what makes their tools accessibility, not just for disabilities, but like who are you welcoming to your table? How are you going to do that? And how do you navigate and continually revisit what you're doing in your gaming spaces?
It's so good. That's all of our time. You guys, absolutely wonderful discussion. Would you guys like to tell everyone where they can find you real quick? We'll start with Caleb.
So I'm Queer Nerd without the vowels, QRNRD. And you can find me anywhere on the internet. You can find queers and nerds.
Awesome. Naomi?
I have a website, which is my name, naomihaslet.com, and I think mostly on Twitter by also my name. So yeah, come and hang out with me at Twitter, or feel free to reach out to me on my website or wherever else you may bump into me on the internet.
Sean?
I am Deity7 on Twitch and Twitter, so DEITY7 on all of those spaces that I occupy.
All right, Zach?
I am Ravantos on both Twitch and Twitter, and if you are someone that's in crisis or someone that needs to talk to someone, feel free to check us out at stackup.org/stop, STOP, or if you just want to view out what we do at StackUp, just go to stackup.org, and everything is listed there with all of our programs, including our new awesome Phalanx House, which is basically a giant adult tree fort that we bring deserving veterans and active duty over to help have fun, relax, and build on that positive mental health.
That's amazing.
Which has a
Dale?
D&D tavern in the backyard, by the way.
That's amazing. Dale?
Yeah, Wormworks Dale on Twitter, and the easiest way to find my website, the most easiest way to remember it and spell it, inclusiverpg.com. Will take you to, it'll get you there, and you can find the resources, and if you go to mini.inclusiverpg.com, you can see our next big project of disabled miniatures.
Oh, that's amazing. Well, thank you guys so much. Next up after our break, we have The Great Brain Robbery featuring Paul Foxcroft. I hope I said that right. So I hope you guys will stick around for that.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Everyone Games. Hopefully, you enjoyed that panel. So, yeah, we're moving on to a wonderful game fronted by Paul's Foxcroft, who actually, his Comic Relief Does D&D series actually got me into Dungeons and Dragons in the first place. So,
Oh, God, I'm
very
so
excited
sorry.
to have you on board. Yeah, no. But thankfully, things have improved since then.
Yeah, it's not a representative.
No, but I mean,
It's not
it's
like what
important
TNT
though, because before that, it was people taking themselves too seriously about elven lore, and I realized you could just have a bunch of fun with it with some mates that didn't necessarily know all the rules. So it was important. Thank you. Now we're doing a brilliant charity event today, raising money for two wonderful charities: StackUp.org, who help with military veterans and their mental health, and Everyone Can, who runs a centre for kids with disabilities, make sure they have the tools they need to help them game and with other things in life. So, yeah, thank you very much. Over to you, Paul.
Grand. Have I frozen?
Yes, you have.
Superb. Good. Oh, what a great facial
in a good
expression to have
pose, though. They're
frozen
very
with.
thoughtful. Yeah, let's all just do that pose in solidarity.
I don't know why I'm also doing it.
Nice.
I'm literally frozen. Bear with me a second. Let me just turn the camera off and then back on again in a way that I
Tesla's
hope Discord
favourite.
won't get angry with.
We're just having all the fun today.
Hey, folks, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you hear us?
Thank Christ.
Hi.
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
Brent's here. Brent's
good
here,
news,
everybody.
bad news. Now Paul is broken.
Oh, great. Yeah, I am so sorry. I never use Discord for anything, and I'm such
We
a
will
boomer.
never use it again. Next year we're using Zoom. This has been far
Yeah.
too frustrating.
Today's stream, of course, is sponsored by Discord. If you want to have 3 to 4 hours of tech setup that means nothing, Discord.
Well, I'm very, very excited to play with everybody, by the way.
While my face is loading, this seems like a great opportunity for everyone to go through their characters and introduce them to the stream while I work out why a camera that looks, to all intents and purposes, like it's functioning perfectly is displaying 2 little cubes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So I'll start. I'm Chris. For those that can't see me, I'm wearing an even more gaudy and disgusting, tasteless hoodie than I was yesterday. This is fantastic. It's from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, but in the neon pink that you'd expect from me. And today I will be playing Captain Hobnob. He's not a captain. That's just what he's named himself. He is a very angry, small man. He's slightly insecure about it and will rage every time someone mentions it. And he's carrying far too many axes for someone of his size. Brent, do you want to go next?
Yeah, absolutely. So, hi everyone. I am Brenton Lengel. I do debates online with right-wing weirdos, and I am the Ringo-nominated comic creator behind Snow White Zombie Apocalypse and Darudi's Shadow of the People. And I'm announcing actually here for the first time publicly, I'm about to launch a new series, a comedy called NPCs with Kit Buss of Critical Role doing the art. So keep an eye out for that. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Awesome stuff.
What's your character?
Right, I'm supposed to introduce my character. Shit.
Yeah. What I like you've done is introduce Kit Buss, who's great. Big fan of Kit's work. Please tell me your character is Kit Buss.
I wish. I should have done that, actually. No, my character is Tessius Nightbinder and didn't really think about the bondage implications until after I'd named him that. He is an edgelord ranger whose family were killed in a raid by mind flayers from the Underdark, and he has dedicated himself to the destruction of all aberrations with his huge crossbow.
That sounds like a healthy hobby, yeah. King Noodle, you want to go next?
Hello, my name is Toby. I am been helping Chris setting up the D&D history project by knowing a little bit about history. And apart from that, also my ambition is currently to become a forever DM by DMing a lot. So this is a nice change of pace. I am enjoying this. The character I should be playing is a sentient space jelly who's probably some sort of cleric. He's definitely a preacher, and he's trying to spread the good word.
That's wonderful. Paul, your camera was nearly working for a second there. What happened?
Yeah, that's not the right camera. It's the camera that doesn't work very well.
I mean, it's working better than the other one for now, but all right. And then last but not least, Zach, who are you playing today, and who are you?
I'm Zach Grant, and I work mostly with another organization, helping to make that organization more accessible, particularly for folks with intellectual disabilities. And one of the fun things to do in that is play D&D with a bunch of guys. We're doing a reskinned Witchlight Carnival where everybody is D&D character, or where everybody is Disney characters. And so I don't know, that's a lot of fun. Today I'm playing Kalak Kalak, who is a Thri-Kreen College of Eloquence bard. And the Thri-Kreen are really straightforward people. And so I imagine that gets them in trouble a lot. And so he's working on developing his skills for deception.
Amazing stuff.
Grant, I have a camera back there for a second, but I was horribly out of focus. So give me 1 second. I'll just reset the camera, and I like our odds. By which I mean, I don't know how this works.
Big shout out to EJ from Non-Compete, who sadly could not be with us today because the floods and the storms in Florida. Paul,
sorry, we were cheering for EJ's storms in Florida. I was cheering for
I was cheering for the camera. Oh no, I didn't hear that dial. I was literally going, and then heard storms in Florida. I'd like to distance myself from the political actions of the storm. I think we should take a stand and say storm bad. I do not approve or condone the storm's actions or choices.
Well, there are two sides to everything, but I guess that's fine.
Yeah, 100%. I'm psyched. We have characters. This is good. Let me do a little setup. Hi, I'm now the in focus Paul Foxcroft. You might have seen me on the Comic Relief Plays Dungeons and Dragons streams, or you might have caught me in episode 7, series 1 of Ted Lasso, where I'm in it for almost a full minute. And that was the last time I worked. But it's a very good scene. Go back and watch it. I'm doing a voice and everything, like a real actor would. Today's game is sort of Spelljammer-esque. And there was a previous iteration of it which I had drastically rewritten because of current large-scale weather events that previously had featured. When I wrote this about 3 weeks ago, I was like, yeah, we'll do like a big cool storm finale. And that seemed like it would be in poor taste now. So this has been rewritten in the last 2 days. Good luck, everybody. I haven't had a lot of free time. I'm going to make a couple of assumptions of your characters before we go on. One, that your characters have all met each other and worked with each other a number of times before and have a bit of a reputation as getting things solved. Whether or not that comes with a high body count or a lot of looting, entirely up to you guys. We begin our adventure on board a cargo ship sailing through the Astral Sea, taking sundry supplies, building supplies mostly, some grain, some food, nothing particularly exciting. I'm assuming because you're all adventurers, you've had a good old rummage through the cargo hold to see if there's anything not nailed down that's of interest. So you can stock up on rope. A lot of rope on this ship for some reason. As you sail on the Theseus, is the name of the ship. You are sailing towards a job. You've been asked to come to a small, independent town and save them from a series of raids, the details of which have been kept completely obscured from you. All you know is you are to head to a location known only as Castle Francula. It's somewhere on this floating asteroid where the town of Retcon is based. And we begin overlooking a broad, mostly flat asteroid hovering in the Astral Sea with 5 protruding cliffs A small independent trading hub that boasts a small port, a few farms, and a range of different dwellings with no dominant architectural style. Smoke drifts up from some of the ruined buildings, and you can see the streets, which are usually bustling, are abandoned. Those with keener senses can see that bloodstains, quite large bloodstains, are dotting the pale stonework of the main plaza, and you can see looming over this town what you presume must be Castle Francula, a sort of complicated hodgepodge of architectural styles on the highest point on this rock, overlooking the town, which is then backlit with lightning for a moment as the ship sails into port. I'm curious, as you have been traveling through the void, what have your characters been up to? How have you been killing the time?
I'll start. Not being the smartest of angry barbarians, I've been testing for weak points in the hull by hitting it with my axes and being told off by various members of the ship's crew that is not a good idea.
I've been squatting up in the crow's nest, looking out over the darkness of space and reflecting on the darkness within my own heart.
Excellent. There's an animated skeleton who also hangs out in the crow's nest.
Yeah, we're very good friends at this point.
Yeah. He's like, they've had a bunch of conversations with him. He's getting into tattooing, so he's done a new tattoo for you of him. He's also got you. He's got you to draw you on his arm bones. It's not really a tattoo; it's just ink. He's. I say he. They. Why would skeletons have gender? They've been considering changing the name to something edgier.
That sounds good.
They look to you for a suggestion.
An edgier name, you say?
Yes. My name currently is Martin.
Martin. Yeah, you need something better. How about Bone Biter?
But I don't. It's not that I don't like it. It's just I am principally bones. So it's like.
Well, here, take your arm.
Yeah.
I pick up his arm and I put it inside his dirt. Now bite down.
Ow. Now
you're Bone Biter.
Okay. Okay, I can come to live with it. Bone Biter. Bone.
Oh, wait, no. Rattlebag. Even better.
Nice. Bone Biter Rattlebag. Full name.
There you go.
Okay, I'm going to HR to change some paperwork. Clappers down the mask. What is what are Harold and Clack up to?
Harold spent most of his time, as usual, and with limited success, trying to convince all the other crew members of the glory that is Jashakluf, the seed spawn, the vast jellyfish in the sky, and the benevolence that this god would bring them if he has let them into their heart and into their consciousness and their sanity.
Would you kindly make a persuasion roll? First roll of the game, and it's for religious conversions.
To a slime religion, no
Yeah.
He's amorphous, not slimy.
I'm sorry, I didn't know the proper nomenclature.
That's being a preacher, he has terrible persuasion. Oh well. That is an 8.
An 8. Let's see what I come up with. Okay. I've also rolled an 8 in response. So your entire trip is spent locked in quite low-level religious discussion with another member of the crew. Neither of you having any real insight into what you're discussing. It is effectively you going, "Oh, go on," and then going, "No," for like an extended period of time, to the point where the room in which this is happening is completely devoid of anyone else now for the entire journey. You wake up in the morning, you go to that room with that crew member, you try and persuade them to join your religion, they say no repeatedly, and then after 8 hours, you leave. That's your journey. What about...
Yeah.
Go on.
I mean, yes. Does Jashakluf care about you personally? No, but neither does any other god. So... No? Okay.
And last but not finally, Zach, what's up with Clack?
Yeah, so Clack is in where all the crew have kind of fled that room where the religious debate's going on. He speaks telepathically, and so he's trying to translate their language into and try and capture their accents. But everything just comes out like back to them as like ridiculously provincial Southern accent. Like you keep gabbling at me in this. No, let me do it again. I say, sir, and they're like, no, that's not it. Or so I imagine.
Like the idea that Clack's like sort of curse is that everything he hears telepathically sounds like a sort of Tennessee Williams Amdram production. What a horrible curse to have. Trapped on the inside of his own head in a bad production of Streetcar. I was blanking on a Tennessee Williams play there. It's cool.
Welcome to my mind palace. Yeah.
Okay. Well, look. So eventually, after a little while, religious debates are going off, and the ship eventually settles into dock, and the crew begin to unload the cargo. There's a real air of tension as you step off the boat. You can see a couple of things of note. One is the docks are in a state of disarray. Something has like smashed up this location with blind abandon. It would seem like just absolute chaotic approach to this. Like there's something of particular strength has smashed up a load of these boxes. Some of the dockside buildings are severely damaged. A few of them are still smouldering. There's not a lot of townsfolk out, but the few people who are out are here repairing damage or just helping to ferry boxes of grain and whatnot off the side of the ship. You also clock that Bonebiter Rattlebag has now dyed his bones sort of dark blue-purple, the colour of night, and is waving enthusiastically, but trying to look grim from the prow of the ship. Just giving you a big old thumbs up.
I like that guy's style. And I transform my carapace to match that. I think that's going to be the new look.
Okay, your carapace takes on the appearance of the night sky, but synthwave style, as you make your way into the town plaza. And as I mentioned, there are not so much fresh, but like uncleaned bloodstains here, quite large pools of blood. And as you walk into the town centre, you can see there is a pile of carrion, I guess is the right word. It looks like a selection of animal parts piled up at a sort of bonfire that has been burning and smouldering away.
Hobnob would like to reach down and put his hand in some fresh blood and taste it and look thoughtfully and then say, I learned nothing from that.
Make a medicine check.
Okay.
At disadvantage.
That's a natural one.
Excellent. Excellent. So here's Hobnob leans down, dips his index finger in the blood, and is like, then dips 2 fingers into the blood. And then 3. And then somehow everyone looks away for a second, and Hobnob is now like on his hands and knees like a cat, lapping up blood, but like just rubbing his face along the floor towards the pile of carrion. Make a strength check.
Oh, sure, happily.
With advantage.
All right. That's a natural 20. Nice.
A natural 20. Hobnob is lost inside the pile of burning carrion as he just pushes himself headfirst into the mass of burning flesh.
Winning. I'll get to the bottom of this mystery one way or another.
You hear that, but really mumbled.
Is this some sort of a sacrifice?
Who are you asking? There's no townsfolk immediately around.
Just the people around me.
Yeah, that's these people with you. The people around you are on this Zoom. Sorry, Discord.
They would all hear
our
a
sponsor.
telepathic voice of Harold just musing out loud. Is this some sort of a sacrifice?
Make a religion check. And Hobnob, could you do me a favor and make a investigation check and also a Constitution save?
Lovely. Investigation. I'm so glad that's my dump stat. Although 15, not bad.
Okay.
Constitution save is 20. Dirty.
Okay, 12. You take half damage. Please just take 5 fire damage from being inside a bonfire.
Fair enough.
But you emerge from the top of the bonfire like a mole, like a diglet, poking out of the ground, as you hold aloft a weird bit of animal, the like of which you have not seen before. It is a forearm or forepaw, it's hard to tell. It has the qualities of both a gorilla's forearm and a tiger's forepaw.
I have solved the mystery. We can go home now.
Can I use a survival check to figure out what this thing is?
Yes, you may.
All right. First roll of the game.
Harold, what was your religion
18.
check? 6. Yeah, probably. Looks like a weird religion's in town. Survival check.
I know about weird
18.
religions.
Yes. 18. Yeah, you can, even at a glance, you can see that what this is a horrid, unnatural, aberrant chimera of a bunch of animals. The fusion of at least a gorilla and a tiger, but there is also some wasp in the mix as well. This is a absolute violation of nature's base principles. And given your position as a ranger and with your hatred of aberrations, fills you with your choice of contempt, disgust, or fury.
Equal parts. Little column A, little column B, a lot of column C. So
Sure.
I reach out with my thick gloved hand, grab it like by the neck, like almost like a mother cat, bring it up,
Yeah.
stare it right in the eyes,
Yeah.
and just kind of mutter to myself, "You're lucky you're dead. I'm coming for the rest of you," and then just
Well,
toss
that's
it.
it. Like it's not even like a whole body. You've literally picked up this severed tiger head with a gorilla's the top part of a gorilla's head and a tiger's jaws. But like the stripy motif is across the whole thing. And you throw the head, it just bounces a couple of times and settles in the street as Hobnob just wades through the bodies.
I like the idea that I was still holding on to the hand and so just got tossed, yeeted out.
Yeah, it's what you're now holding. You're now holding the hand part of the arm and shoulder, and the head has been torn away and thrown off. So if anything, it's easier to carry.
Excellent.
You guys are angry at these corpses. Should I be as well? Is that what we're doing?
Don't worry, we'll find something to be angrier with soon enough.
Yeah. Smells like burning hair here now. This is great. Maybe we should talk to one of these.
Does not smell good.
Live in that smell. It lets you know you're alive.
Yeah. Can I get perception checks from everybody, please?
Which check?
Perception.
Perception. Oh, good. I'm trying that one. 16.
4.
10.
Ooh, 19.
19. Okay. So Toby and Brett, you can hear from like one street away. There's a sudden scream of alarm, and then you can hear things being dropped, heavy objects being dropped, and a sort of honk growl sound, sort of halfway between the two.
Does it sound like any language?
No, it's definitely animalistic.
Okay.
All right. I'm just gonna hand signal to Toby that we're heading out there. I'm gonna pop up my hood and do my best to stealth over there and see exactly what's going on.
Sure. Let me have a stealth check. Is anybody else? I can't imagine for a second that Hobnob is stealthing.
Although I got a 16 on my stealth check, so.
Oh, really?
I rolled a 5, but I got 12.
Okay. Yeah, you. Okay. What's going on with Clack and Harold?
Harold will not be stealthing, but he will be moving towards the noise. It's potential recruits.
I'd like the idea that instead of stealthing, you're just bellowing the good news of your god telepathically, so everyone can hear.
Yeah.
At least they won't know which direction it's coming from.
Yeah. And
Galak is just shaping his carapace to try and blend in and trying to, get over there. Anxious about moving towards the growling sound. 13 is my stealth check, if that's important.
Yes, please. Thank you. Cool. Okay. Is it Tessius? Do I have that right?
Yeah, Tessius.
Okay. Tessius, like sort of keeping to the shadows, scurrying along the side of this building, like crossbow at the ready, cloak drawn up. Just like peaks. I imagine the cloak is also, if you look closely, it's thousands and thousands of tiny skulls embroidered on it over and over and over again.
Perfect.
But just peeks around the corner, and what you can see is there is a kid who can't be more than about, I don't know, can't be more than like 12, 13 years old, backed into a corner. There's some of those broken crockery, and between you and them, with its back to you, is a hybrid creature that has, it walks on all fours, very much like a panther, which is clearly part of its makeup, but it has a pair of powerful white wings and a long, slender neck with a goose's head, replete with a load of savage teeth, that is honking threateningly at the boy.
All right. I am just instantly going to fire my crossbow at it.
Okay. You'll get one shot off before initiative kicks in.
Okay, great. So I'm rolling. I got 28.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, because it's an aberration, right? So I get a +2 against it, and then I rolled a 26.
Yeah, these aren't aberrants. Aberrations, I should say. Aberrants is a game from White Wolf from the 90s. Yeah, I've played stuff. Okay, roll me that damage, please.
All right. So I'm doing, let's see. I got 12, and then I'm a Colossus Slayer, so I can do an additional 8. I'm sorry, D8.
Does Colossus Slayer only apply to creatures of certain size or above?
No, it's if they've been damaged before.
Ah, well, there you go.
Yeah, and I just damaged them. I don't even know why they have that rule, because it's like if you hit, obviously you're going to damage them. But I just rolled another 8, so this thing just took 20 damage.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, that being the case, how does this die with its exactly 20 hit points?
I'll say the bolt action, like the noise that my crossbow makes almost sounds like a gunshot as the heavy rope launches the bolt, which just lands. It would have stuck within the creature's eye, but like the goose eye, but actually goes in one goose eye and out the other, and the thing just boom falls limp.
Yeah.
Let me de-escalate this. Oh.
Yeah.
Everyone else barrels round the corner. Hobnob, axe ready. Clack.
I was ready to rage, and I'm all pumped up. So I'm going to look at the kid and be like, "Was that you growling, kid?"
Oh, no, it was the Panthus.
Panthus, that's what they're calling these.
That's top of my head, mate. Sorry, I thought they were all dead.
We are all dead eventually, but not today.
This is a weird rescue. What?
Where are you from, boy?
Saved. We are
here. I live here. This is my house.
Right here?
Yeah. I just came out of my front door and there was a weird... Now, I mean, looking at it now, almost comical combination of two animals. Like, that's not an effective mix. Sorry, I just came out and this thing attacked me. Oh, I dropped on with bowls.
Well, be more careful. Try not going...
Was this my fault?
Dangerous business going out your door.
I've done it loads. Look, I've risk assessed it. And he reaches inside his jacket and produces a clipboard with some paperwork on it. Hands you an arguably thorough risk assessment for leaving the house.
We may have been too hasty in our critique of your actions here. And he's dropped some bowls. Is that right? What did he say he dropped?
Bowls. Oh, I'm a potter. An apprentice potter.
He's a young boy of a certain age. His balls have dropped.
Yeah.
So,
these are just smashed
young
them
Potter.
together. I get what? Yeah.
What's your first name?
Teb.
Ted Potter.
Teb.
Hmm.
T-E-B.
Oh, just Ted.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm not. I am a Potter, but my surname is Smith.
All right, so I'm gonna look around, see if I can figure out where this creature might have come from. Is that another survival check or something else?
Yes, a survival check, please.
All right.
I'm going to cut its wings off. I want to look like a Victoria's Secret model.
Sure. I'm not even going to make you roll to desecrate a corpse. Yes.
Sticking those on? You're gonna stick them on your back like you're one of those Polish hussars?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it makes me look like a Victoria's Secret model or gives me the ability to fly, but it just looks cool, so I'm doing it.
It does look cool, Hobnob. Nice work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Genuine question, and I don't know that any of us want the answer to this. How is Hobnob adhering 2 severed goose wings to his back?
Just a bit of spit. It probably won't last very long.
Your spit does not work.
You did say there was rope on the ship, yeah?
Yeah, like a lot of rope.
Are you going to help me out as I'm just futilely trying to?
Just tuck them into your armpits.
You effectively. So Harold is going to help out with rope?
No. Harold's concerned by the fact that, well, clearly there's a lot of these creatures. We saw the bonfire on the other side over there. There's a creature here. Maybe this whole area is full of creatures who do not want to hear the good word. Maybe we should be concerned.
Yeah, my survival check was 15, by the way. If I can figure out where this came from, or if there are others.
Yes, you can very clearly. You see, there's no obvious tracks in the streets. I mean, it's a paved street. It would be difficult to get tracks there. But with 15, you're pretty confident you'd see at least some indication of where this thing had been. And then, as you're looking around, you catch some of the roof tiles over this kid's house have been disturbed, and you see this thing was, from what you can tell, probably running across the rooftops looking for easy prey.
All right. Is there? Does it look like I could climb up there?
Yeah, it's not. It's like a 1-story building. It's not even.
Okay. I will, without saying anything at all, I will immediately start climbing up to the top of the roof.
Okay. So while the halfling is trying to use a combination of blood and spit to stick wings onto his back, the plasmoid is looking around for more creatures to scream religious propaganda at. The ranger is gambling up onto the roofs. What is our delightful stick insect friend doing?
I'm going to point out, Teb, you've got a big hole here in your risk assessment. This whole roof situation, you need to take that into consideration. But more than that, do you have any insight into where these things are coming from, or what are they?
No, in the short answer, I don't know what they are exactly, other than like that's clearly part of a panther and part of a goose that's stitched together. And there's another one I saw earlier on that was like half crow, half mouse. That was actually the least threatening one I could remember.
Grouse. I get it.
Grouse, yeah. Or there was one that was like it had the head of a lion and the body of a lion and the legs. That might have just been a lion. But maybe I had the mind of like a doctor. I don't know.
A terrifying combination, to be sure.
Yeah. Like now I think about it, that one didn't really attack people. It just did some admin and then left.
I hope you still hunted it down. I mean, you just can never be sure.
No, I'm a 13-year-old stallion, so no, it just no, that might not have been part of it. Look, my point is, there was a bunch of there's a lot of sort of team of vampires turned up, doing like a raid, but they just released all these animals and then left, and then the animals will smash it up the town, and then a lot of the guard managed to take them down, but we also feel like we've lost a lot of guard. Yeah,
they were vampires.
The
rooftop.
they were like really sort of like how do I put it? Like really sort of basic sort of 90s edgelord looks.
Not your typical zookeepers.
No. Also, they kept shouting, "We're vampires!" And some of them like bit out someone's neck and then drank all the blood.
This didn't make it to your health and safety assessment, though, right?
Well, no, because there's health and safety. There's not a vampire relevant element to leaving the house normally.
That's an oversight. That's an oversight that should be
There's a
corrected.
degree of revision that needs to be done in light of the now unprecedented numbers of vampires and horrible chimera.
Small child, in the light of the vampires and the chimera, would you say that your god has abandoned you? Are you looking for a new one?
I haven't progressed to that part of the sort of the panic.
If we
I mean, it feels like my god's dealt with a load of stuff because look, he sent you.
Yeah, if we rid you of the vampires, would you consider maybe converting?
Yeah.
My friends,
Victory!
We have a mission from the god.
Yeah.
Nice work.
Which god did you want to convert him to? He didn't mention.
He didn't mention it. He mentioned it a lot on the ship. He mentioned it a few thousand times, bro. Like, don't ask
but I
him.
mean, the boy. He didn't ask
To be
the
fair,
boy.
on the ship,
let him
he
have
was
the
in the
win.
crow's nest, presumably because it's out of range of the telepathic god radio. Yeah, no.
Just
If
let
you
him
get rid
have
of the
this one.
vampires, I will consider it. But hey, you should probably go and talk to the Baron.
Well, from what I can make out from your gabbling and your provincial southern dialect, sounds like you've got a problem, and the Baron knows best, is what you're trying to tell us.
But yeah, he might know more information about, like, for example, I don't know where the vampires came from. I just know that they were here.
Then I suppose
You're a good lad. Where can we find the Baron?
At the castle. He points up to Castle Francula.
I mean, in hindsight, it's obvious. But
Yeah. As you look up at the castle, again, somehow in space, lightning strikes behind the castle. It's backlit again. A load of bats fly up from the castle and form a sort of big arrow pointing at it.
A chilling portent of things to come.
all right.
Deb, you're a good lad. Stay safe.
Let's go. Unless you want to come with us.
No, a lot of you seem weird. And then he holds a hand up to high five Clack.
In my culture, pottery, forearms go in and give him multiple high fives, and
I'm gonna hand him the monkey's paw, like, you know.
A fitting tribute.
Give him a gorilla's forearm.
Yeah.
Like, oh, thanks. I'll make 3 consequence-free wishes with this. And he goes back into the house. I wish I was better at risk assessing. And then the door closes.
Let's follow the arrow.
That seems good. You scout ahead, I think.
I can do that.
Okay. When you make your way through the rest of the town, again, you see this consistent bits of like fire damage, large blunt force damage to some of the buildings where something big has smashed them up. And there's a sort of, you go through a little farming area following this winding little pathway that leads up this cliff and brings you to the front of Castle Francula. A confusing to look at building, as it's made up of like maybe even 20 or 30 different dominant architectural styles. Like it just does not look like it should fit together. But there is a large, imposing wooden door, like sort of 20-foot tall, at the front of the castle with a heavy brass door knocker on it.
Even the buildings are aberrant.
I think it is the most beautiful thing I've ever laid my eyes on. If I had eyes, that is. It's like simulates the mind of the great prophet. I think we should go in.
All right, I'm going to knock on the door.
Okay. As you lift the thing up, it's... hang on, who's knocking?
Hob. So first I have to stand on tiptoes
Yeah.
to reach it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to. You're gonna need a boost.
I
give him a boost.
angrily look and mutter, like, I'm gonna need a boost.
Can I put him on my shoulders like a toddler?
Yes.
Okay. Fucking hell, how tall are you? I mean,
He's
without heels on.
Yeah, well, now, if anything, you are too high to reach the door.
So then I'll do the knock.
He's gonna have to kneel. Oh, you could kneel.
Okay, no, that's good. I'll kneel. We'll get it exactly.
Okay, you are now. Hob is now at the perfect height for the door knocker.
I'm not happy about it.
There. As you knock, there is. It's just a sort of like bunk, bunk, bunk. Like it should. It's really heavy, but it does not make anything like the noise you would have expected it to.
Okay.
And you, the door is opened, and you hear from around. Let me scroll down here for a second. Yeah, you hear from around crotch height. Behold, I'm a goblin. You are here to see the Baron. And there is a little goblin in like imagine if a clown had tried to dress as a butler in a ditch. Like he's wearing a tailcoat that is clear. The tails on it are about 6 foot long. This guy's about 2.5 foot tall.
Oh, we thought you were the Baron. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm a goblin. You do me too much credit. My name is Brunch. I merely work for the Baron. But please, come in. I assume you have an appointment or a reason to be here?
We have many. Lead the way, Brunch.
Excellent. Shoes off, please.
I'm not wearing
Except for
them.
you. Except for then, in which case, shoes on. And he hands you and the plasmoid set of slippers.
These are lovely. Thank you.
The Harold slippers begin to slowly dissolve.
I pull off my boots and like an assortment of daggers and dirks like just fall to the ground. Just leave those. Put them inside the boot.
The boy, clean them.
Give the butler a leaflet. Or pamphlet, rather.
I'll have one of the other staff read this. And he claps his hands, and from the shadows steps one of the other members of staff, who is he's a reverse centaur. Hello.
Hi, Lily.
Hey.
So yes, the lower torso of a human and the upper torso of a horse.
Wow.
Steps out of the shadows and is like, hello. Please have these shoes and daggers cleaned. How? You'll work it out. I've got faith. Now, with me. And Brunch walks you through a incredibly opulent, although again, architecturally insane mansion. Through Great Hall, down spiral staircase, up a second spiral staircase, so you're at exactly the same height as you were previously, but there's no indication that there was any other way to get through to the space. And deposits you in like a sort of receiving room, a study, if you will. There are 3 very comfortable, wildly different styles of sofa sitting around the room. There's a carafe of what looks to be brandy next to a sort of, what do you call it, like a seltzer bottle like the Marx Brothers would use to shoot at each other for a laugh. An enormous bowl of pineapple juice with a ladle in it. And descending a spiral staircase from there's a second story to this room with bookshelves lining it, and there's a spiral staircase coming down. Descending that is in sort of like fine gentlemanly clothes is a man made up of bits of other people, a hodgepodge creation, who addresses you thus. Greetings, friends, and thank you for coming to my aid. I am the Baron Frankula, Frankenstein made of Dracula's. We don't have time to go into that. Now, you've no doubt seen the devastation visited upon our poor little town. We need brave and capable warriors to prevent any such horror being visited upon the people of the town again. And I'm looking at you four. I'm afraid I hold some responsibility here. This is the work of my nemesis, Count Drakenstein, who incidentally is a Frankenstein who was bitten by a Dracula. In many ways, he's the evil reflection of me. In other ways, we look super different. Mint?
I look up from the ladle of pineapple juice that I'm drinking.
Yes.
No thanks, it wouldn't go with the pineapple.
That's kind of the deal here.
Do you have pizza?
Yes, pizza, of course. And he claps his hands.
Okay,
The sort of horse, the reverse horseman, staggers in with a pizza balanced on his hooves.
Sorry, no pineapple on the pizza. We've had enough aberrations today.
The only way to eat it. I dip the pizza in the pineapple juice, like just slather it.
Yeah,
I mean, I was licking blood an hour ago, and I still
just
find
like
that disgusting. Like, oh my god.
Well, look, friends, help yourself to all of the wet pizza you'd like. But I think importantly, I should make clear to you, Drakenstein is a real dick. And I, for one, would like him to be stopped. He's recently broken into my library and stolen something that's letting him create these monstrous mashup beasts.
I have an important question that doesn't get asked enough in Dungeons and Dragons campaigns.
Feel free. About
how
6
do we
more.
know? Okay, in heels.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, how do we know you're the good guy and he's the bad guy? Like, because time's of the essence. We need to find out who the big bad guy is. As
Well,
soon as possible.
I'm here protecting a town, and he's responsible for attacking a town, and the town itself isn't like inherently evil. So look at this chart I've prepared.
I'm convinced.
The chart down. It is a list of his moral actions and Count Drakenstein's immoral actions. And as you look at it, everybody's. Hang on a second. Oh, damn it. Hang on. There must be a. Where's your
Well, I'm thoroughly convinced for one.
This is a lawless place, but wildly well prepared, and I'm inclined to help.
Yeah, and Clack, because your passive investigations are quite high. You can see, like, the very first thing on the list of immoral actions was broke up with me and took my dog.
I'm going to assume in my head that in fact the Baron, the good Baron, is evil because obviously I hold a deep hatred for everything that my society is, and therefore everything that is not my society must be good. But I hate aberrations, so I'm going to just swallow this.
Sure.
As we all know, anyone that's prepared a PowerPoint is on the side of Team Good.
Yes. Well, look, friends, thank you for having that discussion here present where I am, in full earshot of me. And I'd like to ask you to do the following. One, I'd like you to steal back for me a brain from Drakenstein. That's the thing he's using to make these monsters. It's the brain of Dr. Frankenstein himself. Yes, Mr. Gooman.
Is the brain currently inside the head of the creature that we are trying to kill for you?
Drakenstein, no, he has his own brain. I don't know where he's kept this
That will
brain.
make it easier or more difficult, because then we need to extract 2 brains now.
When I had it, it was in a jar. But you know, brains.
A good place to begin, certainly. We'll look for jars. Say more.
Sure. Well, it's my understanding that Drakenstein has a hidden asteroid base, which he's calling the Discretio, which I think is a pretty lame name. So, but if you could do something to, I don't know, like wreck it, I guess. He's also working with a whole bunch of vampires. So, like, inconvenient. The main thing is we really need the brain back, but if you could also stop the vampires, because they're doing sort of bandit raids in a way that I'm finding frankly tedious.
We can do that. However, if I'm not mistaken, we would need magic to fight the vampires. Do you have any magical weapons or bolts?
As luck would have it, he claps his hands, and the half horse man dragging, like just there's like a sack clamped between his hooves, just dragging a sack in. It's like, I've prepared a selection of magic items I think you might find useful.
It's doing a lot of work for you.
Yes. Well, I don't leave the house a lot because of a curse. So plenty of time to, do stuff. House stuff.
Is the curse a health and safety form that has to be filled out?
No, but I won't like curse breaking wise. We haven't tried admin. Damn it, we should have employed that lion. Anyway, look.
Are there any axes in the magic bag?
Who can say? Roll a d10, Hob.
Okay, let's do that. And that will be a 4.
A 4. Then you reach your hand into the bag and pull out a potion bottle. It is a potion bottle that appears to be full of meat with one unblinking eye staring out at you.
I like it.
The potion of horse.
A potion of horse.
It's going to make my top half a horse, isn't it?
Oh, I 100% would not drink it. If you here, I'll just put it in the Discord chat. If you were to empty that potion on the ground, boom, horse. If you were to throw it where it lands, boom, horse. I wouldn't drink it.
Oh, good
Who's
God.
next? Who's next for a go on the lucky bag?
I'm gonna reach my leather gloved hand inside and root around, trying to find a magical bow or crossbow of some kind.
Sure.
And then roll
roll me a
D10.
D10. Yep.
10.
10. Oh, okay. Yeah, this can. Hang on a second. Let me just change that from. This is a long. Okay, what you pull out is a bunch of flowers that is also a longbow.
Okay.
It is 1 dozen roses. That is exactly 1 dozen roses. It is a bunch of flowers. It just has all the properties of a +1 longbow.
Beautiful.
But it is undeniably a bunch of flowers. You put an arrow in it, draw one of the flowers back, let it go. It fires, but it is.
Does it fire arrows or does it fire flowers?
It fires arrows. Yeah, it's a bow. It's a bunch of flowers that is also a +1 longbow.
Okay. And do I get like +1 arrows with that as well? Do the arrows count as magic if I fire them? Yeah. Okay, great. So I'm going to take this bow. I'm going to look at it, and I'm going to say this is the perfect weapon because the beauty of these roses will contrast the pain in my heart.
Nice. As you do that,
I think I just received psychic damage.
Yeah, through your leather glove, just like a trickle of blood rolls out.
Next.
Yeah. Excellent. Who's next?
Insect Man?
Oh, please go. Yes. Harold, by all means.
Yeah, Harold will extract a little pseudopod and then dip it into a bag.
Yeah.
He's hoping, he doesn't have a heart, but he's really hoping for some sort of cursed, unspeakable, ungodly artifact.
Okay.
For reasons.
Cool. What did you get?
Oh, 3.
3. Okay. Okay. Hang on a second. Okay. You pull out. Oh my God! So this item comes with a second bonus item. You pull out an item that I'm calling the Pelican of Holding. It is a pelican with a magically enchanted beak that can be used exactly as a bag of holding. It is just absolutely part of a seabird.
Is the seabird at all loyal to me? Will it just fly off with whatever?
No. It seems, if anything, kind of annoyed at what's happening.
So annoyed that it might just fly off.
No, you don't get that vibe.
Okay, cool.
However, would you like to reach into the beak?
Oh, yes.
Okay, you reach into the beak. Currently, the Pelican of Holding contains 1 item. You draw it out. It is a simple metal rod about about a foot long, with a pleasing button at one end, it sort of feels a little heavier than it maybe should from the way it looks. And the Baron's like, I didn't realize we still had one of those. Are you familiar with the immovable rod?
A philosophical concept? No.
Well, a movable rod is a simple rod, much like that one, that when the button is pressed, it remains fixed in space. However, my friend, you are carrying an unstoppable rod. The logical inverse of the immovable rod. If you push that button, it won't accelerate, it will just immediately travel forwards at incredible speeds. I don't think you'll see it again, but...
Like a rail gun.
Unless there's an immovable rod.
I am very happy.
in its path.
No one knows what happens if an immovable rod is struck with an unstoppable rod, but the assumption is it's just cataclysmic.
Harold starts to secrete things. He might be very happy.
Okay, good. And I'm just going to... Bifford in the chat. Immovable rod. No, this is an unstoppable rod. The far more dangerous counterpart. At last, Clack, it is your turn to have a go in the bag.
I'll reach one of my smaller arms in there to draw something forth.
Okay.
And there we go. 7.
7. Okay. You drag out a pair of wands, a matched pair of wands. One is orange, one is blue. And you can see labeled clearly on the side of the wands is the name of the wizard who has created these. It just says GLaDOS etched into these two wands. Yes, the wands of GLaDOS, a most useful item. Simply point the orange one at a wall or something, and it will create an orange portal, and the blue one will create a likewise blue portal, and then those two portals connect. You've played the game, you know what this is.
Sure, and the reservations I had about us being able to stop a army of vampires are now laid to rest. I feel prepared.
Excellent. Well, you might also find I only have one of these, and he reaches to like a little, almost like a glasses case on his desk. Opens that, and inside there is a moustache. Yeah, I'm afraid I only have one of these kicking around, but this might help you infiltrate the base. It's a false moustache that when you wear it, makes people think you're the person they would have expected to see.
I think we should give that to Click Clack, right? He's going to have the most trouble blending in.
Yeah,
what's that supposed to mean?
The Baron looks at the Edgelord Ranger, the blood-drenched halfling, and the goo man, and goes, "Yeah, sure. Click Clack is the most conspicuous of all of you. The one who can camouflage himself biologically. Yes, he is the most in need of a disguise."
Just Clack, please, after all we've been through. No need for all this formality.
Certainly, Mr. Clacks. Now, wait, hang on. Brunch, did you finish it? Yes, and behold, I have just completed modifying it. And Brunch comes in, again, with a little sort of gift box. This is, in case you run into a problem. And he hands it to, I guess, who would be nearest? Probably Hobnob at this point, who I imagine is still huffing pineapple juice. In my mind now, everything Hobnob drinks is like just lapping it up like a cat would. I don't know why that's become a character trait. That's in my mind. And also, there's quite a lot of blood in the pineapple juice now. You're basically washing in a punch bowl.
Canon now.
Yeah, he's two different kinds of sticky. But he hands Hobnob the box, and inside is a folded piece of fabric that is completely jet black. Yes, it's a one-use. We call it the portable hole of the Roadrunner. If you're being pursued, simply throw it against a wall. As long as there's a clear space behind it within about 60 feet, You get a tunnel to that space, but anybody pursuing you runs into a painting.
Question: I'm not a roadrunner, so
fine.
I mean, is that a problem? Right. Is it exclusively for roadrunners?
No, it's of the roadrunner, not for the roadrunner.
Thank you.
We tried making magic items that were phrased for but the market for them was impossibly small.
I'm going to take a
Sword
look
for
at
Chris, for example, was very limited appeal. Only Chris's could use it.
You'd be surprised how common a name Chris is.
Yeah, but it was also enchanted, so anytime there was a Brian within 60 feet, it would just scream.
Yes, I understand the instinct.
That's Brian's.
I'm going to look at the wands that Clack got, and I'm just going to wonder to myself if a mockingly feminine voice will insult you every time you use them.
It may. We can't tell. I should say the wands of GLaDOS have 5 charges, and they recharge anytime the bearer consumes cake.
All right. Is there any cake in the breakfast spread?
I'm afraid then. No. Well, breakfast cake. Full concept. Yes, we would never have breakfast cake, says the Baron, dipping pizza into pineapple juice and blood, and then just squeezing it into a big bath. How
I just
grotesque!
say, just to the group, telepathically, you guys are embarrassing me asking for cake. How dare you? Get it together. In front of the Baron, no less.
Fortunately, my speeches cannot feel shame. So, and then he continues like stuffing a backpack into a pelican.
Should we go?
The pelican looks up at you all, and Flintstone starts, goes, it's a living.
Should we go? We've got a Frankenstein.
Yes, please do. Perhaps you'd like a lift from brunch.
A lift
Brunch,
from
if you're willing.
The goblin, brunch. He has a little ship he can run out.
His name is Brunch.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
yes, my older brother is called breakfast. My younger brothers are lunch and dinner.
Well, brunch is clearly the best of the 3 or of the 4. So yeah,
Thank you. My parents were chefs.
I think it's a very good offer because if they can have the weapons to shoot the ship down, then it's better to use his ship and not ours.
Yes.
Works for me.
You have your own ship?
No.
Oh. Sorry, that sentence just implied you had a... Never mind.
He's crazy. Don't worry about him.
All right. Well,
I'm a telepathic space jelly. Do not trust the things I'm saying. Also, have you heard a good word?
Yes, many times. I'm curious, friend. What is the best word?
Hold on a second.
That's many words.
Tentacle down the pelican's throat. Pull out the pamphlet. There you go.
Ah,
It
thank
just
you.
says God written on it.
Touché. Right, if you'd kindly follow Brunch, he'll help you get to the Discretior so you can, fuck it up.
I reflect on the fact that if the Drakenstein if he had one count, we would all be at brunch right now.
Yes.
We're at brunch now as well, so it's infinite brunch.
You're at brunch with brunch. Currently, is what's happening. But all right, lads. Please follow me.
I'm glad we didn't waste any time formulating a plan of attack. Like just
time to plan on the boat.
Okay.
Goblin. Brunch wanders over to a sort of 1960s mashed up Art Deco section of the house where there's a bust of what we would recognize as Shakespeare, and he takes the head off the bust, presses a little red button, a bookcase slides away, and there's some fireman's poles down to the hangar, which presumably you will hop on, although it's just wild watching the ooze do this.
My
Definitely
goose
try and get on
wings
before the ooze.
Yes.
My goose wings flapping in the wind as I go down.
Yeah. It's just tied to your back with an excess of rope. There is a very small spell jam of what might be considered a sort of tugboat or service vessel there. Brunch is like, right, hop on. My plan is this. We're going to pose as a delivery sort of ship in the hope that we could just get near enough that you guys can get into the asteroid.
Is anyone else concerned that Brunch is starting to sound like James Acaster?
What?
I'm just going to look and see if there's enough rope on this particular spell jammer. It's up to our standards of rope.
There is an abundance of rope. If it's too much rope.
Enough to hang ourselves with.
Yeah, I'm admiring your finally appointed vessel here. Rope aplenty.
Yeah, fact. This is you look at the vessel. The vessel has like a name crudely painted on the side, which is simply the Explosion. Brunch unmoors the vessel and kicks off. You're all on that vessel and sailing off into the astral sea towards a asteroid belt that is relatively nearby. So you're not going at like full spelljamming speed. You're at sort of what I want to call impulse speed because I'm more familiar with Star Trek than I am with the spelljammer rules. So as you're puttering through the void, now is a good time to hazard a plan.
Brunch, you had mentioned delivering something.
Yeah.
What did you imagine that we were delivering?
Well, I was going to try and kid on we were delivering a load of rope. Because that's what's
plausible. Yeah.
People always need rope.
Once we're in, though, we got to find a jar. Once we find the jar, we need to steal the jar and escape with the jar.
Make a compelling point. Here, have a sending stone. And that way I'll have the other one. And then if you need me to come pick you up, I'll be ready to go. I'm a goblin.
The best one, I think. So I'll pocket the sending, or give the sending stone to the pelican. Let it be kept safely.
This is a great sentence. Out of context, that is an amazing sentence.
I'd like to waste. I'd like to waste the entire journey not planning, but explaining to the group who James Acaster is and why I think Brunch resembles him.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, we're prepared for that.
But does anyone want to interrupt me with an actual plan for what we're going to do when we arrive?
No.
Sorry, Noodle. A plan that doesn't involve pamphlets.
No, I just wanted to add, as you all know, I do not perceive a passage of time. That the future or the past are meaningless to me because we are all one of the void. And so whatever happens, happens. And if we all die, it is for the greater good.
So
an inspiring speech there.
Is there like a night and day where we're going?
No, because you're the whole thing is you're on the astral sea. So night and day are they're not really, how do I put this? They're not externally enforced by like sunrise and sunsets. What you might find is that certain enclaves have either artificially arranged a way of doing that or just have a sort of like, we turn the lights on at this time, we turn them off at this time to have a day-night cycle. There isn't necessarily there isn't a coherent one from like settlement to settlement. There isn't even a common time zone thing. Like it's measuring time from settlements to settlements is different. It's quite difficult because some of them orbit different stars, and some of them are just in the middle of nowhere floating around.
I'm just trying to get everyone on this call was difficult enough. I can't imagine the stresses they have.
Yeah,
but yes, it would make sense that vampires would move to a planet that was forever night. That would be a wise move.
Yeah.
Frankensteins are kind of ambivalent to light or dark, so who knows what we're going to be working with here.
Oh, yeah, but you're dealing with a Drakenstein.
Mm.
All the good bits of being a Frankenstein and all the good bits of being a Dracula.
Yeah. Do you know why they call me Tessius Nightbinder?
Because it's your name.
Well, yes, that I am from
Yes!
the Massachusetts Nightbinders. But also, when the Nightbinder castle was attacked by living shadow beasts, we of the Nightbinder legacy were able to create light out of nothing using our blood, I guess.
Wait,
Perhaps
what? Your
yeah.
blood is light.
Well, not all the time, just sometimes when I want it, and sometimes when sometimes for reasons that I can't quite 100% control. It sort of comes and goes, but if we are to face vampires, I may be able to trap them in
own blood.
Yeah, assuming that
It's a great trap for vampires. Could be like, hey vampires, come drink this sweet blood, and then they're like, oh, no, light, psych.
You know, I hadn't even considered that. But
Yeah,
that
you
would
thought
be
it was
perfect.
blood, and it was light the whole time. Ha ha.
Yeah, so I've got one of my racial abilities here. It's a 60-foot radius light spreads out from a point of my choice, which the point of my choice is always my blood.
Sounds like we've got a plan.
Yeah, is that going to affect vampires if the daylight spell?
I don't know.
We'll find out.
Yeah, let's do some science.
Speaking of sunlight and actual science and space and stuff, this asteroid which we're heading towards, presumably, like a side of it would then be passed by sunlight, and one side would be in darkness. So to avoid vampires, should we land on the sunny side? Is there a sun?
Yeah.
Is there a star?
Yeah, it's
Does
not
this light
super
reach?
close. But yeah, like the way we're illuminated now. Look, check it out.
I mean,
could
like,
land on
that'd be
the-
a great way if we wanted to avoid the people we have to fight. But aren't we going to attack them?
I thought we were heading to do some sort of stealthy approach, but
Look, have you seen the people around us? I have written off a stealthy approach almost immediately. It's not going to happen.
It's a pretty good plan.
But Captain Hobnob, you always say this, and then we always try the stealthy approach, and then we always kill all the people. So I thought that we should keep on with the pretenses that we are stealthy until the killing starts.
That is fair. I think our plan right now is to give the Brooding King his neck to the vampires. They drink from him and die, right? Like, that's an easy plan.
He's like a sort of poisoned pinata made out of meat.
That old chestnut, yes.
That classic move.
Yeah.
It worked the last time, so I see no reason why it should not work again. But again, I do not perceive time, so...
We also have to retrieve the jar, right? We've got to find this jar somewhere.
Yeah.
With a brain in it.
Yeah, there's specifically the brain of Victor Frankenstein. You can't just take a brain, put it in a jar, and be like, done. Oh my god.
Well, I wasn't going to do that, but now you've given me a great idea.
But no, when the hell no.
Would he know the difference? Do they taste different, or...
Probably. I don't know. I've never eaten a brain.
I have no organs.
Well, let me rephrase. I've only eaten one brain.
Also, brunch works for the Baron, so he may suspect that as a potential plan.
Now we've told him it's our plan.
Your plan to defraud me and my employer has fallen apart by informing me.
Sometimes I regret only talking through communication. Telepathy. Talking through communication, my god. Sometimes I regret the powers of telepathy in that I broadcast what I am thinking to all these stupid people around me. But what can you do?
Here's what I want to know. What are we going to do with this mustache here? I feel like
give it to the halfling. Or the ooze. Actually, give it to the ooze.
Well, and it causes you to expect to appear as the person they expect. Seems like we could be like Dr. Drakenstein's. No, it's not Doctor.
Count.
The Count
Drakenstein.
Drakenstein. Yeah, there we go. I don't know,
Doctorate
his
is hard
mother
earned.
or some trusted advisor, his brunch equivalent, and come in and get the jar. And
feed
feel
my
like we also
blood
need
to
to throw this.
Okay. Let's see what everyone's passives are. Okay, Harold and Tessius. Because the ship is now sort of like starting to sail through the outer elements of this asteroid field, so you're sort of weaving back and forth between a couple of quite large rocks and some smaller ones dotted around. It's not particularly close, but it's Brunch is now having to focus a bit on steering. Harold and Tessius, you are inspired because Harold is coming at this from the sun side. The sun is behind you now. Harold is Brunt has taken a slightly wider berth to leave you on the sunny side of the Discretio. Harold and Tessius, you notice something, a shadow, briefly cut across the deck where you are. As you turn around to look behind you, all you see is the sun distantly behind you, and a couple of rocks that you've already passed through. But something sailed by relatively quickly.
Can I do a perception check to see if I can figure out what it was?
Yeah, and so can Harold.
All right. I got a 9.
7.
Okay.
Did you see that?
No. But there's something out there.
Well, there's what?
In the glory of the void, everything is, of course, there's something out there, but we think also perhaps something that is dangerous to this ship.
Can I do a survival check to see if it's had any effect on the ship that I can maybe track it with?
Yeah, you sure can.
All right. Let's do survival. Come on. 1.
We're going to die.
Okay. With that, remind me of that one in about 2 minutes.
Oh, great.
Okay. As let's see. What happens is, that one might serve you better than you would think. Okay. Can everybody make dexterity saves as the ship suddenly rocks as something hits it from beneath? But
22.
You're making that with disadvantage thanks to your previous one. And so your ankle is now wrapped up in a bit of rope.
Shit, 7.
7, and over the side you go. Mercifully, you are tethered to the ship by your ankle and rope. What did everybody else get?
8.
12.
6.
6. Oh, Christ. Okay. Then Clack is fine. Clack shakes from side to side. The other two of you are knocked prone. Not knocked over, but you glance up just in time to see Tessius staggering towards the back of the ship and just whoa! It's like a scuba diver going over by sitting on the rail and then vaulting over backwards as you see rope attached to his foot, so snaking away to a pile of rope that is rapidly diminishing on deck.
Like the time, I tell myself somewhat liquidy and then just start moving towards the rope.
Yeah, how far away is the rope?
I mean, you're not far. Like the ship isn't very big, but there is you can see Tessius just sort of like dangling in the void, getting further and further away from the ship. And he's about 50 foot out when a combination of the rest of the crew grab the rope. Now, Tessius, the good news is you're not floating away endlessly into the void. The bad news is you can now see what appears to be a huge how do I put this? Shark floating through space that has just rammed the underside of the ship. You can see it's quite badly damaged. And as the shark sails into the light, you can see it has vibrantly glowing red eyes, is very pale, great white style skin, and is wearing what I can only describe as evening wear.
There is a strangely seductive shark down here.
And I will take initiative from everybody as you begin to fight the Dracu shark.
I mean, I'm going to use my turn to try and understand why he thinks the shark is seductive.
It's the beautiful evening wear, and don't question my relationship with fish. 22.
Also 22.
Wow.
Also 2.
6.
Okay, so Clack Clack, you're up first. You can see behind the ship, tethered to 50 foot of rope, is Theseus with the rope tied around, very loosely tied around his ankle. You can see this large. How big is it? Hang on. It is huge. This huge beast powering through the air towards Theseus. What would you like to do? You are above it. I'm going to say you have advantage on a range attack if you would like.
Can I? I'm going to cast hypnotic pattern in such a way that as the shark is moving into, take a chomp out of Mr. Nightbinder there, it will come through that hypnotic pattern.
Okay, sure. That is achievable.
Yeah. Clack's carapace swirls with the same hypnotic pattern, and that pattern is out there hovering in space in front of the shark's face.
Cool.
I think that's a wisdom save, DC 15, if he's got nothing else going on.
Hang on a second. Wisdom save. Okay, 16. What happens on a...
Nothing. He goes right through it. He's the wisest shark.
He rolled unnaturally high. His wisdom is not great. But yeah, okay.
And I guess as a bonus action, can I will try and do my I will do this shove ability, telekinetic shove, and try and shove our friend back towards us.
Oh, yeah. That is absolutely... That is a very good idea. How much does it move him?
It only moves him 5 feet, which I was hoping maybe in the vacuum of space it would just change his inertia.
He's basically accelerating slightly faster now. So I would say pulling him back in is now easier for anybody else. So he's now like 5 foot. He's now 45 foot behind the ship rather than 50 foot. But he's now accelerating slightly faster than the ship is.
Then that's it for me.
Okay, that brings us to Theseus. The shark is bearing down on you. Its eyes locked onto yours. Fangs, pointlessly, fangs extending from its already fang-filled mouth. Just 2 larger fangs in an array of fangs.
So I'm gonna say one predator to another. You picked the wrong prey. And I'm going to start firing 12 roses at it.
Excellent.
So,
attack rolls, please.
First attack, 15.
Meets it, beats it. That's exactly on point.
Okay. So did I hit it?
You did.
Okay, great. All right. So I'm gonna do 5 plus 10 damage, and then Colossus Hunter. D8. Roll. And that's an additional 6.
Okay.
And if I've got it, I have 2 attacks. If I go, can I use my bonus action to try to get back onto the ship, or do I need to give up an attack for that?
No, I'd let you have that as a move action. Although you'd give me a strength check to kind of pull yourself back in.
Okay, great. So first I'm gonna do. I'll do one more shot.
Yep.
So that is 26.
Oh yeah, that hits. I think that hits the Tarrasque.
I hope so.
Somewhere. So the arrow hits the shark, and a splinter of the arrow flies off.
Sorry, where is the Tarrasque?
Well, exactly. The splinter of the arrow flies off through the vacuum of space endlessly, and the camera follows that, and we just see it like sped up across about like 10 years worth of travel, and then somewhere on another world, the Tarrasque is like, "Ow!"
Gives it a splinter. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well, screw this meditation. I'm going to kill a city.
Well, I hit the Tarrasque, but I only did 1 point of damage. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
1.6.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then I'll use my move action to get me in. Can I use acrobatics instead of a strength check?
Yes, you can. So instead of pulling yourself in, you're more like doing aerial rope work by like rolling the rope around you like you're at a circus. So it's the same function, but it looks cooler.
All right, my roll on that is 24.
Okay, cool. We'll translate that. We'll say you're now 20 foot out from the back of the ship. Oh wait, hang on. What's your movement rate?
Movement is I think it's normal, so 30 feet.
30 feet. Okay, we'll call it half movement, so 15 foot. So yeah, 20 foot out.
Beautiful.
Okay, which brings us to the Dracula ship. The live stream is down, ready?
No.
And how long has it been down? At what point should we restart to?
Okay.
I think we're back.
Okay.
That was the most incredible thing. Oh my god! Imagine if people missed that. Jesus Christ. So what?
Nice. We're back. We're back. Thanks for waiting for it. We could have used it as a bio break, but we didn't. Instead, the Dracula Shark will attack Tessius Nightbinder, and I'm looking for what
You got to beat a 16.
Oh, okay. Will 28 do that for you?
Yes.
Okay. Then. Okay, so this could have been a lot worse. That is 14 piercing damage.
Ouch.
As this thing clamps down on your precious torso. And then on top of that, on top of that, another 12 necrotic.
I have a resistance to necrotic.
Just as well. So that's 6 necrotic. But if you would knock your max hit points down by 6, please.
Oh, my max is also gone? Okay.
Yes.
Damn it.
And then, hang on, I get a follow-up with, not with a 3, I don't. Okay, so yeah, the Dracula Shark has you clamped in its jaws and is just shaking you around at the end of this rope. The ship is vibrating as well. Which brings us to Captain Hobnob. Nature's Candy.
Captain Hobnob is going to rage for a change.
Nice.
I'm a wild magic rager, and so something weird's going to happen. Bear with. A bolt of lightning is going to shoot from my chest. So as I dive off the ship towards this shark, I make an Iron Man move. A bolt of lightning shoots from my chest. And yeah, I'm going to need a Constitution saving throw from the shark.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's going to get some radiant damage.
Oh my god! It's rolling with advantage because of its con save. Its con saves are particularly good. I got a 1 and a 2.
Yay!
On the dice. So that's an 8.
Okay, that's going to take 4 damage, and it's going to be blinded.
Oh no!
It's going to be blinded until the start of its next turn.
Okay.
That's my bonus action. I'm going
bonus action.
to...
You have leapt through the void untethered.
Yes.
So give me an athletics check so you don't just like jump off into oblivion screaming freedom. just end your character's life in the weirdest conceivable manner.
Oh, I mean, is it wise?
Justice!
Is it prudent?
Sun.
Does a barbarian give a shit? So 19.
19. Excellent. Okay, you are on target for this shark.
How far away am I from it?
Well, it's biting our good friend Tessius, who is 20 foot away from the back of the ship.
Can I
momentum wise? You can
running dive and hit a shark with melee from that distance?
You absolutely can. You have to jump off the ship onto the shark, but you can.
Oh yes. Oh yeah. No, suicide mission. That's what I'm going for.
Please tell me that's your battle cry at all times.
Yes. So
somewhere
Here's the fun thing.
Ted's health and safety documentation just burst into flames.
Oh yes, and it's going to get worse, dear followers. Rather than attack with my axes, I'm going to give the potion, the only rules of which I remember: do not drink, and I'm going to force feed the shark the horse potion.
Okay.
Because if it said do not drink, I can imagine nothing more deadly than just shoving it in the shark's open mouth.
I'm going to need you to make a... Let's just go with a strength roll. Just a strength roll, but you can have advantage because
I'm a barbarian.
Yeah. And also because I like this plan.
The first one's a 3, so we better hope for better. And it's not better, it's 9.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm prepared to lose a hand for this, by the way.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. All right. Here's the thing. I'm going to let you succeed, but at a cost.
Okay. Yes.
Because
We'll
I've
do
also
this.
not rolled well.
Okay.
So, what are you willing? You said you're prepared to lose a hand.
Yes. I'm struggling to wrestle with the shark, and realizing this, I'm just going to shove my hand in the shark's open mouth because that's what heroes do.
Okay, I'm going to give the shark just a free attacks worth of damage on you.
That's fair enough.
To represent that. So that's 14 piercing damage, halved because you're raging, right?
Yeah.
Followed by a ton of light. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong stat block. Sorry, that's 21 piercing damage.
Okay, which halved is 11.
Yep, and then that is 8 plus, Jesus Christ, that's 15 necrotic, which also drops, in fact, it drops your maximum hit points by 15, and you lose, for argument's sake, your left hand as you jam the potion of horse into the shark's mouth. The shark is gnawing on you. Tessius is trying to kick himself free as the shark's mouth opens to get your hand in there. Tessius, give me a dex save.
All right. Dex.
Yep.
Oh, god damn it. 7.
7. Okay. Oh, no. Then it's another... another 5 piercing damage for you as you're caught. You're free of the shark's mouth, but you're caught in some of the sharper fangs. As inside the... in the depths of the shark, the potion just tumbles down the shark's gullet. And in the dark, there's the remains of another adventurer in there. Their sword drawn. The potion rolls down the shark's gullet, and the tip of the potion just hits the tip of the sword. And nothing happens. And then there's a crack, and then the shark explodes. As in the void, hovering amidst all of the bits of shark meat and blood that's floating around in zero gravity, there is an incredibly perplexed looking horse just trying to run, but it's in zero G.
Full disclosure, my other plan was to drink the potion myself, so that worked out.
The shark is exploded?
Yes, Jaws style.
We now have a horse. We're gonna need a bigger horse.
If it's a Dracu shark, I'm looking around. Are there? Do I see it like turning into mist or anything? Is there a chance of the thing, regenerating or?
No, it can do that, but it needs to be alive at the point that it does. It's a reaction, but it can't make the reaction if it's taken a terminal amount of damage.
Like a broken clock, I'm genius.
Does
At
anybody wanna
least
save the
twice a
horse?
day.
Sorry?
Oh yeah. I'll clamber on the horse.
Sure.
That rope that's tying my wings together might come in handy now. Is there anyone I can throw that to?
And for a second, I thought you were going to Hobnob turns himself into a centaur by tying himself to a horse.
I mean, if the shoe fits, I am now a centaur.
You're just riding a horse in space. I've got this image of Hobnob, this halfling, clamping his legs onto the back of the horse, like saddleless, and just going, yeah, as this horse just rotates end over end.
I am centaur.
Yeah, and it's around that point. Hobnob, where the air bubble of the ship you were on just passes past you, and you realize you and the horse cannot breathe.
I try and fix that by doing a breaststroke swimming motion.
Yep.
In the vacuum of space.
Can I take that wand that I have, the orange and the blue one, and portal in such a way that as he's drifting, he would drift into it, and then that the other portal would come and deposit him onto the deck of the ship?
Yes, Hobnob, can you make an athletics check for me, please?
Sure. Oh, dirty 20.
Okay, so by grabbing a large hunk of shark carcass and inferring how physics works, Clack slings one of the orange portal at the deck of the ship and the blue portal passing asteroid. You grab a bit of shark carcass and just throw it in the opposite direction to the portal, and managing to neither kill yourself nor the horse. You fire yourself through the portal and out through the deck of the ship. And of course, you are traveling in 0G, so you keep traveling directly upwards unless the rest of the cast want to grab you and the horse to stop you from dying again.
Yes,
we would like to do that.
Yes, sure.
I mean, I noticed a slight hesitation before they answered that question, but okay.
Tessius, because you're still, as far as I'm aware, tethered behind the ship. Could you make a perception check for me, please?
Sure. God damn it. 6.
6. Fair enough. No harm, no foul. That is fine. So Brunch turns around and like, wow! I feel like a lot happened when I had my back turned just now. I was about to say, we should watch out for any of the guard creatures they might have, but it seems like you've dealt, judging by the miasma of blood in the sky behind us, and the fact that the back end of the ship is just covered in meat, I'm willing to bet you've already spotted one of them.
Dude is always Brunch.
I see you've got a horse now. The horse looks at each of you in turn and just goes, horse.
Space is filled with treasures. What can I say?
And it's like Pokemon rules with the horse, though. Horse.
Yes, its name is Horse. Yes.
Okay.
Captain Hobgoblin, your species do not regrow those, do they? And Harald will point at your hand or the absence of one.
No. Okay. It might affect my ability to wield an axe.
But consider this. You're heading to recover the very magic artifact that allows people to stitch the other animals together. So if you find a bit of an animal you like, you can maybe give yourself a new hand. Maybe like you found a big lobster, you've got like a claw. Or maybe if like a weird choice, like just the front half of a cat.
I mean, I was sorry, but thinking of no, I won't say. It'll feel different when I touch myself. Anyway, let's move on.
Fair enough. And that was not what I thought you were alluding to, but what I thought of was worse. And I'm not going to introduce it into the stream.
Let's just move on.
Anyway, look,
is he dangling behind the ship?
Yeah, no one has done it. Wait, is he all right? You're also drenched in gore. And I imagine bleeding from a number of puncture wounds, like relatively stable.
Indeed.
Just holding a bunch of flowers. Looking like it just looks like as you are being dragged through space behind a tugboat that's half drenched in gore, as you're like covered in shark meat, holding a bunch of flowers, bleeding from a series of puncture wounds. It looks like a proposal has gone as bad as any proposal has ever gone.
We need to give that man a mustache.
All right, I'm married to the job.
Yeah.
Revenge.
Well, look, friends, look ahead. You see that asteroid that looks a bit like a skull, but like somebody gave up about halfway through because it's kind of a hassle to carve a skull?
Let me guess, is that the baddie's lair?
Yeah, that's the Discretio. Or the Defeatio, as I plan to call it, because that's a fun, sassy name. But look, I can land, if you want, I can try and go into the mouth bit where there's a dock and like pretend we're there to deliver things. But seeing as we're covered in about half of one of their guards, that might not be a great plan. We could always land on the sunny side at the back and see if we can get in that way.
I
Friends,
think we go in with all the gore and feign outrage.
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to say we can pretend to be the blood delivery, but Or outrage delivery, certainly.
By delivering angry blood.
They are vampires, are they not?
Yeah.
How are they getting their blood to an asteroid if not
You make a good point. Look, hey, wait, I've got a lot of jars in one of these boxes. Scrape as much as you can off the ship.
Just me and Brent just start.
It's just wringing your
Rubbing it off.
wringing your armor dry into a.
Picking it out from our teeth.
Do we? What are
That
we able
pelican-
to do like a second wind, or is that only for fighters?
Yeah, probably.
You could do
Like
honestly
fighters,
if you wanted to, you could do a short rest because
Short rest sounds good to me.
there's no what's the word I'm looking for? There's no sort of pressing time elements currently.
Okay, cool.
In fact, during this short rest, here's why you guys take a short rest, which Brunch circles the ship around to the blood cloud and just has a bunch of jars on rope tied behind the ship to catch as much blood in them as possible.
Fill that pelican up with blood. The thing's got. You can probably get like 10 cubic feet of blood in there.
I'm not saying you guys should have a T-shirt based on a single quote from this show, but fill that pelican up with blood is in the running.
I put all my other possessions in the pelican, so yeah, why not?
So yes, but yeah, you guys, everyone can do a short rest. Blitz as many hit dice as you would like. Those of you who got bitten by the Dracu shark, I'm afraid the hit point reduction lasts until a long rest. Keep that reduced hit points kicking around. However, let me just, I don't need that encounter anymore. That's done. So the plan is, correct me if I'm wrong, we'll do it in character. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, the plan is ignore the relatively safe backside of the skull-shaped rock and just fly into the mouth and deliver blood to vampires. That's the plan, right?
Yes,
Just
like
so we're
a weird FedEx.
all right. A good time. A good plan. I'm here for it.
It's not a good plan, but it's a plan.
It's legally, it qualifies as a plan. Let's do it. I like
We
this.
were warned. There was foreshadowing early on that we should do a health and safety risk assessment, and yet we learnt nothing from the first half of this encounter. And so on we go.
So as you sail around, he's kind of like swan looking a bit around, so he's coming in from a different angle. It's coming straight at the mouth, the open mouth part of the skull, which you can see there's like just a jetty built into the mouth. The jaw is basically a sort of jetty. It has another little spell jammy ship in there. It's relatively quiet there. You can see there's a couple of guards stationed around a big doorway, but other than that, the dock is relatively quiet. Also, as you look at the big skull asteroid thing, it's pretty big. You can see the what would be eye holes. One of them has like a gate, like a sort of like not like a big sort of gate and door. Where on the right hand side eye hole, the left hand side eye hole has a big glass dome over it, which is glowing softly with blue light. But before you can get too good a look at this, Brunch brings the explosion, the SS explosion, into dock. As two of the obviously vampiric guards, like they've got hair slicked back, they're like very pale grey skin. They're wearing sort of leather armor with loads of like vampire iconography on it. One of them's got like the White Wolf Bruja symbol like on a t-shirt. Another one's just dressed exactly like Kiefer Sutherland in the Lost Boys. They approach the deck. What do they see? Bear in mind, there is a horse to conceal, or not.
No, I'm a centaur. There's no concealing my
Just
nature.
tied yourself to a horse.
And declared myself a centaur. Yes.
Yep.
We're not ashamed of it. No.
With wings, you're a pegasaur.
Yo, I'm a pegasaur. Yes.
We've got to get this guy one horn.
Harold's going to turn himself into goo and then just dribble down the side of the ship.
Sure.
I'm going to hide in the shadows. That would be.
Yeah, leave me to do the talking, guys.
I'll have kind of changed my carapace.
In our other campaign. My stealth roll is 25.
Yeah, they're not cracking that. They're passives. Who is delivering the blood? Because thanks to Brunch, you now have like a couple of milk crates full of bottles of blood.
Sure. I'm happy to interface with the vampires, and I've kind of shifted my carapace to look more like to mirror what I imagine some kind of like a clerk, kind of like a collared button shirt, just in terms of the coloring, not of course in any of the.
Yeah, is it like one of those T-shirts you can get that looks like a tuxedo?
Exactly. Yeah.
Who's got the mustache, by the way?
The pelican filled with blood.
The blood pelican.
Take it out by now.
Okay, I'm gonna grab the mustache then and put it on. Suddenly, a moment of rare self-awareness, being like, maybe they're not expecting a centaur with wings, and so I'll reach inside the pelican and put on the mustache.
Okay, so one of the vampires has stopped at the edge of the jetty where it sort of meets the rock. The other vampire is approaching down the length of the dock and stops. You Brunch just goes, a blood delivery from the holes. It's like the vampire goes, oh, I'm sorry, sir. I wasn't expecting you. And salutes Hobnob. Are you riding a horse?
No, I have converted. I'm now part centaur.
I'm sorry. What?
Well, technically a pegasaur because I have wings as well.
So what are you talking about?
It's very complicated. I don't have time to explain it.
I feel like we're getting in the weeds here, and he doesn't need to justify himself to you or anyone. Look, we want to deliver this blood.
So
and
who's this?
This is my new blood supply. He's a fantastic merchant.
He is the blood supply.
Well, no. He procures. He sources it.
Oh.
I'm registering your shock and surprise, how it must gall you to see that one of the six-legged have risen to such high ranks as to be delivering your blood. We don't have time for your petty prejudice.
Whoa, we've got six-legged vampires.
Oh, where are they? They're not here at the docks.
No, my boss is a six-legged vampire, thank you.
Oh, you know a six-legged vampire, of course.
All right,
yeah.
Gentlemen,
we
don't have time for this. We don't have
to
time
the office
for this.
to get more guards.
Oh shit!
This plan is going well.
Exactly.
What do we do, guys? We just stand here and wait for the guards, or do we sneak into the thing and abandon the ship?
So have they walked away to get more guards, or
The
left
first
alone?
vampire has walked off. He's now talking to the vampire at the end of the dock, and they're both gesturing at the office.
Yeah, let's just go.
Now
We don't have time for HR or their
The
reports.
second vampire who you have yet to speak to has gone off to the office at quite a pace. The first one is coming back.
So just ready yourselves with, crates of blood, I guess, and just start moving forward off the dock.
This blood is going cold. We don't have time for the HR report. We can do that afterwards. Your diversity quotas can be dealt with later.
Yes, of course, sir. Sorry. Would you would you be taking your friend to the lab?
Yes, we should go straight away.
I'll call ahead and make sure everything's prepared.
Lovely.
He takes a couple of crates of blood and then starts running off towards the office.
I look back to the boat and just shrug and beckon.
Okay.
We follow. Yeah. Willingly.
Okay, you guys hurry down the docks, followed by a bloated pelican full of blood. There's the soft, wet slapping sound of his feet.
I'm sneaking along with them, hoping to not be noticed, and doing a little sneaking music to myself.
Brunch is unloading the rest of the pallets of blood bottles onto the dock, and then just unmoors the ship and gives you guys a little thumbs up, and then starts to putter the ship away, and also like just picks up the sending stone, like, remember, you've got a sending stone. You hear that Brunch's voice bellowing out of your pocket. So yeah, you get to the. Sorry?
Harold will reform into a humanoid shape again.
Grand. You get to the main doors into the complex, which currently are not locked, because the two guards are. You can see at the other side of the dock, the two guards are now coming out of the office with a third vampire who is a thread green, and another vampire who is a auto gnome, mechanical gnome vampire, has syringes instead of fangs.
And which do any of them have 6 legs?
Yeah, the thread green one does. The 6-limbed insectoid vampire, which is now thinking about a really cool villain for a different thing I'm writing.
We are suitably impressed by their diversity.
Yeah, but they're not. They're going back over to where the ship was, and there's a bit of like, well, where have they gone? And then they're pointing at the blood, and you can see them unloading the blood. But yeah, presumably you step through the door into the complex itself. And what you are presented with is a corridor of smoothed rock. It looks like somebody's hollowed this asteroid out using magic of some kind. It's not. That's the word I'm looking for. It has a really like overly gothic aesthetic. Someone's taken far too long carving in like lots of like sort of Gotham City-esque crenellations. Like the room you're in is like 15 foot tall, and they've bothered to put little gargoyles in on the walls. Like someone spent way too long doing this, and it's not great. But it's also the walls.
Lovely.
The walls in here are jet black, and you realize very quickly it's rock that's been painted with like a really dark paint, to kind of sell everybody on how edgy and dark this is. Presumably, with the riding halfling at the fore, you are making your way down the corridor. To your left, you can see. That you get to a sort of crossroads in the. 1 second, where are you? Where's the docks? There it is. Okay, so to your left, there's another. You basically you come across another corridor that's going left and right. To your left-hand side, you can see what would appear to be a sort of crew quarters, like mess hall sort of space, with a lot more vampiric guards milling around, all drinking blood out of like big gulp style containers through reusable metal straws, because they might be vampires, but they do care about the environment, specifically turtles. To your right, there is the smell and sound suggests there's a series of like a bunch of animal pens. There's a little sort of menagerie of animals down that way, and directly ahead of you is. You can't make out what's there, except that it's a large round room with a hole in the floor and something of a high wind.
Are there animals or aberration mixed animals?
Do you want to have a look down to the menagerie and see what's there?
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Okay.
As a Pegasaur looking
Yes.
for my kin.
As you take a right, head down a couple of stairs, which spiral around a bit. And the staircase is quite wide, I should point. Like it's about 10 foot wide. It's significantly wider than the other corridor you're in, which is about 5 foot across. You get into a large. This is again up and down is relative terms here, but there is a sort of logical hierarchy here. This feels like a basement, and it's full of cages with a variety of animals in them. But they are, as far as you can tell, normal, unaltered animals. So you've got a tiger, there's a giraffe, there's a load of foxes, there's a smaller cage full of voles. There's some sheep. There's a tank with compared to the great white you just fought, a relatively small shark.
Yes.
Really
it all makes sense now.
Yeah. And a bunch of lobsters.
Oh no. Jordan Peterson is there.
Which
Can
one's
I
the
just-
top lobster?
Oh, they formed a convenient pyramid.
as they do, as they always do.
I don't know this reference, so I'm sailing into it blind.
You're doing it well.
The top lobster is explaining a bunch of like easily debunkable social rhetoric to the other lobsters who are largely ignoring them.
You've nailed it.
And one of the second lobsters is like, yeah, the alpha thing was debunked by the people who did that study. Like, it's not even a real thing in wolves. And then the top lobster's going, but what if? Why am I sad? That can't be my fault.
We are releasing all these animals, are we not, to cause the distraction when we
that was exactly my plan. Yes, let's start unlocking all the cages.
Well, okay. When we leave, yes.
Sorry, I've already started.
Well, arguably the most distracting animal, the giraffe, is already out.
Okay. Man.
Horse.
Yeah, I guess we've gone this far with Hobnob. All of his plans have come together so far. So yeah, I'll just start mage hand, unfastening latches as well as I'm able.
Okay. Like there's a couple of chimpanzees. There's a huge, what do you call them? Cage, like a glass tank full of sturges. There's like a whole apiary. There's just an enormous beehive.
Yes, all of the animals.
Sure. So we cut to the mess hall full of the vampires at the top of the stairs, where so 3 of the vampires are gathered around a table. One's going, one is just unpacking, settling with the town. And it's kind of going, no, it's not like Monopoly. But it's so much better than Monopoly. It's Monopoly shit, mate. As a elephant just barges through the door, smashes into the vampires, followed by a giraffe, a leopard, a bunch of chimpanzees, and a lot of bees who are all flying in formation as one massive bee. To keep the animation budget down. Havoc is running amok now in the crew quarters of the vampires. You guys presumably head back up the stairs, having freed all the animals.
Yeah, this is almost a coherent plan.
As we're going, if we can just grab some, peon as they're, milling about in chaos and say, hey, we need to really keep that brain in the jar, the brain of Dr. Victor von Frankenstein. We need to keep that safe. Could you direct us to that?
I'll take a deception check, please. Giant insect.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Giant non-suspicious insect.
Yeah, giant insect wearing a paint-on tuxedo.
And
everyone
he's
look
great at that.
Everyone look blend in, right? Go team.
That's a 25 for deception.
A 25, yeah, sure. Okay. The junior vampire you accost, who it turns out is terribly phobic of otters, is freaking out. And he's just going, oh yeah, it'll be in the lab on the top floor. You guys go ahead up to the lab.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm gonna make sure the ship outside is safe by hiding on it.
Be strong in this time. Yes, well planned.
I'll give him a leaflet.
Oh, thanks. And he scurries away. So you wander into this room with the updraft, and what you've got is there's like a central shaft that's been drilled throughout the meteor, and there is simply a sort of constant wind effect in the center of this room, which allows you can see just up high a couple of folks are using it who are not aware of the animal-based chaos you've unleashed on the lower floors. You can see like a guy on one of the top floors steps into the wind and just floats down and then steps out of the wind onto another floor.
Can you blow up?
Yeah.
Well, I leap into the wind tunnel.
Cool.
Spreading my wings to try and catch as much wind as I can to rise up.
When you say leap, do you mean ride?
Yeah, on the horse.
Yeah, okay. You step off the edge of the platform on a horse. And you and the horse, once again spiraling arse over tip, are fired up at an impossible, frankly, too high a speed. You're passing a couple of things, but you can't really clearly see what's going on. You can see there's a couple of more menagerie-style spaces where there are animals in, like, weirdly hybridized animals in cages. There's also what's clearly like a sort of surgical space. There's also like a cold storage room, which looks like it's full of animal bits. And then at the top is the ceiling.
I might aim for the cold storage if aiming's an option. Otherwise,
the top thing is there is a signposted laboratory at the top.
Oh, that might be what we're looking for. Yeah.
Yes. Could you make a? Oh man, what do we have instead of animal handling these days? Give me a dexterity save, please.
Okay. Do I do that with advantage because I can see what's going for me? It doesn't matter. I got a 23.
Then you're fine. Yeah. You. Instead of the spiraling action of the horse, you style out into a sort of elaborate horse backflip and land. It landed a sort of wheelie horse style on the balcony outside the laboratory as you wait for the rest of the team to fire themselves up to your level.
I jump into the Elden Ring cyclone, and my cape flares out basically like Marilyn Monroe, and I'm trying to hold it down, but I'm so surprised by the.
You're also holding it down with a bouquet of 12 roses. So again, it has a weird anime romantic hero vibe to it.
Yeah. What is it? Cloak mask.
Yes, precisely that. You don't have to roll because you're not riding an animal into this. You can simply just step off relatively easily.
All right, I will do that.
Clax and Mr. Goopy
will float up like goop for space.
Yeah, I'll follow suit.
Okay.
Throwing caution to the wind here. Dexterity save. 20.
1 second. Okay, so stepping off on the top floor of this this fully operational space station, you can see directly ahead of you is a arched doorway with metal iron doors, which simply has laboratory carved into the steel above the doorway. You can hear from inside a faint, tepid, dripping sound, and there's a foul stench emanating from within.
I mean, we're the crew that eats pineapple and blood pizza, so that's not going to turn us off. Onwards we press.
Give me a second. Sorry, just putting an encounter together. There we go. Come on, mate. There we go.
The god is telling me that there might be an encounter coming along, so I'm planning on casting Armor of Agathis.
Well, no, I was prepping the encounter for an unrelated stream. No, you step through the doors swing open, and ahead of you is a surprisingly large open laboratory space. The flooring is like steel panels. There's a bunch of operating tables dotted around the place, some of which have been clearly recently used. There are bits of, well, it's hard to tell, bits of animals kicking around. There's definitely like the middle bit of an octopus just sat dead on a table. There's also, around the edges, there's a series of big glass jars with ominous shapes in them, bubbling away in dark green liquid. But ahead of you, at the far end of the lab, is a shelving unit. It's about what? 50, hang on. About 100
What
feet.
a reveal! A shelving unit. Dun, dun,
A shelving
dun.
unit full of brains in jars.
Ah!
And as you step in, the door behind you slams shut as further iron banding slams across it. And ahead of you, in front of the brains in jars, there is a sort of whiff of smoke and mist coalescing together in the form of Count Drakenstein. Welcome, my friends. I see you found your way into the top bit of my laboratory. I meant asteroid. Piss.
It wasn't that hard.
Really? Why?
You have a big fan that blows people right here.
Yes. Oh. 1 second. He turns around and starts writing something down. Regardless of your good advice, I'm afraid you'll never leave here alive, or rather you will, but as part of a series of different creatures. Although I see one of you has already sort of embraced that idea. Are you tied to a horse?
No, I'm a centaur, sis. A pegasaur. We haven't landed on a name yet.
Are they goose wings?
Yes, I'm halfway there.
This is pretty weird.
That's rich coming from you. I thought you would understand
that's
what
my
I'm going
entire
for.
point. I think it's weird. I, the inventor of a moth who can break dance, I think it's weird. The man who taught lemmings how to poop coins.
What? You've truly gone insane, man.
Look! And he points, and there's
listen
there's
to
a
the
lemming on
man.
the table just
He
pooping
makes
a
some good
coin.
points.
Does
Yeah.
by the way, because he is a Frankenstein that was bit by a Dracula,
Yes.
Does he count as an aberration?
I would say so.
Okay.
No,
give me
he's
1
totally
second
normal.
Give me 1 second to finish my villainous rant before what I think is about to happen happens. Well, I'm afraid, friends, I know why you're here, but I'm so cocky I'm not even going to remove the brain of Victor von Frankenstein, whichever of these it is, because you will never survive this, my finest creation, the Rhinoctopus! And he pulls a lever. And from the ceiling, like a Final Fantasy VII remake boss battle, what drops is an 8-legged stampeding fury.
All I think is horn for my Pegasus. Yes.
Then you may have inspiration. A mechanic I have completely forgotten about until now. But yes, what drops from the ceiling is the body of a rhinoceros with 8 tentacular legs, each ending in a massive rhinoceros foot. As this thing bellows with rage, and a couple of other vampires drop out of the ceiling from, I don't know, hatches? I made this up. Yeah, hatches, fuck it. And drop in like superhero landing poses, each more elaborately weird position to land in than the last. As Drakenstein just grabs a sort of little glass orb and just throws it at the ground, goes, smoke bomb! And then the smoke clears. He's just rattling a door behind him, like, is this locked? Why are we locking the door? Oh, no, it's a push. It's a push. And steps out through the laboratory. However, the Rhinoctopus, my friends, it is initiative time.
All right.
15.
14.
11.
And clack clack.
Sorry. That's 9.
Accidentally in order. There you
go. Okay. I'll do all the vampires on the same initiative. That seems quicker. And let's go. Who is kicking off? Harold, bringer of the good news. It is your turn. The Rhinoctopus is sat in front of you, bellowing hatefully at the world.
I will reach across telepathically to the rhinoceros, and can I have him roll a intelligence saving throw?
Ooh. What is the effect? Intelligence is not the strong point of two animals nailed together. Oh, wow. That is -2.
Wow. Yeah, so I'm going to cast Mind Sliver on him. So he will take 2d6 points of damage. Psychic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so 7 points of damage. However, he also loses 1d4 from the next saving throw he makes.
Okay.
Until my next turn.
All right.
In case anyone else wants to hit him with buffs. Yes,
All right.
And then I shall entreat my gods and back away. 30 feet.
Yeah. Just retreat behind the big
the centaur.
I want to address Brad as saying octopuses are super smart. I call bullshit. Yes, but it has the head of a rhinoceros. The octopus brain is on a table across the way, left for the party to use if they wish it. Where are we? Next up, it is the turn of the rhinoctopus itself, and Harold has made an easy choice, as the rhinoctopus is going to use 2 attacks. It's going to gore Harold, barreling towards you, making just gonna slam its horn directly into you with force. Your armor class, please, Harold.
Not very high. 11.
Okay, there's 28.
That's just about hit.
I mean, it didn't matter.
That is 18 bludgeoning damage. Oh, and it gets a bonus for charging. Can you make a strength saving throw, please?
Absolutely. Strength. Just strength. Oh. I rolled a 0.
Excellent. Okay,
no, wait,
so
sorry, that's a 7. Sorry, it's upside down. I rolled a 6.
What is happening?
I have a -1 to strength, so I rolled a 7. So that's 6 in total. I did think I would roll a 1 because it was dice upside down.
The rhinoctopus bellows and starts stampeding towards you, its head down, just raising its head at the last second and slamming into Harold for 18 bludgeoning damage, plus a bonus 8 bludgeoning damage on top of that, and you have been knocked prone adjacent to the rhinoctopus. And then with one of its tentacles, it is going to... it's going to strike the horse boy.
By the way, it takes 15 points of cold damage when it smacks into me because of the armor of Agathis.
Cool.
Yeah. Can a jelly be knocked prone?
That's a great question. I think more knocked into goo. Yeah. So you stop being man-shaped. You're splashed.
Yeah.
And before you call me horse boy, I prefer pony boy. Thank you.
Fair enough, pony boy. Well then, Hobnob, I'm afraid I've got a crit on this hit.
I probably deserve it after that pun. So.
Yeah, and he's not. Is he raging yet? I don't
think he is.
He's not.
It's gonna be bad.
So that's wrong. What am I doing? Tentacle. Yeah. This is pretty spicy, lads.
I should have drank the horse potion.
No, you should not have, because then you'd just be being a horse. Tell you what, though, you can split this damage if you would like between you and a horse.
Can I find out how much it is before I magnanimously?
It is 20 bludgeoning damage, and you are grappled.
I will take it. I cannot give it to my horse. I love the horse too much.
Okay, so 20.
Take it on the chin.
20 bludgeoning damage, and you are grappled. And as a side effect of this grapple, I'm going to say this has torn you away from the bindings to your horse.
That's okay. That's okay. But I will jump in front of the horse and take the damage.
Okay. Next up is Tessius Nightbinder with your big old bunch of flowers.
Yep. Though actually, would this creature, would it need a magical weapon to harm it or not?
No, probably not.
Okay.
Find out when you hit it.
Yep. I'm going to attack it instead of with my flowers. I'm going to fire with my heavy crossbow.
Sure.
All right. So let's see what I got here to hit. 18.
That is
okay.
A hit. That's a hit.
Beautiful.
Yeah. The challenge isn't hitting this thing.
Okay. I just hit it for 8, and then I roll another D8. That's an additional 4, so that's 12, and I'm going to use my second attack.
Do you get any extra damage for it being an aberration?
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, it is an aberration. You're right. So I should have had a. But hang on, Ranger, racial enemy, 5E. Normally it would. I think it's a +2, but favored enemy, Ranger class. So you get a +2 to hit. Advantage on initiative. Disadvantage on opportunity attacks against me. So they did remove the damage bonus, so it's just a hit bonus.
Okay. Well, then what happens is you will see the Rhinooctopus getting very slightly healthier, just very slightly, as one of its wounds seals up.
Okay, I'm hitting it again.
Okay.
And I'll try the 1 dozen roses this time for my second hit, just to see if there's a difference in them. All right, so let's Legolas this motherfucker. All right. Oh, that is a 29 with my bonus. All right.
That is a hit.
Yeah. Ah, shit. Only 6 damage, though.
Don't forget, you're adding 1 to that damage, though.
What am I adding on to the damage?
+1.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, so 7.
Okay, so yeah, another arrow erupts from the bouquet of flowers you carry with you, and slams into the Rhinooctopus at one of its many shoulders. As the thing starts sort of bellowing and screaming around and shaking the halfling around violently, which brings us to the 3 vampires. One of them is going to rush Clack, whose armor class is
15.
And he is going to trip and fall on his face. With a nat 1. As this vampire's like, ha ha! You think you can stop us with this stuff that you do? And he's clearly not happy with that line as he runs and just slips in some goo and just smashes his face into one of the operating tables and just sinks down beneath it. The next one is whipping out a crossbow. He's going to try and take out Tessius with it. Your armor class, please.
16.
16. Oh no, 15. So that is a crossbow bolt flies through the air, right, directly between you and one of the roses you're holding, and pins into the wall behind you. And then the third one is going to shoot at the big pool of goo, because it doesn't fully understand whether you're dead or not. But it's probably not going to do much with a 7. So they were entirely useless this turn. Thanks, lads.
We will stop you with the things that we do.
Inspiration for smack talking the bad guys. Next up, it is Captain Hobnob, who is being thrown around by the Rhinooctopus.
Technically not a captain. I will rage. I will wild surge. Once again, I rolled an 8, so blinding light will shoot from my chest into the octopus's face. It has to do a save, or it will be blinded for the next turn and take 5 damage.
Is it a wisdom save?
Constitution saving throw.
Oh, it's actually pretty good at that. Not today, though. 6.
Hey! So it takes 5 damage, and it's blind until the start of my next turn.
Okay.
I'm now going to attack it twice.
You are technically restrained, so I'm going to need you to make a strength check to get out of your binding.
With advantage because I'm raging, right?
Oh, yes.
That'll be... Oh, I needed it. A 4 and a 5 fail.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Okay, so I'm wiggling like Scrappy-Doo being held back.
You've got inspiration. Can't you re-roll?
Yeah, you can re-roll both of those with your inspiration if you want to burn it.
Oh, the joy of Bardic. Oh, yes! And I got a dirty 20. That's incredible. So, with that, I finally wriggle free.
Weird, inexplicably, a combination of your sweat from the rage, the pineapple juice, and the blood, combined with the texture of the Rhinooctopus's skin, just squeezes you out like toothpaste from a tube. Of this binding from the Rhinooctopus, and you find yourself adjacent to it on the ground, an axe in hand, but obviously you are missing a hand.
I will recklessly
Your
attack.
left arm is now just a lump for punching.
I will recklessly attack twice. Does a 17 hit?
It does.
Cool.
Like I said,
So I'm going.
the challenge isn't hitting this thing; it's doing enough damage to take it down.
17 and a dirty 20. I'm recklessly attacking, so I attack with advantage, but they can attack me with advantage. That's a 12, and so that's 22 damage in total.
Okay. Okay, you with your axe, you just start hacking at this thing's underside, just cutting or just hacking.
Making calamari.
Yeah. Blood is pouring out, but like it's the wildly different colors of blood and like pouring all over you, like you're the predator in prey, holding up a bear. Seriously, if you haven't watched Prey, watch Prey.
It's fantastic.
It's so good.
So good.
It
really is.
Loved it.
And yeah, great. So you are now under the Rhinoctopus, vulnerable, but ready to go. However, bear with me 1 second. Incredible. As you are doing that, from behind you, you hear a sort of clippy clop sound as just over your head, 2 hooves cannon into the Rhinoctopus's stomach, and you hear ribs crack. And behind you, you just hear horse. And hang on a second.
I think that's my turn now.
It is now clack clack turn. Let's go.
So clack will with my bonus action use unsettling words, and so I'll just tell the telepathically tell the Rhinoctopus, look, I have laid eggs in all of these people, and if you eat them, you're gonna get eggs in you. And then I'm gonna try and hypnotic pattern him.
Oh my god. Please
He
tell
gets
me. We're
disadvantage on
streaming
his
this.
save too.
Yeah,
because
we're
of,
streaming this, but I need someone to have recorded Zach's threats to other characters, or just observations about the game state.
It'll be a clip in 5 minutes. Don't you worry.
Great. Good times. Hypnotic pattern, right?
And that's a DC 15 Wisdom save, and then roll a
Oh wow!
D8.
Wisdom is not the strong suit of a bunch of animals nailed together. Okay.
The herd, the wisdom of the herd, no, doesn't apply.
Was it 15?
15.
Piss.
Minus
14.
minus D8. Yeah.
Oh yeah, minus D8.
So but he already failed, I guess. So it's.
Oh wait, no, hang on, no, actually, no, sorry, I thought his wisdom was a flat. So I got a 14 on the die. His wisdom is +1, so I've got a 15. But then is it a D8 or a D4? I mean, it doesn't matter.
D8, but yeah.
Like literally any number other than 0, which is hard to roll on one of these. Oh, 1.
Yeah.
14. I am affected. The Rhinoctopus is affected by the hypnotic pattern.
So yeah, he's now kind of dazed and kind of entranced by that pattern, as long as he's not hit. As you will all remember from our many scrapes and battles.
Yes. If you can make absolutely scream, do not hit him to the raging.
Horrible, awkward question. Can it see the hypnotic pattern while it's blinded?
Oh.
Sorry, that was terrible.
No, that's a compelling question.
Each creature in the area who sees the pattern must
we
make a
ask
wisdom.
Brad
So I wouldn't
he's
say that
able
he
to
sees it. So
yeah,
way to screw that up, Hobnob. But
I can screw up a good plan. Don't you worry.
Maybe some vampires are tangentially caught in the.
Let me do the saves for the vampires, but actually, I think based on that, it is fair to say, how long does the hypnotic pattern remain there for?
1 minute.
Okay, then he doesn't. The Rhinoctopus doesn't see it now, but he will at the start of Hobnob's next turn. Whereas the vampires, or vampirates, to give them their full title.
No, and the pattern appears for a moment and vanishes. The effect lasts for a minute.
Okay. Then yeah, I'm afraid the Rhinoctopus cannot see it, which I had not realized until until it was made clear by Chris there.
I cannot tell
Chris.
a lie. I'm sorry.
You can have that inspiration back, but Zach, you can also have inspiration as a minor consolation. The good news is the vampires are 2 of the vampires, and the one who fell over is now just staring slack-jawed at you. The one who tried to shoot Tessius is also now like. Only one of the vampires is still active. And it is now the turn of Harold.
Beautiful. Well, I shall beseech by God to smite this heretic, and I shall strike the unaffected vampire with 2+ of Eldritch Energy.
Delightful.
Yes.
Bring it. Oh, there is a clip of you saying, "Do you want eggs in you?"
Forever for posterity. There you go.
Thank goodness.
Jesus, look, yes, useless, and 15. 11 and 15.
The 11 misses, but the 15 hits.
Right, and then that would then be 10 points of eldritch damage. Also, he's pushed 10 feet away from me. Also, his movement is slowed down by 10 feet.
Okay. Oh, wow. That's actually really useful. Now, here's a question. If you're pushed, does that cause attacks of opportunity?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. In which case, Hobnob, you're up. I would also argue that if you'd like to make one clack clack, you could also make an attack of opportunity against this guy if you'd like. Tessius, you're rocking 2 ranged weapons, if memory serves, so you're not eligible. But actually, who else
sounds
is
like
the horse?
Sounds like nice. So it sounds like 17 hits, so 13 damage from Hobnob.
I do actually have a melee weapon, but would I be able to use that?
Why not? Look at the time.
Sweet.
The horse gets a go. The horse does not do. Oh no, Hobnob! The horse kicks you in the back of the head. It gets a 1.
It's fair enough. That's how I got my intelligence stat, to be honest.
Honestly, it could have been much worse. 4 damage to the back of the head.
Okay. Do I half that in
You would do
barbarian
it,
range?
bludgeoning.
Thank God.
So, Zach.
Oh, yeah. So I was trying to roll the rapier attack. Roll it, friend. Oh, I rolled way too many d20s. The first one was a 10, so that's a 12, I think. I can't remember his armor class.
Just misses. Hang on, we've got a +2. Surely you must have more than a +2 with a rapier.
Oh no! Oh yeah, no, it must be +4. So then 14. So then it does
14,
3 damage.
14 is a hit. Is you a +5 with a rapier? It turns out.
Great, even better. And so slice him for 3 damage.
Nice. Hang on, I've lost the. There it is. 3 damage. So yeah, you just very quickly as it goes past, you're like, attack! A very, very tiny pinprick in the side of it. Like you've stabbed a barrel of wine. A very coherent arc of unpleasantly thick, chunky blood pours out. Tessian, where's yours?
Yeah, so I am gonna take the attack of opportunity with my Yakulwa. It's like the Cholton, like like the Aztec weapon.
Yeah, it's that probiotic yogurt. We know it.
Yeah. So that 16.
Yeah, that's a hit.
Great. And I did actually look it up. I do get +2 to my damage against them.
In which case, some new wounds open back up on the Rhinoceros.
Oh, great. And he takes 8 piercing.
8 piercing damage. Great. And yeah, it's moved 10 foot further away. There is that. Oh, one of our slack-jawed vampires is directly behind him. So they get to make a dex save at disadvantage because hypnotic pattern. Nope. Okay, so they just get hit with a tentacle effectively because it's blind, so it can't see them. Oh, now I roll a 20. That's okay. One of the vampires is thrown across the room, cannons into the wall with a wet, sticky, snapping sound. He kind of picks himself up from that, looks at his limp arm, cracks it back into place, and is like, oh. Then it is the turn of the Rhinoctopus, which is going to, considering that it can't see, attack at random. So A tentacle attack is coming your way. I'm rolling at disadvantage. And what is your armor class?
10. No, 11. 11.
11. Impossibly, this hits you with an 11. With a 12, sorry. I could only have rolled lower if I'd got a crit fail. You take...
It is the will of the god.
You take a... Oh, wow. 18 bludgeoning damage. And in theory, you would be grappled. But you're an ooze, and this thing can't see you. So I'm going to say you just pour through the grapple and poop out underneath its tentacle wrapping around you.
Dribble out, but yes.
Yep. Its second attack is going to it's going to hit. Nobody's. Ooh, okay. Its second attack, one of its tentacles swings wide and smashes into one of the big glass tubes, which bursts open, pouring horrible, fetid water throughout the chamber. And there's who's in there? What looks like a Bruce Willis is in there. There's a dead Bruce Willis is in that tube, and we'll never explain why.
Because he sold the rights to his face.
Yeah, it's not actually Bruce Willis. It's a CGI composite of Bruce Willis, so he can continue to be an actor when he's long dead. Next up is Tessia's Nightbinder after the Rain Octopus's less than successful turn.
All right. Did there look to be any difference to the Rhine Octopus between the magical bow and the regular crossbow?
No, it's all. It doesn't seem like magical effects are any more effective than, say, just common or garden stabbing.
Okay, then I am going to unload on the object of my rage. I will attack with my heavy crossbow. And that is a 28.
Yeah, that's a hit.
All right. And then that is 15 damage plus another D8.
Yep.
Ooh, nice. So that's another 5 added to the 15. So 20 damage on my first attack.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go for my second one again. Heavy crossbow. I'm just like walking up, unleashing it.
I've got this image of you point blanking this thing now.
That would be 17.
17 is a hit.
Yep. And then I'm going to go again for the damage. Come on. Yes! 14 plus 2, 16.
Okay.
And that is the end of my round. I guess I'll use whatever movement I have to put myself into the optimal space to continue to shoot this thing.
Sure. Cool. So next up is the vampire who just had his arm broken, who clicked it back into place, grabs his crossbow, and fires at Tessian for a 18.
18 at who? At me?
At you.
Yeah. It that hits.
Okay. So as you step back, just reloading your crossbow, another crossbow bolt slams into your shoulder for 13 points of damage.
13. All right.
Yeah. As that vampire's like, yes, finally, ha! Checkmate. Right, Ken. And the other vampire's like. That vampire uses its turn to look at a hypnotic pattern in its own head, and then the third one is going to rush and try and attack. It's going to try and attack Hobnob.
Fair. I probably deserve that.
Yep. With a 17.
That will not hit.
Really? What's your armor class?
19.
Oh, what? Okay.
Dex Space Barbarians. I can't recommend them enough, guys.
As this guy runs towards you, like sort of dark light gathering around its fingers, and like its eyes being in a like unilluminated by dark purple shadow, as it tries to grab you and leech life from you directly.
Oh, whoa! Tell a lie. My armor class is 17. Sorry.
Really? Yeah. Oh, great. In which case, it just grabs onto the sides of your head, and like this sort of horrible eldritch purple light pours out of you and into it as you take.
I have regrets.
Oh, this could have been a lot worse. You take 8 damage, necrotic specifically.
Okay.
Could have been a lot worse.
Okay. I'm not going to tell you how many remaining hit points I have, but it's 1.
Okay. Well, it is now your turn.
Oh, just in time.
It's just like cackling as it leeches life energy from you.
I'm going to do something non-conventional for a change.
Poop
I'm
yourself.
going to re-rage.
Okay.
Which gives me another wild surge.
Right.
And this time it's a 5, which means anything that hits me now takes 1d6 damage in retribution.
Cool.
That was fun. I suppose I better hit the thing that's hugging me, right? So I will attack twice. 17, I presume, hits.
It does hit.
Does an 11 hit?
11 does not.
Okay, so it's just for 14 damage with my oversized axe.
Okay. So yeah, you swing around. The first you bring the axe around one-handed, and the first time it just sidesteps the axe, but it's not ready for the backswing. As you cut deep, like right into its chest, you hear a couple of ribs go, and then as it's staggering away from you, you hear clack clack. Step up to the plate, or immediately leave shot.
How's my horse doing?
Horse turn.
Oh,
Sorry about that.
He's back.
I'm
Okay,
I'm squatting in someone's office, and people just keep needing keys. They don't realize I don't work here. And
the horse kicks the vampire in the head for 8 damage. Sorry, clack clack. You're up.
Clack clack will, with clacking mandibles and all that, he'll throw out a healing word to Hobnob.
Nice.
Which word in particular?
And 8 hit points. Wonderful.
Wow. And that word is Sasquatch.
Haberdashery.
Sasquatch Haberdashery is a great band name.
We got something coming together here.
That's the title of this episode now.
Thank you.
Sasquatch Haberdashery.
Yeah.
And then I guess with my action, I can just do a cantrip, and so I will viciously mockerize. I will mock this thing.
Which thing?
Wisdom save 15. The
Rhinoctopus. Okay. I gotta make a save, right?
Yeah.
That's not gonna happen.
Wisdom save.
Yeah, 4.
There are so many things that I would have rather crossed an octopus with. Rhinoceros, you fool. So takes 5 damage and has disadvantage on its next attack.
Oh, cool. Which brings us back to Harold, bringer of good news, at the top of the initiative.
Harold's not. He's kind of reassembling, but there are bits and bobs left behind as he's doing so, which is not a good sign. So he will resort to digging deep into his pelican and producing the unstoppable rod, and he will aim it at. He'll throw it at a giant bloody octopus.
Okay, so you produce the unstoppable rod, aim it towards the octopus. Have you used this before?
No.
Cool. So you don't know which is the front. I'm gonna flip a coin.
Toying cost.
As my players call it, roll a d2. We'll see how this goes. Would you like to say anything before you use the unstoppable rod?
Heads.
Forgive me, Lord, for wasting this tool of ultimate doom.
Okay. I have a second question for you. Are you going to try and hold on to it?
No.
Wise. As on your turn, you produce the unstoppable rod, line it up with the Rhinoctopus, which is still just got its vision back, It's dealing with some vicious mockery, and it looks for a moment. It locks eyes with you, and it looks genuinely hurt by Clack's comments as you click the button, and then almost if you had skin, it would have torn it from your hand as it just erupts at an impossible speed right through the red octopus's skull, and then through its body, and then through the rest of the room,
at the beginning,
and then through the wall behind it, and then God knows where. It's just endlessly traveling through space now.
It hits the Tarsk.
Yeah, it does. The Tarsk is we follow the unstoppable run through space. Time speeding up, 10 years pass as the Tarsk is about to smash up a small city in a distant world. An unstoppable rod just plows through its skull from the sky, nailing it to the floor and killing it in one blow. And a lot of people eat weird that night. But yes,
if the god is good, eventually it will hit that immovable object and it will bring about the heat death of the universe, and we shall all be very happy.
Yep. Well, you don't exist in linear time, right? The past, present, and future are all the same to you. So you, in a moment granted to you by your god, are given a vision of an unknown time in the far future where the unstoppable rod is sailing through space endlessly and collides with a small, immobile silver piece of metal, and the entirety of existence ends. You have caused the death of the universe at an unknown time in the future.
A happy
Congratulations.
ending! Yay!
Meanwhile, the rhinoctopus is dead. It is dead. There is a 4-inch wide hole running through its entire body, including both of its brains. It slumps down in front of all of you. There are, however, a couple of vampires still kicking around, and it is Tessius's turn.
All right. The one that shot at me.
Sorry, before you dive into that, sorry, I'm just going to make a quick roll. Next to Harold, a pelican vomits up an unconscious, ridiculous amounts of blood.
I would use my movement to start heading towards the brains also. But yeah.
Sure. Tessie, sorry.
All right, yeah, no problem. So I am going to pull the bolt out of my shoulder, which is now coated in my blood.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say, you call that a knife? Now this is a knife. And I'm going to fire the crossbow bolt at him.
Don't even roll. This is fucking rad. It just happens.
Okay.
As you fire it, there's like a trail, like a Back to the Future tire trail of flames between your crossbow and that bolt. As the vampire looks up, goes, wait, no, that's not even and then it just slams into its eye, and then somehow out of its other eye. Just like the goose from before. Yeah. And you catch the bolt.
For my second thing, I'm going to cast Daylight on my own blood. So we'll see if that does anything to the vampire.
Oh, the effect of this is very simple. The bolt slams into its right eye. The daylight kicks off as its head illuminates from within. The bolt erupts out of its left eye, going back the way it came, and you catch it in your offhand and just go as the vampire's head, now just a smoking crater of undeath, just slumps down forwards. Its head catches on one of the table and dusts. And as it hits the ground, its body just explodes in a cloud of dust, but it's not near anybody, so we haven't got to roll any saves. Our second vampirate is continuing to stare slack-jawed into space.
While this is happening, it's Hobnob's go, right?
We've got a third vampirate who is going to, I'm not going to lie, he's going to start running.
Yeah, so for flavor, Hobnob, while this has been happening, has been going through an anime-style montage where he gets back on his horse, the flashes from the bolt, and the spurts of blood from the crossbow into the vampire's eyes. And I'm doing this anime montage where I mount on my horse, stack up, and then readjust my wings, and I'm like, and then finally I'm ready to fight. And there doesn't appear to be any enemies.
Yeah. Oh, no, but you finally you're ready to fight, and you square up, and the vampire looks at you, and you look at the vampire, and the vampire looks at you, and you look at the vampire, and we come back to the vampire who's just fucking legging it. But you're on a horse. You could chase him down this turn if you wanted to get hit in.
It feels superfluous at this point. Should we just go pick up the brains?
Yes, you absolutely can. We'll drop out of combat for our purposes as we leave one vampire just staring slack-jawed apparently forever in the middle distance. He got a one on his
We'll just ignore him.
Yeah. You head back to the bunch of shelves at the back with a selection of different brains in jars. Now, it's worth noting one of the brains in jars has been smashed because an unstoppable rod has passed directly through it. And there is a perfect hole allowing you to see into the next room where anyone inquisitive can peek through the room and see there is a sort of, I don't know, like it looks like, like the column of air that allows you to transport yourself up and down the main body of the station. This is like a sort of column of plasma, which has a series of obsidian rings around it that look like it's keeping it in balance. Although one of the rings is now quite badly broken because an unstoppable rod has passed through it. And arcs of plasma are leaping off and sort of torching nearby walls, and it looks like whatever it is getting increasingly unstable.
Oh my!
Is that good news?
Make an Arcana check, Hobnob.
Yes, I'm the man to be investigating this. Oh, I do actually have, although I'm about to fuck up this Arcana check, I do have as a feature I can detect magic awareness. Although I did get an 18, so I'll combine those two.
Oh, well, combining those two, yes. The thing behind you is offensively magical and going to explode relatively soon. Feel free to relay this information to your pals, who are currently looking at a shelf full of brains.
Guys, good news, bad news. The bad news is we might all be about to die. The good news is if we get out of this, we'll be walking away from an explosion behind us at the end of the session, which will make us legends for life.
So do any of the brains look to be particularly Frankenstein-y?
Harold doesn't care. He's just been jamming them into Pelican all this time.
Just stacking brains. Let's go. No time to talk. No time to discern brains. Just shove them in.
So
okay, the last one Harold grabs is just like, Comrade, wait, for I am Soprano Victor von Frankenstein. I may be able to help your comrade who is missing an arm or hand.
No, we're good.
Shall we leave this one?
I'm still able to wield an axe with one hand. I'm fine. I don't need it. Don't listen to his tricks.
But you can have a claw or just a cool beak thing or like a big an extra foot.
I don't need a claw or an extra foot. I am Pegasaurus Rex.
Yes,
and
but
we have an explosion.
You could have an entire upper torso of a monkey for a left hand.
No, I've reached my ultimate state, and we have an explosion to walk away from and not look back on and look cool.
Very well, put me into your bird.
No, we should probably give that brain to the person who wanted it. These are my brains for other things.
All right, I take the brain of Victor von Frankenstein. And I say, it's really only a Frankenstein brain if it comes from the champagne from the Frankenstein region. Otherwise, this is a sparkling brain.
Yes. I'm just a sparkling mad scientist.
I have to give fan service to Brad, who pointed out I should pick up the horn from the octo-rhinoceros and put it on my head to adapt to my ultimate form.
Yes. There are two horns if you'd like a smaller one to put somewhere else, perhaps on your neck. I don't know where the choice is. Have one for you, one for the horse.
There you go.
Yeah. So yes, okay. As you start leaving, you stick a horn onto your forehead with a combination of blood and spit. You stick a horn onto the horse's forehead with the same combination of liquids. Tessius has a brain of a very tedious German man, bickering within the whole way. Harold has a pelican full of brains, which is a phrase I never imagined I'd say out loud. And clack clack, the giant insect musician, is the normal one.
Just playing us out on the drums there.
Yep. You can hear a series of alarms blaring in the main body of the now referred to as the disasteroid. As you hop into the air currents take you down to the docks. I just hear blaring from the sending stone. It's Brudge going, Hey lads, it seems like the whole thing is in a really shitty state. Maybe you guys want to leave or not? I mean, I'm gonna go regardless because it's super dangerous.
Brunch Acaster, that's a great idea. Let's go.
Okay, you barrel out into the docks. Are you still wearing the false moustache?
Yeah.
Sure. As one of the guards is like, Celine Dion?
That's Celine Dion to you.
As Brunch like is just like you can hear that the deja vu. I have been to this place before. As Brunch just like drifts in on the ship, slams it into the dock. As you guys barrel on board, and Brunch starts moving away. You can see a bunch of the guards running down. They're firing crossbows at you. And as you all stand on the deck of the ship behind you, you watch as the skull-shaped asteroid that was home to so many innocent animals just explodes. There's one of those cool ringed force ring explosions that comes out when the Death Star goes. As a bunch of vampires fly past you into space. Shards of rock, bits of metal, loads of bits of laboratory equipment. And I'm going to roll on a little chart I made.
It looks like some vampires bit the dust.
Nice. And as we get these vampires bit the dust, 2 otters, hand in hand, just sail through the void and land on the deck in one of the buckets that sadly is full of blood because that's the liquid du jour. But you've saved 2 otters.
I feel like we're heroes.
Always our intention.
Yes. And with that, you set sail back for the village of Retcon. And it's changed since you were last here. The streets are clean. The buildings have been rebuilt. There's a parade. Teb is out there having risk-assessed this whole thing. He's got a band together that's playing very safe music. There's a series of incredibly safe foods on a series of very safe tables laid out for you. Lots of pies featuring like goose meat, panther meat, tiger meat, giraffe meat. All the meats. As an elaborate and weird barbecue happens.
Met.
Yeah. You return the brain of Victor von Frankenstein to Baron Frankula. And then Teb approaches Harold and was like, I understand that you've saved us from all the vampires. So I would like to read your newsletter and join your religion, please.
Excellent. We need more sacrifices.
Happy days. Oh, happy days. Amazing.
And with that, you have successfully saved the town of Retcon from Count Gackenstein. Congratulations, pals. And only 5 minutes long to over.
Paul, that was absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
It was incredible. I think this has been the most fun game of D&D I have had in like 20 years.
Oh, thank you so much.
I haven't laughed this much. I don't know how long. This was hilarious.
I'm looking forward to seeing the highlights back. That was some zany action. Now, look, we are running into time for the next panel, so thank you very much. If anyone's got any links for anything they want to promote, please put them. We'll put them in the show notes for the YouTube.
Also, if you look into the chat right now, you'll see that Everyone Games Bot has put a donation link there to Tiltify. So give us your fucking money, pricks. Wrong tone.
If you enjoyed that, please donate. Just that charisma check with disadvantage. But I think you earned an inspiration on it too. So
I'm sending this link to you. You actually already have it, Chris. But
yes, ma'am.
I would rather someone give to charity. But if they are also interested in getting one of my comics, Snow White Zombie Apocalypse #0 hits comic shops on the 12th of October, and I am currently running a Zoop for the first issue. If you enjoyed this issue, is about as zany as what we did today on screen, so definitely check it out. And I'm I'm just $160 away from hitting the goal.
There you go.
I will send you things to promote in a couple of weeks because they're not ready yet. But a couple of upcoming streams. We'll be doing some Wrath and Glory streams on Questing Time in the nearish future. But I think the next thing we're doing is the Real Housewives of Baldur's Gate. As a bunch of rich, clueless socialites go dungeoneering, because the only way to get social standing in this town is to get magic items. They're only available in dungeons.
That sounds amazing. Everyone check that out. Thank you so much. So the next panel, I'll leave you with Mostly Blind Gamer, Sightless Combat, Samuel Proul from Make It Fable, Andrew Bromelo from Everyone Can, and Dead Myers, who is an accessibility expert working with AR and VR. Thank you all very much. That is our time. Have a great day.
Dice.
Everyone game.
Get you all later.
Hey everybody, this panel is a part of Everyone Games, the event raising awareness for tabletop and video game accessibility and fundraising for two amazing charities. Everyone Can in the UK, who assist people with disabilities by harnessing the power of assistive technology and provide free assessments to individuals with disabilities to match technology that is either designed or can be adapted to help them achieve everyday tasks. And StackUp in the US, who support active and veteran service members from the US and allied nations by promoting positive mental health and suicide prevention through gaming and geek culture. So follow the donation link to support them, which will be on chat. Discuss online with the hashtag EveryoneGames2022. And for what it's worth, this is one of those situations where all the money you're putting in there is going directly to where you want it to go. I am not getting paid. All right. On that note, I am Mostly Blind Gamer. I am a software developer. I play tabletop and video games, and I complain about accessibility on the internet. And I'm here to do that on a very positive way. We're going with a very positive mindset for this, with a group of wonderful people that I will get to introduce themselves for you. So, Deb, tell the wonderful people on Twitch chat about yourself.
Well, I'm Deb. I am an AR VR software engineer. I've been in this field for 6 years. I started off as an ancient historian and then started creating Roman sites in virtual and augmented reality. And now I'm looking at how can we use it in museums and historical sites to make that more accessible as well.
Wonderful. Sam, go.
Hey, I'm Sam Prue. I work at Fable over at makeitfable.com. And we really focus on making digital products and services accessible by involving the voices of people with disabilities. So I'm really passionate about the power of integrating people with disabilities into your accessibility efforts. And I'm really passionate about platform accessibility because if every indie game and every small website and every tiny app has to build accessibility features from scratch, it's not going to work. We've seen that in the corporate world. We've seen that in the website world. And I think we're coming to realize that in the gaming world. We need to be bringing console makers and we need to be bringing platform makers like Unity and Unreal and Valve and all these folks on board with accessibility so that game developers who want to create accessible games can leverage features that exist for them and can perhaps even, might I say, have some accessibility by default in the same way that, for example, it works on Apple phones. If you're using the Apple controls, you get accessibility baked in. That's me.
Absolutely. As an engineer, I do not want to reinvent wheels. I would take a long time to polish that rock. Andrew, tell us about yourself.
So I'm Andrew Bromelo. I work for the charity Everyone Can, which is the charity in the top right corner of the screen. And I'm an access specialist, so it's my job to go out and meet people and show them what tools can make things accessible. And then what I'm really passionate about is I do an awful lot of work where I link up with someone's occupational therapist or their support team, and then use video games as a way of leveraging more skill and more technology into what they do. So at the moment, I'm doing a lot of work with communication devices and using playing games on them to speed up someone's communication technology advances and things like that.
Excellent. And to round off our table, Sightless Combat. What's up with you?
Oh, yep. Hello, everyone. I am Sightless Combat, accessibility consultant, gamer without sight, and as of recently, the Accessible Gaming and Immersive Technologies Research Officer at the RNIB, or at RNIB, Royal National Institute of Blind People in the UK. And yeah, I've been doing this for a long time. I create content, so I write accessibility reviews. I stream on Twitch. You may have seen me streaming in support of this event indirectly yesterday, playing Sea of Thieves and Gears 5. I also write, as I say, I write reviews for my website, some of which have been shared around the development teams who created the products I actually reviewed, which was amazing. And I also put content together for YouTube as well. Spoken at conferences. You may have seen me at GA Conference previously, the Game Accessibility Conference in both the US and London, in numerous other places. But my main goal is to help make games accessible to gamers like myself who have absolutely no sight whatsoever and never have. That's kind of my main goal. But of course, once you start making games accessible to gamers without sight, then you can unintentionally make them accessible to gamers with other disabilities as well. But I'm sure that's something we will cover. But thank you so much, MBG, for having me on for this panel. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely. And I'm so interested in you guys that yeah, I said I was mostly blind gamer. I also answer to MBG and to Phil, which is probably more comfortable for most people, but I live on the internet. What can I say? All right. So I think we can all tell that this is a broad group of individuals with knowledge and accessibility and in gaming from different and interesting directions. So I really look forward to everybody's thoughts on what we're going to get into as far as video game accessibility goes. The way I see it, and I mean, you can tell me I'm wrong, but it's I feel like it's a good enough of a framework to start on. is that video games will typically have a core gameplay loop that consists of a perception or information gathering stage, a decision making or strategizing stage, and an action stage where you apply the decisions you've made with the information you have, right? And also thinking about our focus this year being a little more shifted towards the side of multiplayer. I wanted to go over what you guys think are the key steps here. But well, maybe let's start from the start. So, for a disabled gamer, what's the state of the world right now? If I have a disability, what should I go buy, or otherwise, get to play if I want to play video games with my friends?
If I may, do you mind if I step
Yeah,
in?
go ahead.
So, I mean, of course, the first question is, it depends on the disability. That's the first variable really to consider. So, even going on the spectrum of sight loss or vision impairment, however you want to word it, even going on that spectrum, somebody who's got low vision, who might describe themselves as a blind gamer, but still have usable and or residual vision, hence the need for me to use the term gamer without sight. If you've got that residual usable vision there, you can play a lot more games than you could, say, in my situation, where you've got no sight at all and you'll need assistance or extra accessibility features to actually even, sometimes you can get into the game. So, once you've answered that question, it then becomes, a matter of what games can support, my needs. From my personal perspective, the two games that I still play, that have been around for a while are Sea of Thieves and Gears 5, because they have elements that I can actually get directly involved in, though I do need people to actually assist me, in for various reasons. So with Sea of Thieves, it's to navigate me around the ship. With Gears 5, it's just to kind of fill out the squad and make some of the more frustrating enemies workable. But even with things like Hearthstone, where that is online multiplayer, that's been modded in, so that's not directly natively sort of implemented by Blizzard. That's just that's a feature that's been modded in by a member of the community. So there are ways and workarounds, but there's no game that I can say, I don't feel I can say there's a game now that you can just go out and buy and have a 100% accessible experience with yet. But that's due to things like discussions I've had have often revolved around the need to balance accessibility features for multiplayer. So things like in Halo, where you would have to balance, lock on aim of varying strengths with, the ability for players to actually aim, for instance. That kind of stuff is often where discussions end up leading. I don't know about everybody else, but there are very few multiplayer games that you can play as a gamer without sight on your own that aren't just fighting games or the odd card game or word game necessarily. There's not a great variety in that, unfortunately.
Different people and different needs and different challenges to be met.
Precisely.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if I could jump in, there's an interesting second depth to that question and to the discussion of needs. I think I'm correct in saying that both me and Sightless are completely sightless and have no vision.
Yeah, exactly.
The difference is that I have a full-time job that is not in gaming, and so I'm a bit of a filthy casual. And so I work for 8 hours and I get my dinner and I want to sit down at night and play for a couple hours before I go to bed. And so that means that a game that Sightless might be able to memorize the menus for and remember the workarounds because he does the thing more often than I do may not be possible for me simply because of where I'm at and the way I approach gaming. And I mean, that's why I think Hearthstone is so interesting. I play a lot of Hearthstone because it has that feeling of seamlessness to it, right? There's no tips and tricks that I have to remember. As long as the mod's up to date, I can sit down of an evening and play a couple hours of Hearthstone after work. And I think it's that aspect that we are missing in accessible multiplayer gaming. And I don't say that to like minimize the amazing things that Sightless Combat does with the commitment and the passion, but I think that there is also that level of like how much of your effort and willpower do you want to put into this for what return? And I think if you're someone like me who just wants to sit down and have fun and not do those things, you're gonna have even fewer options, right?
No, I totally agree. I mean, even with Hearthstone though, you still have to wait on the mod to be updated as well. So there's that too. I've sat down.
Yeah, but I don't have to do anything about no. There is a key difference, right? I don't have to press down arrow 9 times and clap my hands and
I totally understand that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there's still a degree of variability into whether you can even get into the game and play it, and because of the the mod being the way it is. And that's the thing. I totally get what you're saying about the casuality, with the casual nature of it. I totally understand what you're saying as well, and I'm all in on being able to just easily play stuff. I don't enjoy having to brute force things when I have to. It's not a play style I enjoy taking on, but being able to collaborate with people has definitely been great. And one thing I didn't mention as well is Copilot on Xbox and on Windows as well, and on the one PS5 game that has it at the moment, which is Horizon Forbidden West. And the thing with that is it may not be true multiplayer, because it can be used with a number of different games, including single player titles, but it's definitely a workaround that as long as you've got the right people there, I think that's the general consensus. As long as you've got the right people or the right tools, you can make it work. But that shouldn't be the way it is. It should be that I can just go into a store, buy a game, or like a digital store or otherwise, and buy a game and have done.
I mean, I guess that begs the question: what do we mean by multiplayer? Right? Is that I can't remember the name now. There's that Dusk game that came out for Xbox. That's like the choose your adventure thing was totally accessible and like
so just to keep going around the table. A big hand for guide dev. For anybody for anybody who doesn't know, Hearthstone is accessible to screen reader users because somebody on the internet called guide dev wanted to make that happen, right? Not Blizzard. Collaboration, like Sightless was saying, really does open a lot of doors. Andrew, I was wondering, really, this is sort of a very direct question for you, which is, what do you guys buy for people to play multiplayer games, right?
Well, it depends obviously on disability, but assuming we're focusing on sight loss, we
please do broaden that a bit. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we now thankfully have reached a point on a positive note that the first question that we have to ask people back is, where are your friends playing? Like, when I first started, my first day on the job, I was doing remote support for someone that was installing a visual impaired only version of a flight sim. And now we're at a point where we can genuinely have the conversation of, well, do your friends all have Xbox? Are they playing on console? Are they playing on PC? And where's your support group? And start focusing on where people have their communities already. And that wasn't an option only a handful of years ago. So that's really, really positive. But to be honest, most of the time it's going to lean towards PC-based, where there's the whole modding community there to support you, take up any kind of slack that developers are missing. And Xbox, with its Copilot feature, is normally our go-to, just because it unlocks a lot of doors for people. And the compassion's there. Like, they might not be able to nail everything all of the time. I know there's a lot of mocking of the fact that Forza Horizon 5 came out and had narration cues to tell you that parts of the game weren't narrated yet. But the fact that they've gone to the effort to get to that point is showing a forward trajectory of trying to make AAA titles accessible from from the ground up. So it's a positive direction to be looking at, but there's still a lot of work to be done.
Love that progress. Yeah, and I mean it's amazing to hear about things getting better, right? So Deb, if I happen to have a VR headset just over there, and I'm pointing to my side, what can you recommend me, and what would you recommend someone with a different disability? Right? What's happening in that field that is hopefully just as positive as was what Andrew was talking about?
I was a little bit sad we started on PC gaming rather than saying, oh, everyone needs to buy a VR headset because obviously we can all grab the controllers or to see different things inside of the headset or we can hear all this stuff, right? Because VR is totally accessible.
Oh yeah.
I am saying that in jest because we do
Sarcasm.
know that the technology is inherently a little bit inaccessible at the moment, but there's so much going on right now. So if you want to play multiplayer, I would say that some of the great things about VR is that you're, well, especially because basically the best thing that you can get right now is the Meta Quest 2. You can open up an application from your phone, so you can use your screen reader on there, or if you want, you can also just use the headset to open it up. It does help a little bit. You have different, some games are saying, okay, you can have the controls to change your visuals, you can change your audio, you can use subtitles or captioning. Um, there are issues, of course. I did see one game. I think it was one where you play tennis, and I can't remember the name of it. Not tennis, but what's the one where you have it on the table? Tabletop tennis, ping pong. Yeah, that game. You did have a
Right.
multiplayer, and you can actually like change the colors of the table. You can change the color of the ball, that sort of thing. And so that was really cool to see. But inherently nothing multiplayer at the moment. I think people are really working on, okay, can we use things like pinging or sonar or what can we do? We don't really know yet. And there's so much to think about because especially when we're thinking about VR, the controllers are really bulky and hard to hold. You can't wear the headset for very long because it really hurts your head. So lots and lots of issues going on at the moment, but we're making progress.
Right. Right. So that sort of shows an interesting pattern. It sounds like a PC is probably the way to go because games have been on PC for the longest, and then the consoles like a PlayStation, Xbox, right? And the new kid on the block, if you will, still has some tricks to learn, right? But it's again, if everything's on an upward trajectory, that would be fantastic.
I'm interested. It's interesting that nobody talked about mobile because there are a lot of mobile games that are becoming AAA titles, or at least that are having as much money dumped into them as AAA titles. And there is first-class accessibility support for almost every disability on both Android and iOS. And so it's interesting to me. Maybe again, it's coming from my perspective as a casual gamer, but like nobody's go-to was mobile.
I think it's because as well, mobile has a historic leaning towards things like card games and word games and sort of dice games and things. At least from my accessibility perspective, that's often what's cited. Arguably, I mean, of course, with stuff like Eldrum, the sort of what was formerly Untold RPG, that kind of stuff, and maybe the choice of games as well. There have been efforts to branch out, but we haven't seen. I mean, you said there's AAA, money of AAA developers standards being pumped into mobile games and accessibility for pretty much every disability on operating systems on mobile. But those two things haven't, as far as to my knowledge, those two things haven't been sort of put together. So
right. So if you'll let me chime in for context, something like Call of Duty Mobile.
Yeah, PUBG Mobile or Genshin Impact. If I'm mispronouncing that, I apologize.
Something like that is likely to be making a lot more money than a whole host of games on traditional platforms, right? So that's interesting, and I get that. Those two things have been connected. So yeah, that's the context I wanted to bring in. Do go ahead.
Yeah, no, that was pretty much it. Like it's those two, they're sort of two halves of the same whole, but they haven't been put together yet. So what I'd personally love to see is, whether it's single or multiplayer, doesn't matter, not really. I mean, for the context of this panel, of course, multiplayer would be ideal, and it would be great to be able to participate. I think it's, it reflects back on an earlier question of, where do your friends play? Sometimes your friends all play mobile games anyway, but you can't join in, and that's what really frustrates. It's the lack of the being unable to integrate culturally and socially with this. So, if I know people are playing, say, Call of Duty Mobile, and I want to join in, I can't go and join in. That's not a thing I can do yet. And the accessibility is there on, say, iOS. The accessibility APIs, implementations, etc., are all there that mean that you could join in if the game knew how to talk to the operating system. And I think, Sam, that's kind of your wheelhouse, really. In terms of, that's your side of things.
And it's something that I've been thinking about a lot, because in the community we've been talking a lot about making console games more accessible, and sometimes I just think to myself, like, but the support is already there on mobile. Wouldn't it be easy? Wouldn't it be a smaller opening ask to ask these developers to get started, because it feels like they already now have the tools that they need?
Now I'll jump in from the augmented reality side. So most of our phones can now do augmented reality, and there's a game that's going to be coming out from Niantic, and I think it's Marvel World of Heroes. I'd be really curious to see what they're going to do. At the moment, what we see a lot of in just from the developer community is we don't have an accessibility object model, so we have no idea how to connect your alt text to a 3D model. We have no idea how to make sure that when you hear an object fly around you in AR to tell you, oh, turn your phone, turn your body to the other side. How do you do that if you can't turn your body? How do you do that if you can't hear? So there's a lot of things that need to go into that mobile piece, and mobile phones aren't really the best processing yet. We see a lot of overpowering of the systems, which also then relates back to the VR, because you get very, very heated on your head when you have it on your head. So we see a lot of issues inside of that, but I think mobile and web are really where I like people to focus when specifically talking about AR and VR.
Yeah, and you bring up an interesting point on things that aren't modeled, right? Because for web accessibility, we have to put it in the most basic and Sam will tell me awful terms. We have a checklist of things to go through, and if you got that, you're roughly in the ballpark of something that's accessible, and we're missing that. First, we have people treating it as a checklist like that for web.
I will say that Microsoft has been making great strides there in putting together guidelines for developers to help them get started, to go over the things they need to be thinking about, as well as in putting together teams of testers to actually get developers and people with disabilities connected. And I think we're starting to see that transfer between Xbox and PC. Sightless, you probably have more insight into that than I do.
What, in terms of the game's sort of like accessibility learnings coming to PC from console? Is that what you're?
Well, in terms of kind of that, and in terms of like the work that
guidelines.
Microsoft is doing and the guidelines and
yeah,
how
yeah,
developers are
yeah.
adopting them and thinking about them.
Yeah, I mean, the Microsoft Game Accessibility Guidelines, or the Xbox Accessibility Guidelines, I should say, the ZAGs. They have been updated and tweaked, and there is a fundamentals training module as well that you can actually go and do online for free and get a little like badge thing, sort of a virtual badge for completing it, which is quite cool as an idea. But that covers a wide range of abilities, or challenges, however you want to phrase it. And that those apply arguably across not just Xbox games, but across any game really to a point. So it does cover things like audio description, audio cues, visual sort of things that you shouldn't just use color to differentiate enemies, for instance, or objects. that kind of stuff. You should use shape as well, or patterns. So, all sorts of stuff. It covers a load of different things in different sections. And you can even see case studies and examples on there as well, which is, very useful for those who are looking to develop around these. What I'll also say, though, is that, the accessibility learnings have been seeming to permeate since we saw, on a purely just general perspective rather than multiplayer specifically, we've seen, narration become more prominent. The Forza Horizon 4 had it added in later, let's say, and then Forza Horizon 5 had it at launch, or even before launch, and so things like that have become prevalent. Now, as Dusk Falls, as we mentioned earlier, that's a multiplayer. Well, it can be played multiplayer and single player as well, but that's a narratively driven adventure story type thing, which is very good. I played it around the time of launch and did a video on it, and that's a very interesting game because it is fully accessible. You can play it start to finish without assistance. It's they did say there were a few kinks to work out, a few bugs, but that's fine. That's the same with any game. But we've seen learnings from games like Last of Us Part 2 or teams like the Rare team and Sea of Thieves. We've seen learnings from those teams sort of permeate, if you like, throughout the industry over the past sort of few years. By virtue of how accessible the games are, and it definitely does start conversations. And I think you're right. We're going to see games sort of next year, the year after. We're going to really see, I think, accessibility hopefully kicking into high gear, particularly with stuff like God of War Ragnarok coming out later this year on the single player side. But as for multiplayer, I think it's still up in the air really as to what's going to happen. I'm personally looking forward to Forza next year, and probably Redfall as well, because I'm a big fan of kind of action related things. But I'm curious to see what those games do, given accessibility hasn't been a talking point for a massive amount of time in the big way that it is now. It's only been like the last couple of years that it's really gained traction, even if it has been around for, say 7 years or so as a point in the industry. It's only gained sort of momentum in the past maybe 3 years, 4 years. So a comparatively shorter time.
Right. But market pressure
Yeah.
building as well, right?
Definitely. Sort of the community opinions and the want to enjoy.
Yeah. And congratulations, you've filled up my my bingo card over here with The Last of Us Part 2 and Dusk Falls. I will find out what my prize is at the end of this. I want to queue you guys up with two questions, which is I feel like an interesting place this conversation is leading us. Andrew, what would you see as more better guidelines that should be followed in video games to make your job easier, better, more rewarding, and then sort of coming back around on the guidelines. I wanted to hear from Deb what a possible WCAG or the Xbox accessibility guidelines would look like for something like XR. Well, not something like XR, the broad term, right? So Andrew, what are you missing on this checklist, right?
I mean, for us, really, it's moving the accessibility auditing of games to before development starts is the biggest priority we have for us, because we are, especially at the charity, we are access specialists. If you're unable to hold a controller, we've got you. If you can give us even the smallest reliable, repeatable movement, we can get you playing almost any game. But when it comes to visual impairment, if the developer hasn't put the work in, it's really too late. And so making sure that we are not treating accessibility like localization. It's not something that you do at the end of the game and go, right, and now how do we make it like readable to people that don't have eyes? It's no, this comes right at the start. And it's great to see Forza is my example of this. Forza 5, Microsoft set out their their stipulations of they wanted the game to have this minimum level of accessibility before the game started. More of that, please. Just increase the scope of that. I've done some work with the BBC, and believe it or not, at the time that they were doing it, they were operating a system where they requested the game they wanted to be made. They then farmed that out to developers. That was then sent back for the accessibility team to audit, and then it was sent back out to another team of developers to then add the accessibility features. And then it came back for them to turn around and go, this is worthless, why did we even bother? Pipelining is really the biggest feature that we can ask for, as well as including disabled gamers as part of your testbed, and then expanding that out throughout your company, because a lot of the times small indie devs, they might not have someone who's visually impaired on their team if they're a small team of 5 or 6 or like really small numbers. But if this becomes like an industry standard that everyone can share and adapt, okay, they don't necessarily need that person on their team. The information, the knowledge is widely available and is already there for them to pull off. And it's basic things like whenever there's like a color option, using colorblind modes and settings is a great way of increasing accessibility, but actually making sure that your game is playable regardless of color fixes that problem instantly. And there are so many good gameplay ways of doing that there's just better methods. So yeah, I think I've talked round and over your question, and I hope I answered that somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. You can't take a motorcycle and slap another couple wheels on it and call it a car, right?
What an analogy!
It's great. He's used it a couple of times, but I still love it.
Agreed.
I'm in love with it. I'm gonna write a book about it. So Deb, yeah, moving that background to you, like I said, I guess this is turning. What is your wish list for these guidelines for your field?
Just want guidelines like the WCAG. I think one of the hardest things about being a VR and AR developer is there's nothing out there. I mean, we have some user requirements that people have looked at from like the BBC, from the W3, XRA. So the XR Association has a brilliant developer's guide, but we don't really have anything tangible yet. So here's how you write the code to do that. And I would love to see more of that. I think we have really broad guidelines, so things for like visual guidelines, audio guidelines, and mobility guidelines. I think the big thing is just making sure that users can change stuff inside of everything that we're doing. But we have things like make sure that you have proper color contrast. Does that color contrast need to be like the WCAG says, so 4.5 to 1, or does it need to be more? Because sometimes you're overlaying any sort of content on the real world. Probably needs to have stronger color contrast. Probably needs to have a transparent background. But at the moment, our guidelines are a little bit iffy and all around, and no one really knows how to implement it. So if anyone wants to create guidelines, we'll probably have at least 6 sets of guidelines before we decide, okay, we'll WCAG it and call it good.
I mean, if I can jump in, I wonder too how much of this comes from or needs to come from the platforms, because like ARKit by Apple is not going to work the same way that the Quest 2 by Facebook works. It's not going to work the same way as the Valve headsets. It's not going to work the same way as whatever Google does next year. And no developer is drawing pixel by pixel in VR, right? It's all being abstracted away from you by libraries anyway. And so you're already kind of coding up objects and interactions and these things. And so I wonder how much of that really does need to come from the platform, because in a similar way, I don't think every blind person wants to learn an entirely new way of having VR data presented to them for every single game that we play, right? I think we've come to the point where like, oh, VoiceOver on Mac tends to work this way, and NVIDIA and Windows tends to work this way. And I think some of this does fall onto the platform developers, whether they're Google or Facebook or Microsoft or Valve or whoever, because you want to be able to say, oh, I'm playing an Oculus game. I'm playing, a quest game, so that it's going to work this way. Or I'm on ARKit and I'm using Apple's thing, it's going to work this way, and sort of know that and have that comfort. And I think that will also make it much easier for those smaller dev teams that we were talking about.
So you're
I think there's
maybe.
a lot of.
Sorry, Deb.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, so Sam, you're talking like device standardization. Is that what I'm getting from you? So if it's on, say, Oculus, it works one way. If it's on, ARKit, it works a different way. But
Exactly. And when the
consistently different
developers
way.
create, I don't know, an object in the VR space, if they use the APIs provided by the device and the platform, then it maybe gets some accessibility features built in, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sorry if I get too technical here. Again, developer, somebody will let me know if I'm rambling. But I think what we're all sort of settling on is guidelines for how to make these things happen, and game engines having these operating system, whatever that may be, connections built into them, and in a way that a game developer does not have to, like we talked about, reinvent the wheel, and can just
sort of plug it in.
Yeah. Which is
you can't.
the
When you say
dream,
to
right?
when you say to a voiceover, hey, or when you say to a developer, hey, voiceover is on the iPhone, but you can't use that. You have to build a whole screen reader by yourself from scratch for your game. That's a pretty big ask, isn't it?
Yeah. Andrew, I think you wanted to chime in.
Yeah, I really just wanted to throw in onto the VR development side of things, because it's a personal grief that I have, especially with VR headsets.
Oh no.
The fact that there is just a desire by developers that they have to chase the new shiny technology, and therefore we have to have our game run by having the hand-tracked touch controllers, when just leaving in the functionality to use a standard controller as well would open so many doors. And the developer has chosen to put a gate or a barrier there that didn't need to be. Because the Oculus Quest 2s, all of them will accept an Xbox Adaptive Controller as an input device, and then the list of games that will accept it is shockingly small. And I would love to be able to put a VR headset on one of the adults that comes to our center, and then hook up a joystick that's basically identical to what they use in their electric wheelchair, and then you have a 1-to-1 ratio of their normal movement to their movement in game. There are so many great opportunities and toys that I would love to play around with for that kind of thing that has just been gated behind no, we've got fancy hand controllers, we're going to have to use them for everything, even though there is actually no need. And so I think the real point where VR experiences become accessible is when they are not locked off to being purely VR experiences. When VR is like an option, but you can also access it through a web page or access it on the device that works for you. And maybe that's blurring VR and then AR on your phone. But Danny's kind of smiling, so I'm wondering what she wants to say on that.
Yeah, Deb.
I have so many
Absolutely.
thoughts.
It's your time to shine. Go on.
I'm gonna bounce around a lot because I'm so excited. So to the platform piece, I think we really need to have everything start working together, right? So on the MetaQuest at the moment, and I'm going to probably say Oculus at some point just because that's what I got used to, right? But on that headset at the moment, you can change your text size and you can change like your color options, but you don't have any other options. Like you don't have a magnifier, you don't have a screen reader, you don't have the ability to say, well, hey, I'm not going to use my hands, I'm not going to use my touch controllers, I'm actually just going to use my keyboard or an adaptive controller, whatever I want to use instead of that, and that gets propagated through all the games. And I think we really need that. Another thing I think, as well as opening up, okay, there's so many things I want to say. Opening it up, I think that's where the WebXR really comes in, because you can use it on websites. You can actually use it on smart fridges. So if you have a fridge that accepts your internet, you can go to a WebXR thing and you can see it there. You can also just put it in your headset and be immersed inside of it too. And I think that's my favorite place, is using the web. It's not quite powerful enough yet, but I hope that's where we're going in the future. And then also just we're looking at things like ARKit, and I don't know how this necessarily acts, but we know that Apple is usually fairly accessible. Is AR there yet? Not really. And I think it's just because that middle piece of having that API to call to isn't quite there, to the point of not being able, like the shockingly low amount of people who can actually accept different controllers on the Oculus is, I think that's because they had a closed walled system for quite a while. So you directly had to call the Oculus API in order to use your hands, in order to use your controllers. So when you needed to use something like a switch device or a keyboard, you didn't have that option to change your input. Unity now has a way to do it so that you can use OpenXR. You can change that input method. It's getting a little bit better, but it's not quite great yet. I think it's really on the Unity, the Unreals of the world. Start adding that in a little bit easier, so that way people can develop to it in a way that actually makes sense. And then with that, I will stop being very excited.
I love that. I love that. I love progress on the platforms. Yeah, I think we found what our theme is here. I also am now very excited to play Doom in VR on my refrigerator. I'm gonna have to go research that next.
Oh wow, yeah.
I'm just gonna wait for it to come out on Razer Toaster. That's definitely
Razer Toast.
Yeah, because you want that RGB, right?
Yeah,
RGB toast.
I don't know. The stuff in the back of my fridge is terrifying enough. I don't need it to attack me in VR. Thank you.
Oh
Yeah.
god.
Yep.
That sounds like a mod in the works. That sounds like a mod. I was going to say as well, I'm surprised nobody's mentioned, I think it's called Accessible Realities. There was a project I saw a little while ago. I think it was in Unreal 4, and there were a few demos shown off, showing that as you navigated a space, it would actually describe, what you were looking at and that kind of thing. Describe objects in, the VR space with essentially alt text, as far as I can understand it. I wasn't able to try it at the time myself, but it's definitely a project that I've been sort of keeping an eye on, pun intended.
There's also things like Mars
yeah.
Vision, right? I start to wonder if sometimes maybe I don't think it's quite that, but I start to wonder if sometimes maybe there is getting a system that has access to the underlying code as well as having access to the visuals and to your inputs. I wonder if the thing that pulls all that information together into a data representation, whether it's text or audio, has some kind of AI component. Simply because a 3D world, there are so many different circumstances and contexts. A developer can't write a description for like the level when you are standing on the ledge, and the level when you're not standing on the ledge, and the level when you're by the door. Like it's all going to have to be procedurally generated, possibly. I'm just brainstorming here. I'm going to be quiet now.
No, I think
that's
they
an
just
interesting
need to get
point.
TRPG developers to like write these descriptions.
Yes.
We've got people who've spent their lives writing that kind of content. They are good to go.
Yes.
I really want to
describing
shout out
rooms.
quickly and just ask, who here is familiar with a device called the OrCam?
I am. I've not used one, but I'm familiar with it.
Same.
So they are a weird, interesting thing that is designed for people with various different sight impairments, and they used to be horrific backpack type things, and now it's more like a USB pen that you wear on a necklace that when you're ready for it, you clip magnetic to your glasses, and it gives you contextual information using the camera on board, so it'll tell you what color things are, it'll whisper you people's names, and that's why I want one, because I'm that bad with names. They're staggeringly expensive, but the fact that people have developed this kind of technology for the real world shows that it's got to be possible, in fact easier, to then have a digital version of that in VR, where say you're doing VR chat, because that's the thing, a lot of VR experiences that aren't accessible aren't necessarily first-person shooters that are long mazes or complicated. There are fantastic kayaking experiences, there's fantastic community experiences, and for those kind of things to be accessible, all you would need is for it to load up you're in a room roughly this size, lit by candle, whatever, your classic TRPG description, and then it to just tell you who you're facing.
And then wouldn't it be great if people could prototype these devices in VR, and then when they get something that works really great and amazing, then manufacture it and bring it out to the real world? Like, it feels like maybe we're doing it backwards.
Sam, I'm starting to take notes for next year.
I think Sam is secretly Tony Stark. I think that's what's happening here.
Yeah. So I love that. And I could tell you that when I was in college, the concept of identifying a bird with computer vision was a little bit out of reach, and that kind of stuff is happening. Yeah. So even procedurally generating things like that, I could see it happening. I feel like engine side is the way to go there, but adding that does seem like something that the future is always more incredible than I expect it to be. So I'd
Can I
like
jump
to.
in before you ask a question?
I'm not okay. I'm not going to ask a question. I'm going to ask us all to wrap up.
Darn. Okay.
Because we're almost done for time. So if you want to use your precious seconds to go into that, be my guest.
Okay,
So
I'll wrap
yeah.
mine up by just saying the true power of augmented reality is that you have inputs to understand the world around you. So related back to the OrCam, you have that visual, you have that audio, and you can put it into a way that people can perceive. I think that's where we're going to go once we get the machine learning and the AI better. It's not quite there yet. But be prepared because it's going to be there inside of AR, in VR, in mixed reality, and I think that's where we're going to be at in the next like 5 to 10 years.
Love it. Just tell us who you are and where you want people to go on the internet. Doesn't have to be you.
I can say, without going into any detail, that I am aware that Facebook and Microsoft are pumping a lot of money into just research and accessibility for AR and VR at the moment.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So there's definitely going to be progress in the space.
Right. Sam, your wrap up?
Hey, I'm been Sam Prue. Check out where I work, Fable, makeitfable.com. If this discussion has been of interest to you and you work at an organization that needs to do some work on accessibility, the best way to do that is by involving the voices and experiences of real users. Check us out, makeitfable.com. Follow our LinkedIn and Twitter. I speak at all kinds of things, and that's also where you'll be able to find out where to hear more from me, although I don't know why you'd want to. No, I'm kidding. And that's what I got.
Wonderful. Your employer is now very happy. SK, your wrap up and where to find you?
Yep, so I am Sightless Combat. You can find me on Twitter, Twitch, and on YouTube. SIGHTLESSKOMBAT. And if you want to look at my website as well, www.sightlesscombat.com. And if you want to look at any of the RNIB stuff and you want to know what their research is from earlier this year, you can email gaming@rnib.org.uk. That should be the correct address for that if you want to see what the organization is doing in terms of that and express interest in any work that's going on there. But yeah, if you want to talk to me about any accessibility stuff, do feel free to come along to streams, to my YouTube videos, comments, and all of that.
Gotta love those affiliations. Andrew, do you want to real quick make your employer happy?
I'm Andrew from Everyone Can. If you want to raise the message or sound volume of the message that we're trying to give, please donate up in the top. And also, if you've got any questions in terms of access or any kind of accessibility questions, go to our website, everyonecan.org.uk. You can get our contact information and send them across to me. If you're in the UK, I may even be sent out to meet you if that's what you need.
Excellent. Deb, any last one or two words?
Oh, I'm Deb. Feel free to reach out to me. All my information is in the website. So I love talking about this stuff.
So I mean, so do I. I've been mostly Blind Gamer. Phil, I will continue to be mostly Blind Gamer for the duration. Thank you so much. This is Everyone Games, and this has been our panel this year on accessibility in video gaming. Thank you so much for watching, and bye everybody.
Thank you. Bye.
Greetings, this is Blind Fury, your GM for today, and we are coming to you live with a brief content warning. Please remember that whether you're listening to this live on one of our streams or later on one of our YouTube channels, that this production features real gamers in unscripted gaming. That means you may encounter bad language, uncomfortable situations, or offensive material. We apologize in advance. We want to have a good time, and we want you to have a good time too. So please use viewer discretion when viewing this material or showing it to other people. Thank you from Everyone Games and Knights of the Braille. In a far-off land, in a bygone age, a group of poorly prepared reprobates is about to set out on the worst adventure of their lives. Monsters have been savaging the countryside, destroying border forts, and ravaging local towns. These poor souls have been tasked with finding out why and stopping them at their source. Little do they know that they are about to undertake the 1976 Origins Dungeons and Dragons tournament scenario Expedition to the Barrier Peaks. Everyone Games and Knights of the Braille present
Blind Dungeon 2. Now, with extended dungeoning.
Charity partners include StackUp.org and Everyone Can. Music and sound effects by Strange Gillette, Plate Mail Games, and Dark Raven Games. Buckle up. It's about to get rough. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Blind Dungeon 2, now with extended dungeoning. As the introduction says, I am your GM for today, Blind Fury. I am controlling the volume and all the sounds, and anything technical is probably my fault. So we're going to bump this volume down a bit so that people can hear it. And we're going to go through some basic introductions here. As a brief reminder, this is live streamed, like the content warning says. So this is totally unscripted. Be aware that we're not editing this, and it's going out in real time. We are currently here at Everyone Games and Knights of the Braille, doing this at least in part to sponsor two excellent charities, Everyone Can and StackUp.org. Two excellent causes. If you're watching this on live stream or looking at this later, take a look at some of the donation links in Tiltify and other options. Please support us, or not, as you can or can't. Either way, the content's going out, and we really hope you enjoy it, and thanks for showing up today. Today, we are going to be playing Dungeon World, and although we are going to be running a Dungeons & Dragons scenario, Dungeon World is a hacked story-based system that uses a 2d6 roll. When you add a modifier, if the result is 6 or less, you fail. If it's 7 to 9, you get success, but with consequences. So you get a little bit, but maybe a little bit of what you don't want, and 10 or above is typically an unqualified success. And to start us off today, I'm going to go around the table and we're going to introduce each of the players and their characters. Let's start with, here we're going to look at Brad, alias Dodge the Thief today. Brad, say hi, introduce yourself, and tell us anything you want us to know within less than 30 seconds to a minute.
Hey there, everyone. I'm Brad. I'm playing Jamie Dodger, aka the Dodge. He's a thief. He's a bit shifty. He's doing a good 50 Shades of Grey impression. With his clothes, very sort of darkened clothes, maybe a few bloodstains on there. But yeah, he's been working on his personal skills, and he's looking to have some fun.
Thanks, Brad. Let's go around, and we're gonna hit up Liam, our fighter Stropmath from our last game. Say hi, Liam.
Hi everyone. I'm Liam, and it's a pleasure to be back for another year of this, and I'm really excited. Stropmath is back. Hopefully, we're going to ask Oh my gosh, I had planned this. We're gonna ask some people some questions because I wield an axe and can't talk. So yeah,
that is great. Liam, do you have any social or media links you want people to know about before we start going?
I am on Twitter. Liam Irvin, LIAMERVEN. Also on YouTube, do a lot of accessibility advocacy and a lot of Jackbox and fun stuff like that.
Yeah, Jackbox.
And I am here on Twitch as well, and I am chat. So say hi, please.
Woo! All right, let's go over to Paul, alias Frank and Rick, the Ranger and Hawk team. One of which is a player, and one of which is the assistant. We will let you decide.
Hey everyone, Paul. Excited to be back. I will be playing Frank the Ranger, a very wild-looking man with twigs sticking out of his hair, and on his shoulder is his trusty hawk, and also his best friend because he lives alone in the woods. Doesn't have too many of those. So be on the lookout. He'll probably be talking to a couple animals this year as well.
All right, and as long as you're talking about animals, let's move on to Jim, alias Rainer Litke, or Ray, the halfling druid who walks around with moose ears and swamp moose antlers as his animal sign. Say hi, Jim, and let us know about anything we need to know about you.
Yeah, hi guys, I'm Jim. I'm going to be playing Raynar. Yeah, the little halfling, half swamp donkey druid for the team. Looking forward to it. Thanks, Matt.
And Richard, the elven wizard for us today. Say hi, Richard, while I whip up some magic for you.
Well, hey, Richard. Hey, baby. My name is Delwyn. I'll be playing the elf wizard of the group, and it is my goal and task to get Strapmoth to drink coffee instead of his ale and other alcohol.
I don't think that's going to be happening there, Dylan. But nice try.
But it won't kill your liver.
And we're already into it, folks. So, today's adventure is going to be Expedition to the Barrier Peaks. I'm just going to briefly start off with an explanation of where you are and what's going on, and then we are going to jump right into it. A quick note for anyone who's watched last year's adventure or played other games with me, including Sprawl through Knights of the Braille. Typically, I run these types of events as very short, compact stories, which may or may not make it in 3 hours to the end of the objective. Today, we are not going to do that. We are going to face you guys with a bunch of puzzles and an actual dungeon that you have to go through. And the objective is to get out or survive and see how far you go in the next 3 hours. It is both an endurance, a role-playing, and a gaming test. So, just be aware there's less narrative in this case, and it's going to be more real gamers set up against an interesting scenario that's been adapted to the system. That being said, you are in the Duchy of Geoff. As the introduction put forward, strange monsters have been discovered lately, and they have been ransacking towns and border forts. This is a particularly wild region in which most people don't go except the very brave or those seeking to brave the frontier and cut their own piece of land out of the woods and wilds. You're in a halfling village right now, and you've been paid, or will be paid, at the end of this, an even larger amount of money should you be able to figure out what's going on and stop it. Bonus for that. To that end, the Duke has decided, and so has the King, that it's cheaper to compensate adventurers and get them some support staff than it is to call out the entire army to kill off the problem. So, you, unlike most of your adventures, you have some upfront support. Now, as is appropriate when we give people support, most of their NPCs are red shirts, which means I won't be giving them a name. If the player wants to, they can. I'll be referring to them as their title, as in Fighter 1 or Defender 1. Each one of our characters here has players has picked out a group of support staff, which may or may not benefit them in the upcoming scenario. It's up to them to do so. These are fairly high-level support staff at level 6, so they provide pretty decent benefits. Strotmath has opted in this scenario to choose a warrior to help him attack and a shield defender to help him defend against being hit. Very optimal place, very dwarfish decision. We also have, let's see here. We have Dodge. Dodge, you picked a burglar to help you find traps and a shield, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
That's correct. I believe that the burglar is going to be known as Cameron, as in Cameron Fodder.
Cameron Fodder. The puns, they've already started. All right. And then we have our Dalewin, who has picked an adept to help him cast spells, and I think he took a shield defender as well. Does that match your recollection, Dalewin? Do you have any comments about your support staff?
Well, I call my shield baby, so every time that I go to use it, I go, "Hey, baby," and it pops right up in front of me.
Don't say that when I'm taking a drink, man.
Okay, let me know when you're taking a drink, and I'll go,
I
"Hey,
did
baby."
not expect that. All right, Frank. I can't make this stuff up. I think you took a burglar and a shield as well, if I remember correctly.
Yes, a burglar and a shield. They're actually twins named Tom and Tim, and I'm constantly getting them confused.
Okay, so will I. So that's a method acting there. Love it. And for last, Mr. Litke has gone rogue in this case and taken the renegade choice and has picked a minstrel and a cleric. Which should be interesting.
In halfling fashion, they're going to be members of his extended family who've come along.
I got two so the rest of these guys are probably humans and half elves. And if you just like pull these guys randomly off the street and they've just decided to go with Uncle Ray.
Yeah. One of them's my nephew Igor, who is very tall for a halfling, which makes him a short human. So.
All right. We should note here as well that each of these characters from the last game in Blind Dungeon 1 from last year has been leveled up to level 2, which gives them an extra move and a +1 to some of their attributes. Some people have decided to maximize their hit points. Other people have decided to minimize their minuses, and a couple other people have decided to add another stat that gives them an extra +1. We will see if that's good enough. So, in this particular scenario, your crew has been rounded up. There are 5 adventurers, each with 2 staff, for a total of 15 people that are going to be running on this little adventure. And let's move out. After a day of moving, you've been run into one of the scouts that was sent out before. And there was actually a group before you, about 5 or 6 adventurers that was sent out, and only one of them has returned. Slive, a halfling of very low repute, was the only one to make it back from the reputed source. And you now have a chance in this here village to interview him before you go. Slive is being held at the local healer's den and is apparently having adjustment problems. His body may be back to full health, but his mind is not. All you can hear from the room where he's being kept is, "No, don't make me go back! Don't make me go back! The eyes, oh, the tongues, oh, the licking." Who wants to begin the interview?
I can't. Darwin walks in. "It's all right, baby. I've had adventures like that myself. I don't want to go back to them either, if you know what I mean."
Yeah, don't make me go back, misters. Don't make me go back. And this poor halfling has lost most of the fur on his feet. His eyes are bugged out in either direction. He has livid scars on the top of his head, and you can tell he's got defensive wounds that have been healed all over his forearms. He's struggled in holding up the bed linens in front of him and holding it and curled around it in a fetal position. Whatever's gotten to him has really traumatized the poor little guy. No, and he's shaking back and forth, just saying, "No, don't make me, don't make me."
Ray will put a hairy hand on him and say to the other halfling, You need to tell us what it was, what attacked you, so that we can go and get it for you and get some revenge.
It was huge. It was huge. The eyes. It was fine until it started the licking. Oh God, I thought it was gonna get me. And then, oh, the noises, the plants, the splashing plants. Oh, there was no way out. I didn't have a choice.
I look over to everyone. I say, "Did you say licking?"
I think it sounds like some kind of elven sex club or something. I don't know. Quite strange.
It does, baby. It
said
sounds
something
like
about the noises, didn't he?
It sounds like the Pointy Ear Club over on 3rd Avenue.
Didn't Dodge mention something about some 50 Shades of Grey stuff earlier? So, could be possible.
That's totally, that's totally off topic.
There's a reason Dodge is out of money and needs to go on this adventure.
We don't talk about that, do we, Dodge? That was a very, very bad time, or a very good time, depending on which way you look at it.
Does anyone have like a power or a move that could maybe calm this halfling in any way? Maybe some flute playing would help, GM.
There are some options you can do here. So the base moves, there are, you can do parlay if you have leverage over him. If you want to trigger one of those. Other people in the group may have certain social skills which will help with that. I believe your dwarf actually has a skill that lets him use, I believe it was Constitution, to parlay if he drinks with the person. And that's a racial ability of dwarves. Don't ask me.
We could try that. I mean, if he's a little thirsty, we could get him a drink and see if he wants to talk a little bit.
It was so wet and
a lullaby.
Oh, I can't help the sound of the licking. Oh, and the banging on the glass. Oh, and the eyes.
There. Why don't you calm down a little bit and have yourself a drink, and we can talk about it?
A drink?
Yeah, you thirsty there, little fella?
No water ever again. No, I never want to get near water. No.
Oh, I was thinking about something a little stronger than water.
Water? Nothing to water.
No, I was thinking about some ale.
Ale's nice. Ale's be
Because
fine.
it'll ale you. See.
This is not a time for a joke, sir. I lost my sense of humor in the darkness.
Oh. Okay, well, why don't you have a little ale then?
All right.
All right.
You gonna get him a tankard and have him drink up?
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
All right. So, your Constitution, I believe, is one of your highest stats at a. Let's see. What did you put that at? I think at a 15. So you have a +1. Would you like to roll your parlay, or would you like me to do it for you?
I'll have you just roll that.
All right. Right in the chat. Let's see here. 2d6 + 1. Do. 11! That is awesome. You have an outstanding success. Well, the little guy slowly begins drinking, and then drinking some more, and drinking. And I think you failed to account for the fact that for his size, that's a lot of alcohol. I don't think the medical establishment around here has really accounted for the fact that in this one case, drinking can probably be described as a soporific that he seems a little bit more steady, a little bit more calm. He's got a little more confidence.
Okay.
What do you you've offered him something here. What are you trying to get? What are you trying to get back? What are you promising? You're promising that you're going to go out and you're going to deal with the monsters for him.
Yeah.
What are you asking in return?
What do you think, guys? They'll find out what he knows. Find out what he saw. What's so bad.
Well, I want to find out where he was at so I can go. I mean, so that we can solve his problems.
Now, I want to know what was doing all this licking, because that makes me real uncomfortable, and we got to figure that out before we go down there.
All right. So, little Slive shakes his head.
No, can I tell you? I promise not to ever take me there. Not to make me go there. No, not ever. And never talk about this again. Ever. Okay? Okay?
Okay, listen. We ain't going to take you down there. We're not going to make, but we need to know about it so we can go take care of it for you.
Okay. Now, I went with the group. I didn't want someone who could, find stuff and see traps before they came. I did it because my Uncle Taz before me, he did stuff like this. And we went there. And there was the big hill. It seemed okay. There was like a metal wall. There was a hole in the top. And then, it was fine at the beginning. We went in. And we found there were doors. They had I think they were doors. There were like metal plates all over the place. And we couldn't find anything. There were skeletons on the floors and in some of the rooms. You could get in through some of the things would slide open. I don't mind dead people. I like my ancestors. I'm even down in the graveyard praying sometimes. This is worse. And there's a hole in the ground. And there's a metal tube. It had little handles, I think. And we climbed down. Bob lost his grip and fell and broke his leg. We used our last potion. We didn't think we'd need a potion. We used it to get Bob back up on his feet. Poor Bob. And we went to the bottom because Bob was there. And he said if we wasted the potion, we needed to get at least our money back. And we knew we're A-class adventurers. We were ready. We went into the bottom. And we found this room. Bob had this thing. I don't know what it was. This little colored square or something. And he put it on the door. And it opened. There was a beautiful garden. And we went to the middle. I can't think about it. We went to the place. And we were looking around. And there was the glass. It was beautiful. There's water and fish and plants everywhere. And we thought it was a blank wall, but it wasn't. It was ice. And it saw us. And it started to lick the glass. And it looked at us. And Bethany ran. Bethany was my friend. The plant got her and pulled her up inside. And we couldn't get her out. Then, Bob got us to this one spot. It was clear. It didn't look like anything was in there. It was just like broken cages. But there was something there. It was shiny and gold. I used to like gold. It bit his leg off. You can't heal that. We ran. And my friends and I, we found another tube. We got... And the metal man came for us. He said, would you like some food? And then he shoved a whole potato down her throat and killed her. It was terrible. And he said, we have the best food in town, and shoved another down her throat. It was horrible. We were running out. And Jack stopped. He saw a necklace on the skeleton. and grabbed it. And I looked ahead because I was just supposed to be the scout. And the door fell between us, and I couldn't get back. And then I could feel it coming for me. This darkness from one of the walls. It was seeping out, and I ran. And the door, the tube had let me out. And that's when the King's Guard found me. Don't make me go back! I can't take the licking! No!
And at this point, he's absolutely inconsolable and is just rocking back and forth, banging his head slowly into the cup that you gave him, full of ale and grog. So, yeah, he's insensate at this point.
So, Delwyn, do you understand why I think ale is better than coffee now? You would have never got any there with coffee.
He's pounding his head into the cup. You see what you did to him? It's all your fault again.
I think it's much better than what they did to him.
This is true. We need to help this little fella.
We're gonna go have to check this out, aren't we?
I think so. And Delwyn looks to the shield.
Probably.
Hey, baby, what do you think?
I don't get paid to think.
Okay.
Probably bring this little guy along so he can see us perform vengeance on his attackers. Like.
Good thing we're prepared. It sounds like some serious stuff.
I think he'd be more of a hindrance if we carry him with us because all he talks about is the licking in the eyes and.
Well, there's no way we can bring him with us.
Exactly. He'd be a menace.
People enjoy that sort of stuff.
Yeah, he's you could also, just by looking at him, you guys can tell that he's pretty well lost it. He's cried himself to sleep just in the time that you guys have been sitting here, like for the last couple seconds. He's just worn out. You guys have been on adventures before. It's dark, it's scary, your adrenaline runs, and after you've had like 6 hours of straight adrenaline pumping and death and screaming, even if you come away with a big score and a lot of money, I mean, that's probably why some people go to the Shades of Grey Club. You got to put different memories in your heads. Yeah, questionable choice, but everyone deals with that post-traumatic stress in different ways.
Listen, not everyone's built for this adventuring game, all right? It's difficult out there. Sometimes you see your buddy murdered with a potato, messes you up a little bit. We've all been there. But whatever this is, I feel like we got to go find out, right? This whole area is in danger until this is taken care of.
Okay.
You guys are right. I still his ale as we leave.
It's gone. It's just a cup. It's empty. But you can take it if you want. He's out cold. All right. Dodge, never losing a chance to gain equipment and profit.
Sticky fingers, right?
Yeah. Sure. Sticky wicket, etc. All right. Jammy Dodge, sir. It is time for you guys to pack up your gear. We've left you with the starting gear from the first startup. So you have starting adventuring gear, which is what you've been provided. And everyone has selected their spells for the day, and I'm sure is aware of what they're doing. Is that correct? I think you have 3 first-level spell slots there, Dalewyn. Do you have a particular? Yes. Do you know which spells you have memorized? You have 4, if I remember correctly, available to you.
Charm Person, Magic Missile, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, I got them right here, though.
Okay.
The adventuring kit, please, quickly.
Sure. I'll get that while Dalewyn is figuring things out for you.
Yeah, contact spirits.
That's what you're going with?
Yes.
All right. So, Dodge, you start with Dungeon Rations, 5 uses. Leather Armor, which gives you 1 armor. 3 uses of your chosen poison. Remember, you picked the upgrade that lets you apply it to your weapons, and it still works. You picked Golden Root, which is effectively Charm Person. And you have 3 uses of that. 10 coins. You have a dagger and short sword. The 3 throwing daggers. Adventuring gear, 1 weight. That lets you draw up to 3 useful things at a time of your choosing. Right now, you have 3 uses, and that is your equipment. Just so everyone's aware, in this system, adventuring gear, which most of you probably have, is not a specific piece of gear. It's 3 specific pieces of gear that you can identify later when you need it. And when you run out of those uses, you have that gear, and you would lose the components of the adventuring gear, and you had to buy more packs. So it's essentially it's a deck of a pack of 3 useful things that you get to decide at the time, assuming that you properly prepared for the adventure. Anyone else? Questions? Daewin, you just have the 3 spells memorized, is that right?
Yes.
Did you want to memorize any of them twice, or all 3 once?
All 3 once.
All 3 once. All right, going for the utility pack.
Yes.
Any other questions or concerns before we move on to the entrance?
All good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to what Slythe is referred to as the licking. All right. So, in the forest outside of this location, you guys look around, and you can you travel there throughout a day, a couple days actually, but with the assistance of the Duke's men, a cleared road, and good horses and travel companions, it doesn't take that long to get here. What you see is pretty much what Slythe described. In front of you is a big hill. It's a little oblong, and it doesn't look like it's entirely natural, but in the center of it, you can see a section where it looks like there's been a mudslide or some sort of erosion, and you can see that something has been exposed as the earth and rocks and other things have pushed away. There's a section of what looks some sort of shiny metal that you've never seen before. And on the bottom, there's what looks like a big metal circle with hinges. And it is closed. And then there's a smaller circle above it on the hill that appears to currently be open. Again, matching what Slythe told you. And this is the point where you guys get to decide what you're going to do. I can go around the group, or do you want to conventionally just talk amongst yourselves?
I think we can just talk. Is that cool, guys?
It's cool with me.
All right. Yeah, there's 2 hatches. Raynar's vote would be there's a tip up there, the hatch on the hill. That might be where the other halfling fell down that Slythe was talking about.
The old Ma said I was part magpie, so I want to go check the shiny stuff.
All right. Let's go check it out.
All right.
The shiny metal's below the hatch, isn't it? I'm guessing it's at the bottom of the hill.
Well, there's no treasure lying outside. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Is it not valuable at any type? Well, what does the metal look like?
So
bits,
it's
wreckage or.
So it's more like whatever the metal is. I'm assuming what you're actually asking is, you know what? I think this would be a really good opportunity for you to roll for discern realities there, Dodge.
Yeah, thank you very much. So first dice is a 1.
Let me check your wisdom.
5, 6.
Yeah, wisdom is actually your highest stat.
2, isn't it?
Yep, it's +2.
Nice.
Let me pull up. Let's see here. There we go. So let's look at discern reality.
The trap here.
Discern realities. All right, so Dodge, I need you to roll 2d6 and add a 2 to it. Or I can do it for you. Either way.
I rolled a 6, so plus
Rolled a
2.
6, so plus 2 is 8. That means you have a 7 to 9, which is a qualified success. You get to ask me one of these questions, and I will tell you. I have to answer you honestly. Curses.
Cool.
What happened here recently? What is about to happen? What should I be on the lookout for? What here is useful or valuable to me? Who's really in control here? What here is not as it appears to be? Pick one.
I'm going to go with what happened here.
All right. So, as far as you can tell, looking at the exposed metal, there is a very large metallic structure embedded in the hill. And either someone built something and got covered in the ground, or it somehow landed and embedded. Like, you're in kind of a bit of a basin. Maybe it landed from high above and it created the crater. It's really hard to tell. If so, it's really big. In looking at what's happened, it looks like it was buried for a while, and looking at the growth of vegetation and the depth of the erosion in order to get to it, just recently this area has been exposed, and you can tell by some of the dirt and speckling on it that while the metal itself doesn't appear to be rusted, it's got a sort of a dull silvery gray look to it, that it has been out here for at least a month or so. The top door has wear marks on it as if it's opened and closed a couple of times around the frame, and you can see dirt and a little bit of detritus tracking its way in, but not too much, implying that it's not been open all the time. And that's what's happened here.
So I relay all this information to the guys.
Okay.
Yeah, guys. It came from above, it seems like, but I mean, falling from the sky? You can blame me. I ain't got a clue.
I wonder if we should go in and take a look at it.
Yeah, none of this stuff's good for me, I don't think. Not sure if I can make any use of it.
I agree. Let's get in there. Take a look.
Yeah, Frank starts making his way over to the door and tries to open it.
This is the point where some of your less sturdy minions start to look a little quizzical. They're still happy to do what not happy, but they're going to do what the Duke paid them to, because the Duke was the one who paid him, and he paid really well. But everyone in the village could hear Sly screaming about the licking, and it seems to have really, really freaked out a couple of the people.
Can I send?
Especially since Ray's halfling troubadour has spent the entire time strumming and playing songs about licking and ballads about it.
I imagine there's some really grimy, like R&B, but fantasy.
Dodge, you had a question?
I was going to send forward the burglar, my burglar boy, Cameron, just to check the door before we go through, please.
Okay. Cameron, excuse me, your burglar steps up to the front, walks in, and you hear him yelling, "Hey, there's a big metal room, and nothing here. Ow, stubbed my toe. No traps. No traps. Ow, stubbed my toe again."
Light a torch when you went in.
You got night vision.
Fair enough. Yeah, all right, guys. You guys, after you.
All right, in we go.
Yeah, I'll wave through it.
Going in?
Hell yeah.
All right, so let's switch the scene.
Boy, sounds creepy in here.
I don't feel any licking.
Maybe it is a sex club. Who knows?
Not the kind of sex club I've ever seen.
Groaning in a sex club.
So as soon as you say that, raised troubadour minstrel starts playing a song on his flute.
Oh God, Igor. All those lessons for nothing. Oh,
Ray, Ray, he
Sounds
sucks.
romantic.
You know,
I
just.
know.
I think I'd rather hear licking at this point.
Look, he's my
He could've
nephew.
gotten a better minstrel.
Okay? He's my nephew. I have to bring it. Look, just be nice about it, okay? Great job, Igor. Really good. Really great stuff. Fuck me.
I'd rather drink some of that ale than listen to him keep playing.
I'd rather have that potato shoved down my throat than have to deal with this right now.
Yeah. No, baby. No.
Throw it. Maybe he should be Cameron.
Doing a Monty Python episode. We had to eat the minstrels. Right. So,
It's just a flesh wound.
we're already off the rails. Okay, so as you walk in, the entire area in here creaks a little bit. You can hear things moving in far off parts of the cave. It's clear that this area is huge, massively built, the size of a substantial keep or brach if you're talking about the Scottish walled houses and towers. And the building itself, as you walk in the front entrance, it appears to be a room directly in front of you. It's circular. There is a hallway that goes to your left. Down it, you can see that it goes to a very large set of what appear to be some sort of metal portal. And then off to the side in a little niche, there is a tube, presumably the one that Slythe was mentioning about, that goes down. You can see what look like a whole bunch of footprints going towards it, and only one scent coming out. Broken bones and a couple of pieces of random detritus litter the floor, including a necklace with a snap chain falling in the middle of the pathway. To the right, farther in a different direction, appears to be another hallway, this one with many portals on either side. What do you do?
Frank's gonna look around. Does he see any small animals like mice or anything like that in this area?
Are you just gonna generally search this vicinity and one of the hallways, or what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I'm just general searching the area, seeing if I spot any small animals.
You don't. If you're gonna make a distinct effort, I need you to do a discern realities check. Otherwise,
All right.
offhand, you don't see any living creatures.
All right, it'll just be a quick glance. I don't know. Okay.
Okay.
I don't care.
Yeah, you don't see anything living here. Most of the
Okay.
stuff, like you're seeing skeletons everywhere that have been picked clean. You don't see any living things.
Okay.
Certainly nothing that would lead to the horrible licking phobia that the one halfling has developed. Anybody else? Do you have an area you want to look at, or do you want to go left towards the tube, downstairs, or do you want to go right into the other section?
I think we go down the tube, right? That's where the big bad guy is.
Well, I'm not going down the tube.
Yeah, never go down.
Ooh, are we gonna split the party?
Well, I think Dodge wanted to grab that necklace and take a look.
Dodge, you're just gonna scoop up that necklace?
Well, I was going to shout at Cameron to hand it over because yeah, he's the help, not the boss. So
Okay,
he went in
sure,
first, he
boss.
probably would have
Here
seen
you
it
go.
first.
He reaches down, picks it up. Yo, shiny, and walks back over. Here you go, boss. You know,
cheers, Cameron.
It's customary to provide a tip when people provide good service, like walking in first into a dungeon that you've never been in before.
Don't steal from me.
No
You'll be all right.
stealing.
That's a good tip.
Yep.
You just
Passes
took
you
the necklace out of you.
Yep. He passes
Oh,
you
yeah, no, you took it off the floor, didn't
he passes you the necklace, and it's worth 50 coins.
Oh no. Okay, yeah, I'll hand him over a coin then.
Thanks, boss. You're really generous.
Keep the help happy. Yep.
Yep. Clearly. All right.
There's your
Clearly.
finder's fee.
Fair enough. Still need to know where you guys are going.
Well,
Feel
who
free to
said
split
we
the
didn't
group
want to go
if you
down?
wish, with your relative assistance. It's up to you.
Frank's a bit of a daredevil. He wants to go down the tube, but if everybody wants to go the
So-
other way, we can do that.
Are you going down, Frank? Frank and Rick?
Well, is everyone else coming with me?
Yeah.
Does that matter?
Well, can I look down the
You
tube?
have assistance.
and-
You've got a shield and a burglar.
Can
You
I
don't
look down the
need
tube? Like, can I
help.
make it safely down there?
So it looks like they're handholds, and you could climb pretty easily if you wanted to. In this case, there's a light that's going. The area is lit. You can see that they're basically. It looks like on one side there are a set of handles, and they appear to be attached to some track, but the track isn't moving. So you would have to hold on to the handles and climb down slowly, hand over hand. You and your companions.
This looks pretty easy. I'm going to send my boys down first, and then I'll follow after them.
Okay. The boys make it down without too much trouble. Your burglar goes ahead and makes it to the bottom, looks down, and you can hear from the bottom. It looks fine. It's kind of dark in here. There are a bunch of doors. Little lights over the top. And yeah, there's one that's open over here. I know. There's like a room in here. And there's some noises coming from this hallway. I'm gonna step back now. Okay.
Is there any licking, you reckon?
Yeah, I'll yell down the tube. Do you hear any licking?
You can hear the minstrel in the background.
Can you tell your cousin to shut up?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I looked to the shield. Hey, baby, can you get between me and the minstrel over there?
Good thing, boss.
You need a warrior for that.
3 years of theatre school so that you can do fucking jazz hands in the unemployment line.
Well,
But Uncle Ray, I have to express myself. It's how to live my truest life. It's
I
my
know
lived
you
experience. I'm good at it. I won the talent show 6 years in a row.
who else was playing? Nobody?
I won the talent show 6 years in a row.
Ray, who'd you say you paid the theater school?
We put him through 3 years of theatre school. He's been unemployed the whole time.
They're a better thief than some other people.
Ray cracks up at that.
Well, I like to play, son.
I wonder what rhymes with licking.
Proper,
Licking, sticking, nicking, tricking. And sticking. No, already said that.
All right, Frank, what's the plan here before he gets us fucking killed?
Fricking.
Every time your minstrel starts worrying about playing music or doing something, the cleric sighs heavily and puts his hand together and starts praying.
I feel your pain.
Your God can't save you now, Father.
We're
Frank,
already in hell.
Frank, your guys made it down. There doesn't seem to be any problems.
My boy said it's cool, so let's head down.
Okay.
If y'all will come.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
I got an idea.
Come on, Tim. We're coming down.
Let's send the minstrel in first next time.
You can hear the shield at the bottom. I'm not standing at the bottom of this tunnel when one of those guys comes falling down. Who
Go
is
down
this?
before me.
I don't know what the hell. I am not getting paid enough money for this Mickey Mouse bullshit.
Thanks for the dwarf answer.
Hey, Strutmath, when are you? In what order are you going to place yourself in the downward spiral?
I'm sending my guys first.
Are you going
I'm gonna
first?
go last. Yeah, no,
You're gonna be
they'll
the
go
absolute last
first.
guy. I mean, are you
Yeah.
guys all going down the tube? I guess is my first question.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Everyone's going down. All right. So Strop Math, you are the only person in this overall group that has any form of heavy armor and equipment. I'm gonna need you to make a Defy Danger roll.
Oh,
You can use any one of your stats to do it if you want. You just have to explain to me how the statistic applies and how you're going to use it.
Sorry?
I could use my dexterity. That
You
makes
could?
sense, right? Hey, I'm
You could
pretty
use your
hardy. I'm
strength-
constant.
You could use your strength to hold on to it really hard.
Yeah, that's what I'm
you
gonna
could
do.
use your charisma to try. Well, no, that probably won't work. Yeah, actually,
No.
what you could do is try to use your charisma to get some of the other assistants to carry you down, to defy the danger.
No, I've got strength. I'm strong. I'm a dwarf.
You good? All right. We'll roll that 2d6.
Roll that and let's see what we get.
Or you can also take a +1 by using your warrior companion. But if you do, you can't actually take the benefit of a 10 if you acquire it. It's just
No.
7 to 9.
No,
Not gonna
we'll
do
just,
that.
no, let's roll
All right.
strength.
So you want me to roll, or do you want to do it?
You can do it.
All righty. Ladies and gentlemen, I do give them the choice to make their own bad decisions. All right, this is in the chat. Here we go, Avery. What do we got? Oh, 7. All right. So, you do not hear a terrible crash. Here's the deal, Strut Math. You
Yeah.
can make it down. It's not really a problem. What you realize is that as you start from the top, your grip is fine, but you're starting to gain some momentum. You ever gone down a rope, and after a while you can just sort of hand your way down, like one over, and use the rope to sort of guide your fall as you hand over hand as you're going. That's
Sure
kind of what's
have.
happening in this case. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. And so you've got a choice. You can make a hard landing and take a little bit of damage, and be fine, or you can land and it's unfortunate, but your armor can take some damage and need some repairs, and you'll lose the armor bonus that it provides.
Oh no, that's okay. I'm gonna take kind of a hard landing. That's.
Oh yeah?
It's good. Yeah.
All right. So, Strut Math is doing fine. He's gonna, and I should point out here that he's only gonna take like 1 point of damage. It's not a
Oh
not a huge
no!
fall.
Whatever will I do?
I know, but the sound is catastrophic.
Hey, buddy,
hey,
you okay there?
Yeah, I think I stopped my uvula, but I'm okay.
That's amazing.
All right. So, well done, Strut Math. Down in this bottom level, you have a bunch of doors. They have different colored lights in front of them, and you have one door that's open. It has it's slid open, and as you guys fall down, you hear something from above, back from the direction you were before you came down here, and it sounds a little like this. There you go.
Oh.
Okay.
What was that?
I don't know. Maybe the potato man.
Oh yeah.
I hope it's the potato man, not the licking thing, because I don't want to deal with that today, man. I don't.
Hey,
I'm just
Frank, do
not
you
in the
think you
mood.
can have Rick look at that? Or your pigeon or whatever the bird is?
Yeah, hey, I lean over and I start squawking to Rick, like you all see me like actually squawking to him, and I say in what I believe is Hawk, "Hey buddy, you mind flying up there and seeing what's happening?"
You get a very disdainful look back, but yeah, he'll go, and especially because at that time the minstrel starts going, And as soon as that starts, the bird starts going up. You can hear him flying. The wings go up. And Rick flies around for a little bit and comes back. You have a sort of a telepathic link with him. It's not really spoken, although the performative art of trying to talk to him is cute. And when he comes back and says, essentially, is that the way that you guys came in appears to be closed off by a big, shiny wall.
So bad news, guys. You know how we came in? I don't think we can get out.
Are you kidding me?
There's some sort of wall up there now. Yeah.
Oh.
So I guess we're going forward, huh? What's
I guess so.
what's happening?
This
All
is
right,
why
guys.
I haven't grouped with you guys in a year. You always get me into something.
All right,
Listen,
guys.
have we never not gotten you out okay? It's got to be fun.
Well, that was that one time at that one place, but we don't talk about it anymore.
All right, so you still got your whole group. Only one of you has taken damage. It's only been 1 point. And it was voluntary. It was a choice. So the room that you're in is, like I said, it's a big open space. Has some metal boxes which are open. There's a big door or portal at the far end that looks like it's, I don't know, it's really big and looks like it's made of some hefty metal. It's got some wear signs around it. And then you've got a bunch of doors and other spots here to your left and right. And there's a big corridor that goes towards a couple of sections with more doors that are smaller and look like they're more like portals into standard rooms here. And they go directly ahead and off to the side. And the one at the end appears to be open. What do you guys do?
Should we check out the open one? It's open.
Let's go through the open one. It's probably open because it's like fine in there, right? Like otherwise it'd be closed. You close the door when there's bad stuff. So it should be cool.
Sound logic.
So whose burglar's going this time?
Hey, baby. And he sends, and Delwyn sends his shield in there first.
And Frank, Rick, because he's flighty and he has a hard time remembering stuff because you humans are so detail oriented. Looks as you guys are about to go down, mentions to you that there were other doors halfway down that tube that you guys went by that he saw on the way back, but they were all closed.
Oh. Hey, by the way, y'all, there were a lot more doors in the tube apparently. Rick, he always forgets to tell me stuff. He leaves out the best details all the time.
Oh, Rick.
I know. It's how birds are.
Bird-brained.
You know how birds are.
Figures.
You deal with them.
Rick gives Dodge a dirty look.
Don't you look at me in that tone of voice.
Yeah, he's gonna get hungry.
Starts wiggling his rear end, and gets ready to fly.
Dodging skills. Dodge sense tingling.
All right, guys. Need to know where you're going. What's the choice?
Let's go through the door.
Open door.
All right. Who's going first?
Frank is just gonna stroll in. He's ready to get this going. He's like,
Straight
what's
up?
in this room? Yeah.
All right. So I will give you a warning. As you start to get closer to that particular room, you hear a sound. And it sounds like this. Let me see here. There we go.
Yeah.
Now, I don't mean to frighten you guys, but there was this one place that I went to that had a lot of shades of grey that did that sound similar. You know what I mean?
Since you're experienced, you may want to go first. Actually, I'm not into the weird stuff.
I think I'll send Cameron because I remember that club very, very
Cameron
vividly.
looks at you. He's like, look, I'm here to find. I'm here. Like burglar dodges burglar. Looks at you and says, I'm here to detect traps. Those are creatures. I can't do anything about creatures.
Well, I think it's definitely a trap, if you know what I mean.
Creatures aren't. No, that's called an ambush. There's a difference.
He does have a point.
I mean, assuming it's dangerous. You don't know. You don't know. Why are you sending me in front? You stop being scared. You're the adventurers.
Yeah, but you get paid to die first. I mean, to go in and check things out
That's
first.
it. That's it. That's it.
Who's
You go first.
Who's our fighter in the team?
You guys have multiple shields in the group too. I should point out.
Yeah.
I'll send one of my
I look at our
shields
fighter
in.
in the team.
I'll send my shield in.
All right. So Frank's shield, I think so. Sounds a lot like the cleric every time the minstrel comes up. Picks up a tower shield in front of him. Says, "Here we go," and starts walking forward. And you hear the sound is like, Jesus, what the hell is that? What are the? And you start hearing some noises from back there, and that one sound it picks up again. You're like, oh, what the hell? That is so weird. Hey, all right, look, I come in. Shield up. And he's talking, and there's some bunch of noises. You're like, don't come over here. I'll have to do something. Yeah, that's fine. Stay there. That's fine. All right. What? I don't know what that means. Would someone get in here? God, these people are so unprofessional.
All right, I think we're gonna go in.
Yeah. Come on, man.
I'm not going in there. No.
I'll have one of my poison daggers ready.
All right. So, Rainer Litke, with his little crew of his bard, who starts whistling off to the side. As the group starts going in, and as you step into the room, you see the shield. It's very weird. There are counters on either side of this very large room. Looks like about maybe, I don't know, 60 to 100 feet on each side. It's tough to tell in the shadows. But there are definitely counters, and there are big metal boxes. Some of them are lit up with weird lights and have strange metal protuberances on them. One of them has a giant hole and what look like a couple of funnels underneath them, made of some weird shiny material. But what really gets your attention is that in the center of the room, in front of a whole nother set of doors that go further back into this place, are a bunch of creatures. There's what looks to you like a bunch of broken furniture. There's a couple of tables that are still standing in the center, and there's like a couple of chairs and some broken chairs. There's skeletons everywhere, and there are these strange things. They look kind of like if someone took a rutabaga and put arms and legs on them, and gave them primitive weapons. Their eyes and are covered by what look like lashes, but look like fronds of small lettuces or other things. They look like almost like animate vegetables. And they're all pointing at the shield and slowly making menacing motions. One of them is flexing a bicep off to the side in an attempt to intimidate the shield, which is not working because he's behind a tower shield and can't see it. There's another one who is gesturing frantically at the rest of the group, and there's what looks like even like some sort of four-legged vegetable monster with them, and a couple of them are carrying what appear to be smaller vegetable creatures on sticks with them as well. And that sound just keeps coming throughout the room. So what you gonna do there, Ray?
Ray will just call back to the rest of the party through the open door, and I just hear him saying, It's some kind of vegetable tribe in here that they're a bit angry, they're a bit wound up. So should we try and calm them down, or should we go another way? Oh, feck off! Yeah.
About them.
And several of them are looking a little hostile right now, Ray. As soon as you start talking to the rest of the group and you show up, now it's 2 of them that have come through the door. And you can tell one of them has a spear. One of them has a strange metallic object. It's kind of spherical. It's got checkering all over it. It's got a weird, it's got a circular, like a magical ring or something on the side. And it's got a blinky light at the top. And it looks really strange. And he's showing it to you, pointing it at you, and shaking it, waving it back and forth as if it has some sort of proof or magical power.
Yeah, I'll add to what I shouted to the group before about an angry vegetable tribe, and I'll include for our wizard. It looks like it's got some kind of magical item here that you might want to look at.
Magical digger?
Item. Will you speak the common?
Let's play,
you
guys.
get it. You get it and bring it to me.
Yeah, just grab it from him.
Oh, you bollocks. He'll step forward and he'll just give it here then. All right, you angry veggie. If you give it to me, go on, Igor, take it from him.
So he can't understand a word you're saying, and you're going for it. He starts pushing it towards you, and he puts his finger in the little ring on the side, or I guess it's really a stamen or a frond, and shakes it at you even more. And you hear this shink sound, and the ring, he tosses the piece of metal somewhere behind him, and it has a tink, tink, tink sound on the floor. And now the light isn't blinking anymore. It's just solid, and he has his fronds gripped around it really hard.
Ray's gonna leg it and shout for Igor and his other cousin to follow.
Okay. And you hear more of the sounds from back in the room.
Yeah, Ray will come back to the others and just say,
okay.
It doesn't know
Did you get it?
So what did you get?
You got the magical item?
He just threw some ring on the floor and we took off and left your shield in there, Frank.
He threw a ring on the floor. Was it worth anything?
I don't know, you can go and take a look.
I head in.
All right. Well, you hear the same sound. Whatever the guy is, you see. There's the little veggie guy. Before he's still desperately holding on to whatever that item that Ray described, and you can see him sorting through the ground. You can see him about to grab up whatever that metal ring thing is. Here in a second. The rest of the group is going.
Can I snatch the ring up before he gets it?
You gonna try and grab it?
Yep.
That is going to. You're gonna have to move defy danger to attempt that. The group seems fairly hostile, even with the shield standing there, and I don't know how you're gonna do it, Dodge. Describe to me how you're gonna attempt this.
Yeah, I mean, I hate vegans. They're always hostile, so I'm gonna swallow my revulsion at them and
see previous content warning. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Fortitude.
You're just gonna tough it out.
Yeah, I'm gonna push past my
You
revulsion.
did up your constitution, so it is +2. All right, you want to roll this and tell me what you get?
Yep. There's one dice. Oh, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. 9.
9? 9. Is that 9 before the +2 or after the +2?
Oh no, it's not. After the before the +2. That was 5 and 4. I got.
All right, so 11.
Thank you, Chris,
All right,
for the
you
dice,
get
by
it.
the way.
Yep. Alrighty.
Nice.
So, you run in, and as the guy's about to grab it, you reach down and snatch up the metal ring. It's got sort of like it's like coiled at one end, and then it's got a piece of wire that comes out. It looks like it's actually a piece of wire that's been twisted into a ring at one end, around its own length, and it has a little extension at the end. It's very smooth and very polished. It's the best workmanship of metal you can get. And you step back to where the guy with the shield is, and the guy with the round device is now getting hopping mad. It starts going and starts shaking one of his hands at you and motioning at the ring, and then motions at the sphere menacingly.
As we leave the room, I close the door.
So the door doesn't really close. It's a metal portal that slides into the walls.
Okay, fair enough. Cool. Yeah, I just leg it out then. I think I've pissed it off, lads.
You did get that piece of metal, though.
Why?
I did indeed. When I've got a chance, I'd like to try and discern reality on it as well, if that's possible.
What are you gonna do?
Discern reality.
What are
Trying to
you
figure out
doing exactly in
what
this
it
case?
is.
Because you're kind of in the middle of a hostile scenario. You're not in a position where you
Yeah,
can take
that's-
time to go through it.
I'll tell you what, I'll look at it later when I've got the time, and I pop it in my pocket and group up with the others.
Hey, Strutmath, what are you doing while this is going on?
I'm just watching all these guys.
Okay.
Thinking about,
So,
if I gotta get, things gotta get squishy and messy, I'm making sure I'm ready for that.
All right. So you hear a couple of sounds as Dodge comes out. It goes something like this. Do do do. Do do do.
Seems like
And then
Oh, I knew that was gonna happen.
sounds like my ex-wife and her mother-in-law and my mother-in-law.
I take the ring out of my pocket and I look at it and I look down at my waist and just check that I haven't pissed myself.
Oh, you look clear. So something went off. There's a smell of smoke coming from the other room.
Now, I'm assuming that we didn't see any of that, right? Because could we see through the door and see him grab that?
So it's more like there's a space at the end of the hallway that leads into the next room. When I say door, I mean there's obviously
Right.
a sliding section. If you'll
So
excuse the break from
Strutmath
reality.
and Frank and everyone from our position, could we see what happened in there as far as like?
You see a big flash right after.
No, but I
Dodge
mean
and
like him getting the ring and everything.
No.
Okay.
And right after that, now you start hearing you start seeing flashing lights. Flashing light. You can smell some smoke. There's a sound.
Dodge, what the heck
I've
did
heard
you do
that
in there?
somewhere. I just stole the ring.
Oh.
Is it? I mean, I stole it. He was angry, pissed off, legged it.
Hey, what happened to the shield guy that you sent in there?
I told him to leg it.
Yep, it's Shield Guy
Not
is
really.
happy to leg it when Dodge says so, and you can just smell the smoke and can obviously now hear the fire in that room.
Cameron, you're up. And I send him forward to have a quick peek in there. And
There are no traps
Sure,
here.
yeah.
Why are you sending me forward into fire? That is not a trap.
Well, it could be if
I'm
you're
the trap.
chicken.
I tricked you into to working for me, mate. So yeah.
Your
hop
goal
on.
buys you
Have a look.
one exception to my contract. This is it. He
Can't
steps
get the
in,
stuff
looks in.
nowadays.
And like, roasted vegetables. All right, the room's clear. There's just some burning things.
Can
There's
we make our way
some blinky lights and some stuff going on in the background.
You're welcome, everybody.
Yeah, the
And,
halflings will
I
descend.
struck through the door.
And we were going to eat all the vegetables.
So the vegetables are non-compos mentis. They're more like pro-compost at this point. Whatever happened there, it went off, and the whole tribe was set on fire, or the people that were there anyway. And there are some organic material that's been charred or badly injured in the area. It's totally clear, and you can still see the ruins of skeletons. And there's a whole pile of debris all around the room at this point. It's been shot everywhere. There's still one machine that is there's still one machine that has blinky lights, and there's a door that's opened off to the side. It has a clean, what appears to be some sort of table, and there appears to be some sort of metal mannequin with some sort of tattered black jacket and frock shirt there, standing and waving at you, speaking in some odd language. Modern and points at the table where a couple of what looks like worn plates and spoons have been set up.
I think he's asking us to dinner.
Maybe he wants us to beat dinner.
Not me, I'm stringy.
And points at Stropmath. And points at the first place. Points at the shield that came in with dodge at the second, and just goes around the room, points to different places, makes exaggerated bows to everybody, points to everyone, goes over to a machine, presses a button, and pulls a glass out and fills it with a liquid, puts it at the first spot, and points at Stropmath. And one of his, if he had an eye, he has like a sort of a red dot. It sort of blinks slowly off and on as if he's winking at him.
For once in your life, Stropmath, don't drink it.
No, I don't. I've done a lot of dumb things in my time, but
he looks over at Frank. What goes over, presses what? It's not. You've never seen this before. It's like there are weird metal cylinders attached to the device, and there's a lever and some blinky lights and a crystal on top. He pushes some of the cylinders and makes a motion, and out of the funnel thing on the bottom, he takes a little bowl and throws what looks like bird seed all over the room. And points at Frank and at Rick.
Hey, I don't think this guy's too bad. He's trying to feed the bird, man. I'm gonna have Rick go down and try to eat.
Yeah, Rick goes in and starts eating, and he's like, and makes a open-armed metal motion at you guys, and points to the table.
How expensive does the crystal look?
Oh, it'd be 350 carats in modern terms. It's huge. It's glowing. It's perfectly cut. It's on the top of the machine. You can see like different colors are cycling through it as soon as he starts pulling levers and pushing buttons.
I reach out a hand towards it.
So it's in another room. You'd have to go over there.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I know what thought is going through your head, Dodge.
I've just eaten a sticky jam biscuit, so my fingers are feeling particularly sticky, both figuratively and metaphorically. So yes, I will take a trip to the crystal, please, unless somebody can stop me.
So as soon as you start walking in there, the metal guy steps between you and points to a seat, and gestures emphatically. Seems has a very if unmoving metal could have a look to it. His eyes are blinking rapidly, or the lights in his eyes are blinking rapidly, and looks both obsequious and pissed off at the same time.
I look forlornly at the crystal, and my head slumps, and I sulk over to the seat.
All right, you sit down. Anyone else joining him?
Yeah, I'll go over there too.
Okay. So Strutmath and Dodge sit at the table. The mood of the creature seems to set up, and he presses some buttons, looks at the two of you, presses some more things that look like maybe buttons or cylinders, pulls a lever, reaches underneath to the shelf and grabs a couple plates, and starts just stuff just starts pouring onto it. There's this green gloopy sort of material, and you can hear it just coming pouring out of the machine. It's really weird. There we go.
Psst. Strutmouth. Strutmouth.
Hey.
I heard these noises in that club as well.
No, oh no, it's not good.
So he puts two plates of this green, goopy, sort of gelatinous stuff in front of you, makes a flourish with his hand or finger, and then takes one of the spoons, scoops it up, holds it delicately in his hand, and then looks between the two of you, looks at Dodge, and then just tries to ram it right into your face, like through your teeth, as if he's like making a Mike Tyson punch right through your face with the thing. And bon appetit! Bon appetit! What do you do, Dodge?
Is it? Well, this is this danger moment, isn't it? I'm gonna have to try and dodge it with dexterity, I think.
Depends. What are you trying to do?
Well, I don't want my teeth knocked out, so yeah, I'm gonna stick my head to the side and re-boxer him and re-Mike Tyson him and dodge and weave and float like a butterfly.
It's not that hard. He's not moving. He's moving aggressively, but he's moving very predictably. As you see it coming for your face, you move aside. He gets that sort of offended body language set up, and the one eye that has the light in it starts blinking what appears to be blue and red alternately, and it's like and then starts holding up the two, grabs another spoon and starts menacing both of you with it. What do you do there, Strutmath? I mean, he hasn't done anything to that glass of liquid, but he seems very insistent that you're going to eat that food or else.
That's a good question. When I don't want to smash him, boy, I'm starting to wonder if... Oh. Hey, you guys, some help in here, huh?
Can I? Fine, whatever. And,
are you gonna go for it?
Try and snatch this. I want to snatch the spoon out of his hand first, though. And yeah, sniff it and yeah, figure out if it's poisonous. Am I able to do
you're
that?
gonna sniff the gelatinous stuff.
Yeah, I think as a poisoner, I'd be able to. I'd know have quite a wide range of ingredients that go into poisons and know the scents that go with some. I want to see if I can. Ooh, bugger! Hang on a sec, guys. You still there?
Yep, I'm still here. So you're gonna need to take a second and think about that and make sure that's what you want to do. What are the rest of you guys doing back there?
Definitely not going forward yet. Delwyn is stuck behind the shield with his head like poking over his shoulder, looking, because he don't want to get hit with anything.
Quick question: what's Rick doing in all of this? Because Rick's been eating birdseed, right?
Yeah, so Rick is still on the ground eating birdseed. Frank is starting to piece together this might be the potato killer guy. So he's got a hand on the bow. You know, he's starting to reach back towards the quiver, and he's moving around like a flanking position around the back of the metal creature. Starting to get a little itchy.
Okay. So you're gonna pull him back, or what's gonna happen?
I'm just gonna move around. Like I'm getting ready to attack if he starts attacking.
I'm coming up with a theory. If I can grab the spoon off him, I'm going to put it as a. We found the necklace where it shouldn't be. You know, and it was after the door had closed. So I don't think this guy killed anyone. I think, even though someone had a spud throat, you know, knocked down their throat, it didn't kill them. I'm gonna put the spoon in my mouth and yeah, eat it. So I've got an idea. I think I know what's gonna happen.
So you're gonna put the goop in your mouth?
Yep.
Anyone else do anything?
I would smell. I'm gonna smell the glass. Because I'm
shaking my head.
But I
it
don't.
Has it has a very yeasty sort of beery, moldy scent to it. In the same way that like a very strong peaty or smoky Scotch, and has a strong smell. It's not like you have detect poison, but
right. I don't.
You've smelled worse things brewed from stuff in caves.
Oh, yes, I
and
have.
some of those were good, and some of them were horrific.
So I might try a little bit, although I mean we're in a sort of an aggressive situation, right? So I can't just be like, oh, I'll go grab this glass and.
Sure. You can do whatever you want, Stratmath.
All right, so I'm gonna take a sip.
In fact, I refuse to use his name. Dodge's burglar is motioning to you to keep going, to ignore Dodge. From behind Dodge's back. All right. However,
if I could see this, I'd be thinking traitor.
I'm sure you would. All right, folks. You have officially entered some form of combat scenario. The chef/waiter bot is attempting to force feed Dodge everything. The bird is happily eating what appears to be birdseed. Stratmath is attempting to figure out whether he wants to drink anything, and well, he's actually sipping. And the rest of you are sitting out here in the background. What are you gonna do?
Raina is behind Richard's character behind the shield and is gonna ask him, what's going on? What should we do?
Stay back here because I told him not to drink it, and he's gonna drink it anyway. Hey, baby.
There's a player in my head of screaming, Soylent Green is people!
All right. So the two of you are going to stand back and see what happens to Dodge, because Dodge and Stratmath made choices you don't agree with or didn't recommend.
How much danger do they appear to be in? Like, is this thing like? Do I think they're gonna kill him? Or
So you
It's
know,
really good food, cheese, guys.
it's actually
Really
pretty
tasty.
terrible. Dodge, are you going to try to sell this? Because it's not good.
Yeah, I'm not telling them that.
Are you going to try and sell this to like convince the other group?
Absolutely. I've got.
All right, Dodge. Here's your
hard
chance.
grin
I
on
need
my
you to
face.
I need you to make it defy danger with for Constitution. If you can do that, everyone will have the perception that you are eating delicious food.
Fuck. 1.
Roll them bones, buddy.
3. 6. 6 and
+2 is 8.
6,
All right. So
1,
here's the deal,
2,
Judge.
4, 5, 6, 12. Woo! 13.
How did you get? You rolled
I
2d6, right?
I rolled a 6 and 6. Yeah, I've got blind dice, so they've got the numbers.
Oh, well, that's
thingied on them,
horribly
so I can feel
inconvenient
them.
for me. All right, so you pull it off. Dodge. In fact, his stomach is growling so much it sounds like he wants more. In an act of
Big smile on my
stupendous biofeedback control, Dodge passes off eating. I will not tell you what it is, but this would get him some sort of performance roll someplace else. So Stratmath, when you drink this stuff, it tastes like one of those. You've ever had like the IPAs or the stuff where someone fermented it to a flavor extreme to make a point? Yep. It's that. It's strong. It's really strong. Now, if you like that flavor, oh boy, you've never had this in your life. If you don't, you're never going to have it again either. I will let that be your personal choice, Stratmath.
No, I think I'm just like, oh, that's really strong.
Okay. So as this is happening, the waiter bot now goes back and fills up another plate and starts going out towards the rest of the group. He has one of those metal attachments to a handle that looks like a cross between a spatula and a chopping knife, and appears to be waving it menacingly over the food as he advances on the rest of the group. And looking around, he is looking specifically at Ray, who appears to be short and slightly animalistic, and his eye starts blinking.
If he's
Can I spit it out now and say, fucking kill him?
Oh no, Dodge. You ate it.
Now that he's nowhere near me.
You sold that performance, and you had to swallow to do it. You went to that club, and you learned the lesson well. Oh my God, this is going in so many wrong directions. What are you guys gonna do? This thing is just moving around. It's some sort of poor server bot that's gone bad, and you guys.
Frank is notching an arrow. He's ready to shoot.
Oh yeah?
He's done with this thing.
All right, it's coming after Ray.
If it has food, Ray will take it. Like if Dodge sold it that well, Ray's got it.
All right.
Yeah.
So, Ray, are you gonna eat it or just take it?
Yeah, he'll take the food to try and eat it.
So as soon as you make contact with it, it starts crawling up your arm. This actually isn't some sort of weird mushy jello. It appears to be a very small green slime.
I will attempt to flick it off my arm.
Nope.
Okay.
Around your arm. Seems very interesting to you. Hey, Frank, or excuse me, Dalewin and Frank. This guy is moving towards the rest of you, and he's raising the cleaver in one hand, and the now you can see is a plate full of undulating green jello-ish material that's extruding small pseudopods in your direction.
I'm firing magic missile.
At what?
Let's go.
At the bot.
All right.
Oh yeah.
That's going to be a casting roll.
Yes.
What you got? 2d6 plus your intelligence, I believe, correct? And you get a +1 if you choose to use your adept.
Yes, I will use the adept.
Okay.
Yes.
What do you got?
That's what I'm getting to. 7 plus the 1. That'll be 8, and I do intelligence, right?
You do. I think it's a 10, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what
Okay. So you don't need to pick
plus
anything
2.
else.
So that'll be
10.
a total of 10, yeah.
All right. No negative consequence. You keep your spell. Following sound comes up. magic missiles go off. I'm going to turn the volume down on this background music for a second. Roll me 2d4, and let's see what your damage is.
I did 2d5. Hold on.
You have to, if you're going to cheat, you can't tell us about it, okay? That's the way it works. Do
No,
better, okay?
Total of 5.
Okay. So for a second it hits and doesn't seem like anything happens. It seems like it's fine, and then there's a really weird sound, and it sounds like this. It starts to shake. Little electric lightning bolts start plopping out all around. And the robot waiter falls to the ground on top of his plate of green slime. So,
Nice.
hey, Dodge? You ate a green slime.
Yeah.
You
I'm
did such
not
a
the
good
most
job.
intelligent. I'm not the most intelligent person. I do
You
have a
know,
minus 1 to my
it's really
intelligence,
disturbing
so
that wisdom
my-
is your highest stat.
Yeah, I've got the wisdom, but not the intelligence. My theory was spot on in my head that it was going to help me
Your
talk to
theory.
him, understand his language. Like, he fed the other people to help them understand, and then they left when they could talk to him and dropped the necklace on the floor up in the first room.
I'm hearing a lot of justification here.
Absolutely. I fucked up big time.
It's just gas.
Definitely not going to learn from it.
All right, guys. You are afflicted
happens?
with poison. You're at a -1 on all your physical actions until you can get cured or something happens here.
Cleric!
And Ray, what are you going to do about that thing that's on you?
Yeah, while Richard was saving our butts with the magic missile, Ray was waving his arm around with the green slime, screaming with his helpers do something and looking over at Dodge simultaneously, shouting, "You bollocks! You lied to me!" And he's shaking his arm around wildly.
It's really cute. Like the guy with the antlers and the moose ears is trying to act offended. Then again, Dodge looks like maybe he really got his just desserts in this case. So, I'll give you a choice here, Ray. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can either in this scenario, you can take 5 damage while you debrade your arm and scrape off the slime.
Ooh.
Because you're gonna have to get rid of it because as it sits there, it starts turning flesh and other organic material into slime itself.
Okay.
Or your cleric can heal you, but you'll take a -1 going forward on physical actions. Your call.
Oh.
No damage though.
He's panicking. He's just gonna scrape it off. He's not gonna think. He's just gonna.
All right, take 5 damage. Mark it down.
All right.
All right. There you go, kids. We are clear in there. The bard in the background keeps going. And you're in the middle of a room. It's cleared. You can see you can see more doors to the back, or at this point, or you can go back into the room that had the veggie sort of tribe, and you can go through the door, try and figure out how to get through the doors in the back there. What you can do?
Oh shit.
One notes that all the doors that you are currently looking at are closed, assuming they are doors. They all have, some of them have brown sort of blinky lights on top of them. Some of them have blue ones. Some of them have orange ones. It's a little tough to tell what's going on, but none of them are open.
Dodge, can you get your burglar to check one of them doors for us?
Sounds like Dodge is going to hope one of them's a toilet.
Dodge is currently indisposed. He's dealing with
retching.
Yeah, he's dealing with what's called karma.
I look to the shield. Hey, baby, how about you go open that blue lighted door right there?
You want me to go through the door?
I said open it.
Okay.
And stand in front of me.
Just wanted to be clear. Yeah, I know what I signed. My name's not Baby. Here we go.
Walks over, goes and hits the touches the door, walks up to it, shield bumps into it, and you hear from the top of the door.
And his name is like B-E-B-E, but of course I just call him Hey Baby.
Clearly.
I guess I got that one wrong. Somebody want to pick another door?
What if one of the characters, like the heroes, goes up and presses it as the same outcome, Matt? Heavy breathing from Brad on this.
Sorry. I'm having trouble with
Let's
my
do,
laptop.
guys. Lots
Yeah,
of lights. There's one door that doesn't have a light, and everything else has different colored lights on it.
Let's try the one without a light.
Okay.
Or with no light on it?
Guys, walk up to it. Okay, there's a slight jingle metallic. And then the door begins to open. What you hear is this sound, and the door slides open. Okay. Door opens, and you see another room in the back. And this looks like... Stratmath, you've seen this in Dwarven Holds before. It looks like some sort of weird recreational or training facility. There's a big circle in the middle, and it's got 3 robots that are sort of rocking back and forth, or some metallic devices. There are weird tables and benches everywhere. There are a couple more doors, and there's another one at the back that has another colored light at the top. The metal figures in this room are dressed in a very strange manner. One is has like a flowy, sort of drapey white shirt and pants with a black sash around the middle. Another one has big, what appear to be like rags wrapped around its fists. It has no shirt on, and it has like a pair of what appear to be very worn, old colored shorts on. And there's another one. It's got sort of a... It's got some weird mask on, and it's got bigger, more sort of like spandex superhero bikini bottoms on, and giant boots, and has like this long, flowy, like fake... You can already tell it's fake. It's sort of tattered, like hair approximation, and it's shaking, and occasionally brings a bicep up to flex. What do you guys do?
So,
Do they
quick
seem to
question.
notice us?
Did I lose anything with the... Was I poisoned as well?
You were not.
Okay, because I only had a sip, right?
No, you could drink as much as you want. It's not poison.
Oh. Okay.
As I said, it was delicious or not, at your choice.
Gotcha.
It's been fermenting for a very long time, so whatever it is, you can choose to take it as one of those extremes of flavor that some people enjoy and some people don't.
Okay.
I swallowed a slime, didn't I? So that was
You
what was
did.
killing me.
Stratmath did not.
Yeah.
So, yeah, do the robots notice us? Do they react to in
They
our
do.
presence at all?
They several of them, especially the guy that has the mask on and has the sort of spandex bikini bottoms. if that's what it is, makes these come hither gestures and is making flexing either bicep, crossing its arms over its chest. It's and you can hear like this broken sound coming out from it.
I
feel like it wants to
Back
fight.
and get it.
And there's a there's another guy like with the rags on his face going punching his fists together.
Now, is he making that at anyone in particular or just the group?
So it's all of you generally, and then the other creature, metallic creature, is just bowing in your general direction.
So, yeah, you know, I think I agree with you, Frank. I think these guys want to fight, and you know, I haven't had a good tussle in a while. Actually, think that sounds like a good time.
Let's
You're
give
gonna
him a
cover
fight.
me, right? Yeah.
I got you.
All right.
Okay.
So, Straw Math there, he's gonna lead the way because he's all. So he kind of assumes, knowing again, you know, like you said, knowing the training. He goes towards the circle, just kind of slowly. Doesn't rush it, but walks towards it to kind of see what happens if he's gonna get triple teamed or what they decide to do.
So right now, they just all of them are looking at Strap Math. Each one of them points to themselves and points to you. The other one, the one with the mask on, is doing ooh, ooh, yeah. Starts turning left and right, shakes his finger at you. I'm gonna mess you up. I'm gonna get you go.
That's Macho Man.
Frank has the arrow notched at this point, and he's ready to fire the moment that one of them attacks.
And the one that keeps bowing is silent and stands stoically, and appears to be doing some sort of martial quasi-balanced kata at the same time. The other guy seems to be talking in this very high voice.
We call them in the Elvish language Hornswoggle.
Oh,
short people.
So I'm just gonna
Can
go
I-
for it, and I step towards the circle and step into the center of it. I'm just going for it.
Okay, who are you going for?
Okay, so I'm
Any
picking
of
one.
them? It appears that they're waiting for you to pick.
All right, so I'm going for Flexi Muscle Man there.
Flexi Muscle Man?
Yeah. Oh, it's on like a large Nintendo ape.
So, Flexi Muscle Man immediately moves towards you, gets in this exaggerated pose, moves slightly off to the side, jumps up on one of the posts on the side of the ring, and attempts to do some sort of diving punch grapple thing onto you. What do you do?
Okay, so well, I'm thinking. Well, I mean, I don't know how dodgy I'm gonna be. I'm thinking about. I mean, because I don't know if I can get my axe up in time to block him.
Just tell me what you want to do. That's all you. Just tell me how you want to deal with the guy. You are an experienced adventurer. You have the chance to roll for anything you want to do.
So I'm gonna roll for a dodge.
Okay.
Not for the poison dude, but for.
Yeah, and just to be clear, you can opt to engage him in combat. This is not a thing where you have to react. You have your choice of what you want to do in this case.
Yeah, you know what? Let's engage. Let's do it.
Okay. Gonna hack and slash?
Yes, right, I am. Let's do this.
Alrighty, that's what I wanted to hear. Some decisiveness. So give me. We're doing 2d6 in this case.
2d6, yeah.
Okay. And are you including your muscle buddy in there to help you with it to get some extra damage?
Yeah, let's do it. Come on, muscle dude.
Okay, your warrior assistant has joined the ring. Wow. All right, he rolls 10. So the guy comes off the turn, what you assume to be off the turnbuckle in common parlance, is attempting to do some very over-dramatized move, and your warrior assistant walks casually by the guy who's falling towards your axe as you're bringing it up with all your dwarvish force, and as the guy is jumping off the turnbuckle, he climbs up after him, jumps off the turnbuckle as well, and lands his body on top of it, slamming it into your axe.
Oh yeah!
There is the classic sound at this point, and it is. It sounds more like this when you do it. And oh no! And the robot wrestler is down. The other two keep pointing to themselves, looking very interested in it, and they look the rest of you guys. There's been a quick battle going on over here. What are you doing over there, Daewin?
Standing there staring at Hornswoggle, because that's
Okay.
what short people stands for in Elvish.
Okay, fair enough.
And I just fire magic missile at him.
At Hornswoggle?
Yep.
Which is that exactly?
The little short one, not the one doing the
The
karate
one
stuff.
with the other one with the ragged gloves on. Going,
Yeah.
All right. All right. So here we go. Give me 2d6, and you may add a +2 or a +3 if you're adding your little buddy to it.
Yes, I am. Six. No, total 8.
8?
Yep.
All right. So pick one. You can forget the spell. You can take -1 going forward, or it reverberates in a strange way and may put you in a difficult place.
Oh, I want to go into a difficult place.
A difficult place?
Yes.
All right. So first of all, let's roll damage. Sound effect goes off.
Two.
2 damage. You hit the robot guy, and seems to get energized. Hops right out of the ring towards you, brandishing his fists. So, in a very strange, like you've never seen anything do this. Like it opens its mouth, or where its mouth would be, there's a line of running saw blades or a chainsaw sort of looking thing. It's hard to tell. Like it's a saw, but it's moving independently. You've never seen that before. And it goes towards the side of your head, towards that really big ear you have as an elf.
That's not good.
What are you gonna do?
Can I try to dodge it? Can I get shield to get in the way?
I mean, so this is a thing. You can choose to go back into combat. You can do whatever you want, but he's going for you in this move.
Okay, I'm gonna try to dodge.
Okay? You're gonna try and get out of the way?
Yes.
All right. Let's see what happens. You can take a +1 on that if you want, but you can't get a 10, so you'll have to take some sort of negative consequence. Or you can take it as a +dex. Your call.
I'll go with the +1.
Okay, go ahead. What you got?
6.
6. Is that with or without the bonus?
That is with the bonus.
With the bonus. All right.
It's
So
all
I
going
have-
downhill.
I have good news for you here in this case. I will give you a choice. Your shield guy can valiantly get in front of robot hacksaw Jim Duggan / Mike Tyson and be eaten to death, or you can escape the damage, but draw the attention of the other more quieter bowing guy and add an additional element to the combat.
Well, I want to do that.
All right.
You're not going to
both guys
Tyson
head in
me.
his direction. Ray, what are you doing here?
Besides shouting "Hell yeah, brother!" at the side of the ring, I'm gonna rush to Daewin's aid.
Okay.
Yeah, have my
Gonna rush to
nephew
his
play
aid?
entrance music. Yeah.
He's trying to Tyson me. He's trying to Tyson me.
But it sounded very out of
Minstrel
tune.
loses, starts coughing, and then begins to beatbox in the background. Ray, what are you gonna do here?
I'm probably gonna use an advanced action, or
Okay.
advanced move.
Ooh.
Oh no, I'll use a common move. I will turn into an animal from the swamp.
Okay.
Classic
animal?
swamp donkey, gonna turn into a moose and charge directly at Tyson.
Okay. Your
ears
move-
off.
He's
Hit him with your moose knuckle.
Whoa.
I don't know what's
That's
going
so
on in my
fishy.
game.
Fishy.
Very disturbed. I think
Just
I'm
don't
supposed
tell
to
him
be the one running the game, Dodge.
Don't tell him to de-exit. Just do not tell him to de-exit.
I'm just shouting from the sidelines.
That's fine. All right, so give me the 2d6 plus 2.
Okay, Google, roll 2d6.
You rolled 2 and 4 for a total of 6.
Total of 8.
8. So I believe that's a plus 1 or plus 2 for you. You shapeshift, and standard sound effect applies. Giant swamp moose. And your moves for this are going to be ram, and impervious stomach. You can eat whatever you want as long as it's not actively a blade or something. You can't be poisoned. 2 points. We're going to come back to you and see what you want to do in here. It's been a while since we've checked in with Dodge, I believe. What are you going to do, Dodge?
I'm still feeling a bit peaky from eating the slime, so I am going to gently stab the cleric with a poison dagger, and try and convince him to heal me. Yeah. Try and convince
You're
him
going
to
to try
heal
and
me.
parlay with one of the NPCs to help you? You're not going to ask the guy in charge to help? No, never mind. I don't know why I'm trying to talk you out of this.
I've
okay.
got golden roots, so he's a trusted ally now, right?
Oh, holy shit! Are you serious? All right. Damn it,
I don't
Dodge.
have to ask his boss.
That's not what you said.
Stealing
I'm
NPCs
not
with a
the most
dagger.
intelligent
There's something
person.
horrible about this. All right, Dodge. So, in this case, are you trying to do this stealthily? Like, and not be noticed?
I think I'm still retching. Yeah, why not? I'm kind of retching at the same time, so I don't think I can be that
Give me a
stealthy.
defy danger roll. Pick your stat. I don't care what it is. Just explain to me how you're going to do it.
Whilst retching, I'm going to use cunning. I don't know what that would be. So, like, whilst I'm
That's
retching, I'm
probably
gonna hold on to
wisdom,
the
which is
cleric
actually your
for
highest stat. You're going to try and sneak your
Oh,
way over and
perfect.
just sort of make it feel like
Yeah,
you're not dangerous. And then you're going
Use
to
it for
wipe your
support
blade
as I'm
off on him.
Yeah.
So while you're retching,
Or
you're just
gen-
going to wipe your blade off that is covered in golden root on the guy, and make him your friend and steal from the wizard who's currently in the middle of a battle royale, a royal rumble. Is that it?
Sure, it's that gentle.
Sure, that's fine. Absolutely normal. It's what I experience every time I run this game. Here we go. Roll
1, 2,
D6.
3,
Go ahead.
4. I got a 4.
4.
1. 2. 6.
6, and then you add your
4 and a 2.
You get a +2 for your wisdom, but it's a -1 because you're poisoned.
But I've minus
that gives
1,
you
isn't
a
it? So I've got
7.
7.
So here's the deal. You can either get the poison off and not be noticed, but start having some of your insides turn into green slime, or you can finally fight off the green slime infection, and the guy will heal you, but everyone will know what you did. Your choice.
Brad, you could turn into green
that-
slime.
that-
Totally do it.
Start turning into green slime. Both of these are totally viable options, Brad. Start taking more damage and be lack of suspicion. Are you going to sell it further? Are you going to play the role?
I told him not to go to that club.
No, I'm gonna I'm gonna let everybody know.
You're going to let everyone know? All right, you have the cleric.
They-
You are free of the green slime poisoning, and you are no longer damaged. But everybody knows that you used some sort of goo on your blade to charm the guy.
I'm going to tell them all that I am not evil, and they have to believe me.
So that's if they try and check your alignment. That doesn't mean they have to forget what you're doing, Dodge. Good people do things. Never mind. I'm not going to explain morality to Dodge at this point. Back to Strahd math. We're going to go back to plain, understandable violence. What are you doing, sir?
Well, so I killed the robot there. So who's left up to?
You're in the room. You're in the ring by yourself. You're king of the ring.
Oh yeah. Step into a strop math.
I'm never going to finish this adventure at this rate.
Hell yeah, brother.
What do you do, Strap Man? I got 52 minutes.
I guess I jump. Probably jump out. Probably, wade into the fray. You got two guys up, right?
Yeah, that's right. We haven't gotten to Frank yet either.
Oh, you want to go to Frank?
What are you doing, buddy? Strap math.
So I'm gonna let's see. You got two guys down. I don't know. I'm just gonna pick one and just swing at him. Okay. Well, I'm in the ring, right? So I got to run out.
That's right.
So I guess I'm gonna run towards. Yeah, I'll climb out and run towards everything.
Okay. So you're gonna climb out and run towards the battle, and you're gonna pick one. I need you to go for high-voiced guy that is attempting to chew off Dalewin's ear, or the other guy who's silent and is.
I'm gonna go for like the other guy, the monk dude.
Okay. All right. So roll 2d6. Are you adding your buddy to the roll?
No.
No. Okay. Straight roll. Here we go.
I don't need him.
Should have said that after you rolled the dice.
Oh. Okay.
What you got?
Did you roll?
That's right. It's my job. Never mind.
Yeah, you roll for me. Yeah.
Well, I'm clearly off my game today. So.
You're waiting for Strotman to do like a suicide plancha over the top rope.
There we go. I think strength is your highest stat, so we'll add 2. All right, so it's a total of 8. You hit him with your axe, doing a fair amount of damage.
4 on it?
I need. It's actually it's just a D10 in this case, plus a D4, because you took Merciless as your upgrade, which is a straight. And here's what it sounds like when you hit him. And now I have to roll damage. Let's see here. And that's going to be... Let's see if Avery can handle it. Total is 3, a 2 and a 1. It's not bad. You do ding him a little bit. He is going to swing back at you, however.
Oh, no.
Yep, he jumps up in the air and starts doing a spinning bicycle kick. And
I see I'm fighting Luke Lang. That's good.
You know what? I'm gonna make this simple. Hey Google, roll 1d8. You rolled 7. Hits you for 7. Your armor, which you saved by taking that 1 point, saves you another point, and you go down 6 points. There is a and the leg deploys like a pile driver, power assisted, and slams you backwards. Oof. At your option, you can use your defender at level 6 to negate the damage.
Yes.
You'll go down to armor 5. Boop. He jumps in front of him, and there's another clang. Frank, you and Rick have been off to the side. I'll give you 2 actions if you want.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
I
While this is
am
going
going.
on?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell Rick to attack the monk robot, and then I'm gonna fire an arrow at him at the same time. So I'll add his ferocity to my damage if I hit.
Okay, go ahead.
So that's.
Are you doing a
9
called shot,
plus
or are you just
2.
doing a straight shot? Straight attack.
Just a straight shot. So 11.
Okay. So volley, and that's a massive hit. No minuses. And that sounds pretty good from your perspective. So you get to, what is that with their, your damage, I believe, is a D8?
Yeah, so that's going to be a 6 plus 2 for Rick's damage. So 8 total.
8 damage? All right, and that sounds like this. So the arrows go in. There's a second where the big guy is just standing there. Okay. And then all you hear is this. Do-do-do. Fittingly, Liu Kang goes down in light. And that leaves us with one more action if you want. We have skipped you for 2 rounds, so if you want to go in now, there is the high-voiced guy who apparently has a fetishist for elven ears. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I'll do the same thing. I'll shoot an arrow at that guy and have Rick redirected to attack him with me.
All right, go ahead.
So that is going to be a 6 plus 2, so 8.
8? All right, pick one. You get do less damage, you exhaust one of your units of ammunition, or you're put in a difficult position.
I'll burn a unit of ammo.
Okay, unit of ammo done. Roll your damage.
That is going to be 5 total, counting
5.
Rick.
Counting Rick. That is quite good. Again, the whole thing goes off, and you hear the sound effect again.
Man, Frank's a machine.
I like to come in for the death blows, you know.
Yeah.
That's how I do it. Just kind of bop up at the end.
I had it covered.
Frank looks at the rest of the group, especially Dodge. Really? Took you this long? And goes back to eating birdseed. You're in a room that's been cleared, ladies and gentlemen. There are skeletons all around and wreckage, tattered clothing, and debris. What do you guys do?
I rub my ears.
Loot it.
Yep, still there.
Looting.
Anything?
Is there anything lootable?
Anything worth loot? Yeah.
I mean, there's trash everywhere. You guys haven't really looked at any of the rooms so far. Surprisingly, actually, for a gaming group.
Hey, Dodge, you're a dirty thief. Go see if there's anything worth looting.
I'm already on it, buddy. I'm shifting through, looking for gold teeth, rings on bony fingers.
Teeth.
He's a dirty
All
liar
right.
too.
All right, so
I've
Dodge,
got my
what I want you
dagger
to
out.
do is that's fine. Roll 2d6 for me. You and your now 3 followers. The cleric is obviously following him. So Ray, you're down a cleric.
2.
He took the good one.
3. A 3.
You still have one really
and
good follower
a
left. That's good.
1, 2.
He's the worst.
I've got a 6. I got a 6, Matt.
You got a 6 total.
Yeah.
Is that including your +2 to wisdom?
Is it a wisdom? Is it? No, then that's 8. Then.
Yes, it's wisdom based, so you get an 8.
Awesome.
Let me get. Okay, so let me get this here. All right, so you get to ask one question. What happened here recently? What is about to happen? What should I be on the lookout for? What here is useful or valuable to me? Who's really in control here? What here is not what it appears to be. If you were looking for something to loot, it would be what here is useful or valuable to me.
Indeed. Yeah, I'll use that one, please.
Okay. You.
I say, I hope you didn't choose what happened here recently, because I think that can be summarized.
Yeah, I think you can.
Well, what's about
Dodge
I was
is
thinking about
wandering
what's about to
around. That's right. And you get, first of all, you get about 3,000 gold or coins worth of various gems and weird crystally objects. There's one thing, it has a bunch of wires and tubes attached to it. It has a huge crystal at one end and a slot on the top. There are another couple things that look like they look like they're made of horn or some sort of weird polished wood material. And they have more of those like cylinders and square pieces that are lit up. You get a couple coin-shaped things. All the bigger objects have like these slots in them. There's a belt, and you find a gray and an orange little square of luminescent glass, it looks like. Meanwhile, as you're doing in this, Ray's one remaining follower keeps doing his thing. And there's not much Ray can do about it because he's still in the swamp.
It's beautiful, man.
The moment he starts
I've got a
playing
tear in my
Flute
eye.
again, I start like looking for another door to go through. I'm like, I can't be in this room. I can't deal with this.
All right, Dodge, what are you guys going to do? You guys have a bunch of stuff here. You have a couple of random items that you really don't know what they do. You have what looks like some colored glass of some sort of tempered material you've never seen before. And you've got some gems and other stuff.
Awesome. Do the coin things look like they'll fit in this? Does anything look like it would fit in the slot?
The coin things all look like they'll fit in these slots.
What do the things that they fit into look like?
So there's a lot of different items. There's a belt that has a slot on a box that's attached to it. There's another thing. Looks like a bunch of tubes, and it has a crystal at one end. And then it's got like a half circle with what looks like maybe a broken off piece on it. It's got a slot on the back, and up the top, it's got like these little these three sort of nubs coming up the top of a tube. You've got another thing that looks like a weird sort of. It looks like a box, and it's got a bunch of those quasi-lit like little squares, and then it's got like some lines across the top where it's been raised. It has like this little springy thing up top. It's kind of tough to figure out what all of it is.
I'm going to keep the belt and put it on, and hand the other stuff out to the other guys.
Okay.
If anybody wants one.
Just for you guys' records, you have 8 of the little cylinder things. Okay.
Is that the things that go in the slots, right?
I can neither confirm nor deny. They are small enough that they could fit in there.
Cool. Alrighty.
Dodge, are you going to put one of the things in the slots?
I am. I'm going to put it in the belt that I'm
We'll come back
wearing.
to you, and we will tell you what happens when you do in a second.
Woohoo!
Dalewin, what are you doing?
I'm staring at Dodge and looking over to the flute player, and I'm going to try to charm the flute player to go right up to Dodge and keep playing just for him.
Are you going to cast Charm Person, or are you trying to do...
Yeah, Charm
Okay,
Person.
you're casting the magic? All right.
Yeah.
Cast that spell. Roll your magic. Are you using your adept for this?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I've said I've enjoyed it from the start.
Oh, but I'm getting to play like
When
a
we came
soul
into
that's
the first-
absolutely horrible.
He wants to set the mood for when you're putting it in the slot, Dodge.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Fair enough.
That was not the laughter I wanted out of that dodge.
11.
What do you got?
11.
Well, that's a perfect roll. So here's your sound effect. So, Ray, I'm very sorry you're out of followers.
Fuck you guys.
Good news. He stole your. He stole your. He stole your. I can't even say it. He stole your minstrel and follow dodge. So dodge by proxy has 4.
Oh, god damn. I'm a fucking moose and I've got no followers.
Well, doesn't smell, you know.
And he goes around.
Can we subtitle this one where Ray loses all his friends?
Family, that's the worst part.
The one where Ray loses his friends.
Okay. And the little guy is going back behind, making little music noises. Do 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 do. And wherever he goes.
I gotta read chat really quick. Someone just wrote in, "Nobody loves Ray." That's your new shit.
Oh no!
Nobody loves Raymond.
Oh, that's cold. All right. So guys,
Ray of Frost right
anyone else
here.
doing anything before Dodge puts a random item in a slot and he doesn't know what happens?
No.
That's what she said.
Frank's just watching. He's like, all right, let's see where this goes.
I get behind baby.
Performance art. This is like guerrilla theater at this point.
None of us can talk to animals, right?
I can't actually.
Yep.
Yeah, me too.
So can the moose.
Oh no, I'm talking about. I'm talking about talking to Frank. So.
All right.
No idea what he's saying.
Let's see here. All right, so Dodge, you drop it in, and you hear the sound.
It's a good sound.
And slowly,
Tingly.
Dodge begins rising off the floor. Hovers in midair. What do you guys do?
Applaud! Applaud me! I'm flying. I'm not even magic.
The bard from behind you goes, "Yay!"
I think
Good
he's
lad.
lying again.
I expect
what I saw
Rick
you.
to react to this somehow.
The flying gravity.
I looked
Rick,
to the
fly like
bard
you.
like, can you play that one song I heard called "I Believe I Can Fly"?
Not a dead out of now. Dodge can touch the sky.
Yeah, I can. Hey, Rick.
So
you
Dodge, you're
wanna join
stuck
my
at the roof. Lasts about maybe another minute, and then there's this fizzing sound from your belt. At this point, you're very familiar with it, guys. Uh-oh. And
So that's 2 people with broken uvulas.
I rub
Is
my
that what it is
chin.
that hurts?
The DM is a douche.
I rub my chin. What goes up must come down.
God.
Ain't that right, baby?
Oh, all right, guys. What? What are you gonna do? You're stuck in a room.
Oh.
You've cleared it. You've got 33 minutes left in this session. Where are you headed? Slythe is cowering in a drunken stupor, hoping that you're going to erase the bad memories for him.
Where is all the licking? I haven't got licked the first time.
Yeah, are there other doors that we can go through in this room?
I'm gonna have to put another content warning on this thing before it goes on YouTube. There are lots of doors you guys have seen. Most of them have little colored lights above them. What are you guys gonna do?
Pick one.
What colors are the lights?
I'll find a blue one because I like the color blue and try and open it.
Okay. The lights are orange, blue, and brown. Well, nope. Keep going. What are you gonna do?
Then I'll move to a brown one. Open a brown one. See what happens.
I'm gonna head. Can I head to an orange one and put the piece of glass up to it?
Sure. Which one are you going to? You've passed a lot of them. They've been all over the place. Where are you going?
One with an orange light.
Right, but so there
With an orange light
you've seen two. There's one back in the main area where you came down from the tube, and there was one up in the hallway up over the tube when you first came into this place.
Guys, effort, or do I have to do everything?
I am surprised you had the balls to ask that question.
You've got 4 fucking helpers, you prep. You do it yourself.
I just want to see if you
Your
can
burglar at this
ride-
point has lost his morale and is at the back of the group. Your burglar is following following the moose.
I just want to see if you can rise to the occasion again.
Congratulations, you've got a new follower, Ray. It
I will
still
go to the
leaves
closest orange door.
Okay. The one down here. All right. You raise it up.
Yeah.
And door opens. Let me just make a slight change
Brent,
here.
you're up. See if there's any traps ahead, please.
Who are you trying to get to do this?
Cameron.
Yeah, Cameron's following Ray now.
Oh, sweet.
Remember when you told him to go in and deal with fire and other problems that weren't actually traps?
Fine. Where's the cleric? No, I'll go through. I'll go through the door. I look around for him, can't find him.
You can ask.
I
your
go
cleric
through
if
the
you
door.
like.
No, it's
You going
all right.
through the
He
door?
healed me. I'm not that.
All right.
Yeah, I'm checking around, looking for traps and stuff. Having a little peek through the door
You guys
before
gonna
I
watch
go.
this happen, or what's going on?
Absolutely.
Come on, guys, back up. We're a team, remember? We're all still here. We're all still in one group.
Team.
Can I get the bard to can like play something dramatic now, like da 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 da?
No, because he's following me. He's got to be quiet.
Yep. So the bard plays this. Did we go? Here we go. Yep.
Sneaky.
I think he's improved.
Perfect.
Hey, touch. You guys open it, and there is a beautifully kept garden area. Jungle trees of various colors and types line pathways. Far off in the distance, below a cropped and well-kept grove, you see the expanse of what appears to be a lake. This room looks more like another world that you've encountered. It's a huge space. It's the biggest indoor space that you've ever seen. The walls have been textured so that they're non-reflective. The smell of plant growth and the sounds of animals rustling and of pollen radiate above. You can hear the sounds of the frogs chirping in the background. It's a bright open space. And in the center of the far-off lake, you can see an island. What do you guys do?
To the island.
Okay.
Let's go look.
All right. So the whole group is going in here? Just want to be 100% clear on this one?
Yes.
Yeah, we're all going in.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Excellent. That's what I want to hear. As soon as you guys step through the door, and it closes.
Fuck, I thought we'd hit a trap.
All right, so you find yourselves wandering around. There's a big open space. You guys walk through. There are many plants off to the side. There's a couple of palm trees with these gorgeous-looking multicolored fruit at the top. They're pretty thin, but the fruit looks very large. You can hear creatures moving around inside the jungle off to the side. What is that, and where did it come from? All right. Apparently my sound effects are much better than I thought they were. Good to know. So going through here, like I said, you see a lot of that. There is off to one side in its own special area a sort of leprous-looking yellow and green plant. It's very large, and it's just sort of standing by itself in the middle of this gorgeously, elegantly placed plaza, in its own like large terracotta bowl full of dirt. And you have to go by that in order to get to the lake. What do you guys do?
Hey, didn't he mention this plant? That little guy mentioned that earlier. That ate the one person. I would be careful with this, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ray. I appreciate your contribution.
Yeah.
We got it. Let's start making our way around it.
Oh, hey.
So it's off in its own little plaza. You don't have to actually go up to it if you don't want to. You can just go right by the plaza. Okay.
Oh, I have Cameron, right?
You do.
Okay, I'm gonna nudge him with my head to push him in the direction of the plant. I want to see what happens.
What? What's that, Ray? What do you want me to do? You want me to go in the plaza? And do you want me to walk around the very edges and stay away from the plant? That's a no. All right. You want me to step in to see if the first thing is a trap? Okay. He steps in. No trap. Steps back.
No,
got gas.
I mean, I did what you asked me to.
I'll join everyone else. Carry on.
What? Don't be like that, Ray. Come on.
Do we know the
Don't send me
name?
back to Dodge. Don't do it.
Do we know the name of the other one that was eaten?
Hey, Ray.
I can't remember her name.
Ray. Do you want to do a swapsies? Fancy doing a swapsies? Yes. You want your cleric back?
Try 2 stomps for
Is that what
no
you said?
and 1 stomp for yes.
Yeah.
He looks angry with Daewin for using logic after this much
Yeah,
time.
and burglar, Dodge's former burglar is like, no, I'm not going to him. No way. Nope, no swapsies.
Boy for sale.
It's
This is not in my contract.
If you're good, there's a club I can take you to.
That's a threat. You know, anything after this is self-defense. I hope you know that.
All right, guys, need to know where you're going. You're
Go and have a
going
look.
straight to the lake? Okay. All right, so you guys zip across. The lake itself has a couple of terraced soaring bridges of what looks like it's this weird, it's not really stone. And Stropmath, from your experience, you know stone pretty well.
I do.
This doesn't look like stone. It looks like someone formed it using shape stone, but it doesn't look like stone material. I mean, it is kind of stone-like, and it appears to have stone in it. It's very strange. There are a couple of these, and they lead to the center. You guys gonna cross?
Eh? What do you guys think?
Is it safe stone?
Appears to be very solid. One of them even has a bunch of footprints coming back and forth along it.
Oh.
It looks like it's soft stone.
That looks
With
pretty
the
solid, actually.
footprints.
I mean,
Okay.
it's like it's got scuffing and like marks from like detritus and stuff on it.
Gotcha.
There's
Yeah.
nothing like imprint in it.
Delwyn gets the shield, gets
they're
Bebe to
running.
go in front of him, and he walks.
All right. Nothing happens. You guys make it across, no problem. And you make it close to the island. It's a beautiful terraced island. It's got benches everywhere, small groves of plants. There is a central, what looks like a gazebo, and in the middle of it is sort of a downward sloping ramp, as if someone made a wheelchair accessible downward spiral helix into the ground. And there are footprints that go up and down in it.
Didn't he say something about going down, and eyes and? What the heck? Let's go. He tells the shield to go in front of him. Let's go, baby.
Okay. So what you guys are looking for? Give me just one. There we go. That's what I want. Bear with me here for just 1 second. So you guys take a step down, and so most of what you've seen lately has been these kind of places where, I don't know, you've picked up 3,000 coins worth of gear and random items which you can't really identify. I mean, even the belt that Dodge picked up, like if the rest of those coins work out, it's basically short-term levitation, which is pretty awesome. So you start going in, and this place though is really clean. There are no skeletons. There's no detritus on the ground. You can hear water outside. You start walking down, and there are these little lights that light up the area. There are glass, sort of big sheets of this transparent material, and outside you can look into the lagoon, into the underwater section of the lake. And you see fish going by, turtles. There are these animate plants that are brightly colored that give off their own light. It's really beautiful. You guys have really never seen this sort of environment before, and the spiral keeps going down and down. And basically you can get a three-dimensional view in a time-lapse scenario by walking around in circles as the glass, other than the sections that are supporting the edge of the spiral, which form the edge of the frame essentially for the glass. You're in a big tube that spirals down around the place that you're walking, and it takes you a little bit to go down, but it's lit. There's obviously very low track lighting inside and outside, so normally this deep underwater you wouldn't be able to see anything, but there's a little bit of light. You reach the bottom, and it's pretty dark down here. You can't see outside the glass. It's a room. The floor is soft. It has the most wondrous carpet you've ever felt. There are a couple of what you would think are, they seem to be like couches or chairs. Softest leather you've ever seen. There's off to one side, there's what appears to be a bar, and it's very obviously a bar. And there's some light, low-grade light, but the area you can see off to 3 of the 4 sides, but the one side appears to be blocked or something, and there's no light coming through that edge. What do you guys do?
Where's all the licking that he talked about?
I mean, know.
Personally, I don't really mind that we've avoided the licking so far, so let's not wish it upon ourselves.
But, well, yeah, that's you know. I didn't mean that I wanted to be licked.
I feel like you've been looking for the licking. I'm trying to avoid the licking.
Hey, baby. And he points over to Frank. Take care of him.
So what you guys doing? Sitting down here? It's a nice place.
I'm gonna have a look around to see what I can discern about the place, please.
Okay. Discern realities from dodge. Let me give me a 2d6 roll.
That's a 1. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5. Does that include your +2?
No, 5, 6, 7. Ah, cool.
7. All right. So you get to ask one of these questions. Choose wisely. What happened to you recently? What is about to happen? What should I be on the lookout for? What here is useful or valuable to me? Who's really in control here? What here is not what it appears to be.
I think we're going to find out what's about to happen anyway. What was the last one again, please, Matt?
What here is not what it appears to be.
I'll go for that one, I think.
Okay. So Dodge starts walking around. The rest of you are as well. I'm sure Strutmath sits in the comfy chair for a second. It's good.
Oh, I sure do.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's great.
I like the bar. It looks pretty good.
It's the softest leather you've ever felt. Perfectly proportioned. There are some sort of soft yet springy resistance that underneath the pillows that provide the perfect level of comfort. It's even long enough and wide enough that you can lie down in it in full armor, and it's not one of those things where if you lie down sideways on some of those resting couches where you're forced to turn on your side if you want to stay comfortable. It is perfect. Dodge wanders around, is looking at the pretty fish, and he notices a couple of marks on the carpet. Follows them behind the bar. First thing he notices is there's a skeleton slumped underneath the bar. It's got a sort of weird combination of a tube and some of that like horn stuff and that fabric. It's got a crystal at the end of the tube. It's got some bumps on it. It's got a slot in the back and one of those broken levers inside a U shape. And it's sort of pointed at itself. And then it's got also what appears to be a gray and one of those gray sort of like clear plastic glass things. So he's looking at this. And he looks over at the glass behind him, and like it's floor to ceiling behind the bar. It's clearly meant to be a backdrop. And as he goes up, he goes tink tink, tink tink against the glass. You know, you can hear it here. It sounds like this. And he looks at where his finger's doing, and at first he thinks that he's starting to break the glass. And he realizes that there are very fine shadow marks in the glass itself. And then the darkness on the far side of the glass begins to move. And I want to make sure looking at it, it turns out that the darkness is very slowly undulating, as if something that has been asleep for a long time is beginning to wake. Small green, red, and blue eyes begin to open in the what you now recognize is some sort of giant creature on the far side of the glass. In the far side where the water is, there's movement. It begins to stretch. And the rest of you, at this point, see a huge displacement of water as some dark, immense shape on the wall that dodges in front of expands and stretches to the point where it can be seen through the side walls as well, and turns itself around, displacing a huge amount of water, and comes up to the window and looks in. If you ever seen pictures or videos of people who go in a cage in the middle of a great white shark zone and the sharks come right up to the cage, feels very similar to this. What you're looking at is a giant mouth. It appears to be the head of a huge frog. On the top of its head are two giant eyes, probably 18 inches in diameter. The length of a creature, it's probably 300 feet long, is back in the lake. And it opens a mouth, and out of it, slowly, as it looks at Dodge, comes a huge tongue. At first, this is really terrible, but there's something about it. You can see eyes on the tongue itself, opening and closing. And it slowly moves the tongue up and down, licking over the glass and looking at Dodge with each slow, surreptitious lick. And the lights in its eyes begin to glow more and more and more. And you can hear it.
Like this club, guys.
So, we haven't heard from Ray in a while. Ray? Dodge has found a bar, a skeleton, and a monster. It's slowly licking the glass and looking at all of you, and appears to be becoming more and more interested. What do you do?
It's like it's a hypnotoad. Ray's gonna finally turn back into a halfling, just like maybe vomit.
Bends all the
as he-
hold? Okay. fair enough.
Yeah, maybe vomit
Alright.
as he falls onto all fours, and then he'll come over as he cleans himself off, and he'll ask Dodge, should we try to communicate with it?
I don't think I can.
I'll try
Sure,
speak
give it a
with
shot.
animals. Yeah, I'll.
I mean,
me and Frank can.
Okay. So you recognize this as a elder, what's called generally a frogomyth. It's an evolved creature that it's typically an offshoot of a frog that's experienced gigantism and typically warps into its environment. You quest out with your speech, and you hear. What do you say to it, Ray? What do you say to the 300-foot frog that seems to be interested in you and is slowly licking very sensuously the glass in front of you as it seems to be building up enough energy to do something about its interest?
I'll say, "Oh, great elder, what is your desire?" Did he say food? Feed him.
Sleep.
So, Matt, he said, "Feed me." Is that right?
He said food, mate,
Yeah.
and
Oh.
sleep.
Okay, don't
And,
want to do any of those.
And not. And from your personal experience, animals tend to be very literal, so he probably means in that order.
Yeah. Ray, I'll assume like Frank maybe understood as well. Rick and Frank. So yeah, Ray will look to Dodge and say, "Okay, we need to get out of here right away," and look over to see if Frank recognized what was said as well.
Good.
Is Ray, are you conveying this to us so that we know what's going on?
Yeah, like
What's
I'm
he saying?
telling Dodge, like, yeah, we need to get out of here right away. Frank, I don't know if you heard that, but yeah, he wants to eat and shag and sleep.
Can you distract it? Could you distract it by trying to, wink, wink, nudge, nudge? I'll have us look for some food under this bar if there's any fish food or frog food or whatever.
Get the minstrel to distract him. He did some striptease classes at the theatre school.
Perfect.
Yeah,
you're up.
Yeah, let's start moving, y'all. We're gonna start moving.
Yeah, Delvin is like probably leading the group out of here. He's even left Bebe behind.
So you, so the rest of you guys are leaving. The creature, from Ray's perspective, you can hear it now that he's made some sort of like vocal connection with it. Ooh, as if it's getting away. You can see it's getting very agitated. It's probably about to do something drastic. What do you guys do as you're starting to exit? Ooh, no.
We don't have any food.
Good go.
Maybe we get a robot.
What you can do?
It would be feedable to it, or symbols. I mean, I'm assuming this is
I think we're feedable to it.
an aquarium of some sort.
Then you gotta
It's
get
a pet for somebody to sit down and watch it, isn't it?
Okay.
So I'm sure there's going to be some buttons to get some entertainment from watching it feed by pressing a button.
Dodge is clever. He does have the wisdom.
So, am I correct in saying this is kind of like Jurassic Park? Dodge is going to attempt to find the button that drops the cow into the Tyrannosaurus pen?
Brings up the goat.
Sorry, Ray.
The cow or the minstrel goat.
Oh no!
You're going to try and feed the minstrel to the frog?
If we can't find the cow meat.
I mean, so
Maybe.
there are a bunch of buttons behind the bar. And there's another
Perfect.
door
Push
that you
them.
guys haven't gone through off to one side. I don't know what you guys want to do, but you can give it a shot.
Let's press the buttons.
Yeah,
man, I got
Definitely hit the buttons.
All right,
Yeah.
this is going to be definitely a defy danger roll for whoever is doing this.
Matt, I got a question.
Minstrel.
Yeah, I have lots of questions. What do you got?
With the spirit
many
thing that I can summon, it
Uh-huh.
says I have to name the spirit. Do I have to know the spirit's name, or can I point at the skeleton?
You don't have to know the name. You can name it. You can also just summon one.
Okay, I want to try to summon the spirit that belongs to that skeleton to see if
Really?
he can tell us where the food is.
All right, give me 2d6 roll.
Oh hell yeah! Is there going to be like a 300-foot flashlight for the toad?
Neither confirm nor deny. Need to hear what the roll is first.
Toad.
13.
Also, how much?
13.
So that's a massive success.
Nice.
Get one question there, Dylan. What's the question?
Where is the food to feed that? And he points to the frog thing.
Okay. So the spirit points to the other door that you guys haven't seen. There's a little wheel over top of it and a button, and it's got an orange light over the top.
He says the food is over there.
There's also a weird sort of rod coming out of the door as well. If door it is.
And he says it so
Yeah,
everybody
orange.
can hear it, right?
No, just you. You're the one.
Okay, well, I convey it to the rest of the group.
Okay.
I hand you the orange key card.
Okay.
Plastic glass. Piece of glass. You're up, buddy.
I look over to baby. Hey, baby, go swipe the plastic.
Yeah. All right, you hear the sound? Door opens, and there's a big space. It's sort of bell-shaped, and there's a door on the other side. It doesn't look like there's a lever or a bar or something on this side as well. And your defender steps in. And as soon as he does, you hear this sound. And he appears to be stuck inside with the orange card. What do you guys do?
Feed him to the frog.
Well, yeah, that sucks for him.
Is it like a glass door?
No, it's solid steel or some sort of metal.
I wanted to wave bye to him.
I mean, there's glass outside. If you think that's going to be the chain of events that's going to happen, you'll have a chance.
I knock on the door. Bye, baby.
You hear back. Run!
Yeah.
Run! The Duke is gonna be pissed. My family.
Hashtag not my problem. And ain't there a lever there?
Frank is gonna run to the glass to see what happens outside.
Can the minstrel play Bye Bye Baby on the...
Yeah.
All right, so what you hear on the other side of the door is this.
He just got flushed.
And
Well-
the minstrel starts playing.
Don't go chasing waterfalls.
We're all assuming here that this is the food and not the mate. Let's hope
And,
that it's the food.
The Frogamith
Right.
and starts swimming around and begins chasing the blub 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 blub. The shield guy is there. You guys have the option of escaping the area at this place if you wish to do so, and leaving.
Dylan is gone. He salutes him and then runs.
Frank and Rick are sprinting out.
Sure, we don't need rate to shape
again.
change.
All right.
Are you sure we don't need rate to shape change?
I just imagine
into a
Daewin
frog.
with Austin Powers. I salute you.
Hey, he owed me like 10 gold pieces. Well, it's okay.
All right, folks. We're going to say, for the sake of argument, that you guys made it back at this point, because no one wants to fight a 300-foot monster, and you can probably get better resources to deal with this here problem. At that point, you can return, and the Halfling Village throws you a party, and it sounds kind of like this, which is a lot like the ending music for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to Blind Dungeon 2 Extended Dungeoning. This is Blind Fury, your GM, and remember, if you can, take a look at stackup.org, and everyone can. I'm going to lower the volume so some other people here can take part and sign off for the day. Ahem. Hey, Hydra. Come on.
Roll me
Well.
2d6 then, Matt.
Yeah, this is my kind of day. All you guys, this is not my plan. This is why I don't make plans. This is why I don't put too much stock in what players are going to do.
I love it when the plan comes together.
I would love it if a plan came together. All right, volume's down. Hey, Richard / Dalewin, you got anything you want people to know before we quit for the day?
Yeah, y'all be sure to check out Knights of the Braille on Twitter at Relic Knight. On the website www.knightsofthebraille.com, and be sure to check us out and join in the game, run a game. Doesn't matter to me. Thank you, Matt, for running the game for us. It was a blast as always. And to end it, Belwyn salutes the shield. He died valiantly.
So Jim edited the intro and content warning, which was clearly I needed to put a stronger content warning in front of this game. But he requested experience instead of cookies or homemade beef jerky, and he gets a level on the next game that we run, provided this happens next year. Jim, signing off. What you got?
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm Jim. Thanks so much for running this, Matt. Thanks to the group. Everyone here was great. Yeah, go and check out the charities and go and check out knightsofthebraille.com. Thanks, Matt.
Thanks very much. And let's see, we've got Liam Strotmath, the the golden belt winner of the squared circle. What do you got to say?
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to be here. Thanks to everyone who made this possible. Big thanks to Everyone Games. I am on Twitter, Liam Irvin, LiamErven. Also on YouTube and Twitch at the same handles. And I do a lot of video-centric stuff, and would love to see you pop by. I do a lot of Jackbox on Twitch and a lot of other various things on YouTube. So, hey, Jackbox Party Pack 9 coming out soon. So come play when that drops.
All right. And when that happens, go see Liam. Frank/Paul/Rick, what do you have to say on your behalf today?
Yeah, appreciate all y'all. Thanks to the whole group. Ton of fun as always, same as last year. And don't forget to donate and come back next year to see more adventures of Frank and Rick, because you can't get rid of them. They're always coming back.
And now we are left with Dodge, the man who seems to collect people randomly, despite the fact that he fails and succeeds in equal measure. Brett, what do you got to say? You green slime.
Yeah.
jerk you.
Thank you very much, everyone. This whole endeavor has been absolutely awesome, and I hope it continues. Matt, thank you very much, and you guys for playing, everyone for listening, and yeah, find me on the Discord, Blind Brad, and say hello. Great to meet you.
Hey, this is Blind Fury. My glass is empty. The game is over, and you guys have another session to watch. Thanks very much for listening to Knights of the Braille and Everyone Games 2022 convention. Thanks very much. Have a great day.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. We live.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody.
That was wonderful. Somehow it beat last year's game. That was absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much, Matt. Loved it.
So next year, just Matt for 48 hours, right?
I just like watching Matt pick on Brad. I donated specifically to make that happen more.
Oh man.
The Matt Show.
Honestly, I'm gonna have to catch this later.
It was superb. It was superb.
Amazing stuff.
So, guys, we survived. There is one game left. Everything that could have gone wrong has gone wrong. Now we can just sit back and relax. It almost got away with it. I'd just like to thank everyone. Let's go around. What was everyone's highlights of the last couple of days? Danny's
Christian,
got
you're
a
gonna have to
smile.
pick people, right?
Well,
Yep.
Danny's got a smile, so I think it's her. She's volunteered herself.
I was just waiting for you to be like, you. Oh man, I had such a good time this year. I think the highlight for me, the panels, and then the games this year. I don't even know how they were so good. They were so good. I was entertained the entire time for the games that I got to watch all of. Oh,
Yeah.
all of it, just all of it. It's a terrible answer, and it's a great answer.
I was surprised by it. Honey and Dice's game. It's like a new genre of D&D. I've never seen that style. It was lovely.
That was the books. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I loved that one.
Poetry, maybe?
That was fun. Some of the poems were actually spot on and good.
They were.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to see. I like the silliness as much as this next guy, or maybe more. But it's absolutely good to see something that's that feels a little closer, maybe to a good novel. You know what I mean?
Mm.
But
Yeah,
that's
we
still
had a
that's still
variety.
collaborative.
We had a big variety.
It's so interesting.
Definitely.
Oh, it was fantastic.
Yeah. All right. If you're watching us, I think you can tell that we're all fairly tired by how much we are not talking over each other jovially.
Just a bit.
I can speak for myself to say that every hour put into this was worth it. I think we're dealing with things that matter a lot.
How long have you been on vacation, Phil, to do this?
I went on vacation on Wednesday of the other week, so not this week, the other week. And
The other week.
Yeah.
10 days ago? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
And when's the last time you slept?
You sleep when you
I couldn't honestly tell you. I likely have collapsed at some point and forgotten all about it. But hey, believe it or not, during that I managed to get work on a pet project of mine for Everyone Games for this year. We're doing accessibility and we're doing games and a lot of tabletop RPGs. And the accessible by default format for TTRPGs that I'm falling in love with is play by post. And we have still a play by post game going on the Knights of the Braille Discord, being run by Passon Grin, excellent game master. And we've been playing Honey Heist, which is a really simple RPG to get into by Grant Howitt, and it's been just too much fun. And I would encourage everybody to check the blog on our website, because we have a recap written by Passon Grin there of the happenings until this point. Yeah, a ton of fun. In those times that maybe I should have been sleeping. But yeah, as far as highlights, that's been great. The panel today on accessibility in video games it had so much energy and so many interesting ideas, and every game has been absolutely fantastic to watch, and we've had some good panels, excellent panels. I'm really happy with how this turned out so far, and we're not even done yet, right? Very exciting. And I'll shut up now, and if I fall asleep in front of you guys, it'll be fine.
I'll FedEx you a binky. It'll be good.
Oh, beautiful.
Danny, you're next.
Next, I already went.
Again.
I did just again now, right now. I just put the link for the Honey Has recap in the chat for everybody who wants it. Feel free to click it and go check out the website.
Beautiful.
I am so thankful to everybody who was here today and yesterday, and all of you guys have worked your butts off, and I'm just honored to be in your presence.
Yeah, you can tell we're broken. It's with so much work to put together, but hopefully it's worth it. As long as everyone enjoyed themselves watching, playing. We had some fantastic people. Yeah, but a big shout out to those that had to drop out last minute. I know it's very tough for various reasons. Anthony Rapp wanted to join us. Matthew Lillard was going to join at one point, but schedule didn't permit. Jennifer Kretschmer had to drop out last minute. So did EJ from my favorite YouTube channel, Non-Compete. Yeah, a combination of Florida storms and personal schedules, but that is the joy of just trying to throw together an event as volunteers last minute, and we just continue to build and grow. Hopefully, like what we've done this year will be a bit easier and a bit more better organized next year, as we get better and better at doing this, and the team of volunteers grows and it becomes clearer and clearer, what everyone's best roles are. I think I probably should share the money we've raised so far. I know it's not over yet, and just so everyone's clear, whoever makes the largest donation before the end of October will guarantee a seat at a table of their choice for next year's games. So right now, I think the largest bid is $110 we had, right? So yeah, that's the number to beat. You have a few weeks to do it. But yeah, the grand total so far for the fundraising we did before the event, we had $335 raised for Stack Up and £250. Those numbers used to be different. Now they're pretty much worth the same amount. So there you go, about 500 and change, 600 raised for two great charities. And then the total after today, wow, with all the live streams and everything, we raised another $1,150 for Stack Up and £1,880 for Everyone Can. So yeah, wow, thousands, all just done by volunteers and crazy gamers.
How does that compare to last year, Chris?
I mean,
more or less. That's all I want to know. Nice, you do math.
So the number was higher last year, but the number was also kind of cheating because we just had some live stream during our Tiltify team at the last minute that was pretty loosely affiliated with us, if I'm honest. So the number is less than last year. We got last year we did 5K, this year we did 3,500. But this year really is just, this team, right? And we can rightfully be proud of that. So,
higher contribution from our actual work, and this is all honestly ours.
Yes, exactly. Last year I did a bit of marketing on the stats. What can I say?
And considering that, I mean, I don't know about anywhere else in the world, but England is definitely in a bit of a crisis crunch with money. I think that's still fantastic.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Absolutely. Yeah.
yeah, amazing seeing people step up, and it was wonderful. All the DMs or GMs, all the players, all the volunteers, and even the charities themselves, like definitely contributed. I've always said the main thing of this exercise is not only to raise money, but also raise awareness for the great charities and just for this cause in general, right? Like the idea that everyone can play together, and it can be a brilliant, fun thing. So. I hope you all had as much fun as I did. I'm really going to enjoy sleeping tonight, though. I've earned it.
I'm high on adrenaline right now. It'll wear off soon, but
running on fumes.
My glass is empty and my adrenaline's running high. So at some point, all the coffee and water and bourbon I've had today is going to hit me all at once.
We're gonna sleep well tonight.
Whee!
No one told me bourbon was an option. Yeah, that might be just the
Oh,
solution.
Chris, it's always an option if you're willing to have the consequences on YouTube.
I do just want to say, as a GM myself, I love Paul's voices and acting, and I love Blind Fury's voices and acting. If you're wanting to master a game, do not feel compelled to do voices and silly accents.
Yeah,
just
100%.
get in there and be yourself and do the best you can, and as long as you and your friends enjoy it, all's good.
Yes, as someone that really struggles to do a regional accent consistently, I often introduce my characters as, "Hi, I'm from an undetermined place where the accent often changes."
All my European accents slowly devolve into Australian at some point.
Gotcha.
I'm really sad about that.
can't-
That's why I don't do very many of them anymore.
I find the best things to be able to remember your own character is just to change the pitch of your voice. So rather than this, I just bring it down a tone and talk like this or go up an octave and just always talk like this. That's the easiest way to remember your character's voice.
I love that.
remember-
You can tell you're more awake than I am.
Oh,
that
yeah.
is solid advice.
I get my accents mixed up all the time, but hey, it's still fun.
You can ask Danny with in that one Sprawl game where her nemesis kept changing accents the entire time.
But it was so good anyway.
I really wish I kept the quasi urban French accent at the beginning. It would have been epic.
I think that's what a good nemesis needs. A
yeah.
vaguely European accent. That's not pointing fingers at anybody. Just the continent in general.
The whole thing.
Yes, I have changing accent syndrome. It happens randomly.
I did that. I had that in a Star Wars 5e campaign. For reasons that I won't get into, Richard from Knights of the Braille was running it, and he had me switch accents randomly, basically every session. It was incredibly entertaining on all fronts.
It sounds like a party game sort of problem where like you have to keep every time you answer a question you have to switch accents.
It wasn't too far from that, yeah.
Improv party games. That sounds great.
Pepper, do you have any to? I think we've heard from you yet.
Well,
on
I just want to say I had an absolute blast. I loved watching. I loved participating in the panels. I am glad that I got to share one of my favorite video games and show off how we can all play.
Yeah, and thank you for doing the night shift. I was already long passed out, if I'm honest. I think, I got a bit excited during Honey and Dice's game and had a bit much to drink. And then at the end, I was lying on the floor in my living room at the end.
No, I don't blame you.
Yeah,
It was
Phil
a
reached out
fantastic
and
game.
was like, "Oh, hey, yeah, they're all on hanging out, and if you want to come talk to them," I was like, "No, like I am far too sloppy. They don't want to talk to me right now."
That's so great.
I'm really looking forward to catching some of the YouTube channels for like the games that I missed, which is most of them, honestly.
Yeah,
They're so good this year.
I'm
Too many.
watching VODs for days.
I checked into a couple halfway through and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna I'm confused. It's like going into the middle of a Darkwing Duck episode. I know it's good somehow, but I'm not really sure where I am or how I got here. I should probably check out and start from the beginning.
And there's still one more. Don't forget, you guys got to stick around for the last
Kobolds,
game.
right?
It's gonna be
yeah,
it's gonna be something.
Kobolds. Who doesn't love kobolds?
My experience has been in any event. My experience has usually been that you either this is gonna sound almost sad, but you either make it happen, you either organize it, or Chris, should I provide audio description?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Chris is showing a bottle of Black Label. Is it?
Please share with
double
the
black.
class.
I don't know what that means, but there you go.
Honey Walker.
That sounds good. That sounds
okay.
good.
All right.
And we are now demonetized.
No, he didn't drink it on stream.
No, that's how we get a sponsor.
There you go.
Advertiser-friendly
Ladies
content.
and gentlemen,
Listen.
welcome to Everyone Games 3 Black Label.
I love that. Johnny
Listen.
Walker is fully
Yeah,
blind
yeah.
accessible.
Just pour and enjoy, ladies and gentlemen.
That's fantastic.
Come and have a drink with us.
Oh.
It's for charity.
Should we do that? Should we just do a weekend of drinking games for charity? Is that a thing that can work?
Isn't that what I just did?
I mean,
True.
I will tell you
I'd
right now,
sign up.
I've got a pretty good sized bottle of Elijah Craig bourbon, and I'm going to be listening to Kobolds and not running the game, and that's all I'm going to be doing.
Wonderful.
And maybe
I
playing
must
some Night
confess.
Commander on Amazon.
Bit of
I must
JD
confess.
Tennessee honey.
Or Night Manager, sorry.
What's going on with you, Bifford?
I said a bit of JD Tennessee honey.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah.
There you go.
I have a meeting with a Mr. John Jameson when this is done.
Mead.
Yes.
Mead's always
Yes.
Wonderful fella. Yeah, no, but for real. There's two different kinds of joy, I think, in something like this, and one is the joy of watching and interacting with the audience. For me, being on chat on Twitch is just so much fun, and getting to interact a little bit with the game itself is fantastic. And then there's it's different to be on the side where you have to talk to a bunch of genuinely wonderful people. It's a lot of work, but it's fantastic. But it's still a lot of work. And then sleep for a few days and then watch the VODs. I'm very much looking forward to that.
I think if the next game wasn't Crash Kobolds with a Runaway Robot, I probably would pass out and miss it, full disclosure. But
no, I can't do it.
He was honestly just the highlight of last year.
Incredible.
The Goblins game, for those that haven't seen it. I watched it
was
back
really
last
good.
week, and it's the third time I've watched it, and I was still laughing out loud. Like, it's just so funny.
Took a bunch of voice actors who had never gamed before in a lot of cases and got them to play goblins and organically react to a really weird scenario. It was you want to see characterization on the fly, it was a really good example.
Yeah, there's a lesson in DMing there as well, I think, because like it's tough for everyone to play like a Marvel superhero badass, and when you just go, no, you're just a little annoying goblin, and all you have to do is act ridiculous, really just gets people to step out there. Yeah, normal comfort zone and just start acting crazy. So yeah, people embraced it, and wow, chaos ensued. And growing up, Wacky Races was one of my favorite cartoons, so I'm very much looking forward to
I'm used to that
in
sort
the
of thing
D&D
with LARP.
version.
So what would everyone do one thing that they do differently or want to improve on next year?
I'll start. So there's a few, there's a lot of volunteers involved loosely, but there's a few people who I've reached out to in a crisis over the last couple of days who've just gone above and beyond. And if I'd have got them more heavily involved 2 months ago, I think a lot of things could have gone smoother. So Naomi, if you're listening to this, I will be relying on you more heavily next year. Apologies in
Yes.
advance.
We need to bring her back. She was wonderful. Absolutely.
God, how much whiskey did I drink? I'm going blurry.
Welcome to the club.
Must be
Nice to have you.
go blurry. It's like you're phasing out of reality. Is that what's happening?
I think it's my webcam, but it might just be the whiskey. I'm not sure.
Danny,
No.
you what you got?
The thing that I think I would like to see done differently, or would like to help do differently, actually, is I would like to get something more set in stone leading up to it with different streamers, say game streamers who are gonna be streaming and supporting our cause, to really get them organized and then to build a little more hype around them and really include them as part of the event as we're leading up to it. And then of course we've got our big 2-day thing going on, but hopefully with, you know, a little bit more of a new audience, maybe some people who aren't used to seeing all of us wildly play games. We'll see.
Yeah, that's a great point, and I do think, yeah, that's the way. The month before, right? Let people who often live stream for charity get involved in this. Speak to their bigger audience, and then invite people, so we get a sort of new crowd. That could work, and also take some of the pressure from promoting and advertising off of us. It does mean more cats to herd, but hopefully with a bigger team.
Phil likes dealing with cats or something like that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he's very good at that.
Well, so we talk about what we'll do differently next year. The number one criticism we've had from the watchers, players, volunteers is that we weren't running a game of cats this year.
This is my life now.
Time to prepare a new
Congratulations, Phil.
campaign. It's time.
You know what you gotta do.
I own a kazoo.
Yes, just yes.
Specifically. Yes, I own a kazoo specifically for the cat campaign I run every other Saturday. Every other Saturday I play Mutant Year Zero in the post-apocalypse, and it's a little bit funny, but it's also really kind of serious and dark and terrifying and intense. And then every other Saturday, I unwind by doing silly voices for birds and dogs and cats and playing humans with a kazoo. Yeah, and that was
voices.
Thank you. And that was a lot of fun last year, and yeah, I could absolutely bring that back. I have a whole host of technical things to work on because again, I'm a developer. But I will not bore the audience with that.
Are we done with Discord? Is this the last time we're going to do it with Discord? Are we going to just use Zoom calls next year? Because that is a massive effort having to add everyone to a room.
So I don't. I would call this a look behind the curtain, but everybody knows me already because I was the one moving people into Discord channels and into the server for what feels like the past 6 months of my life. And in some ways, I think it really worked out. In other ways, I think there are other solutions. I love what Matt does with Discord. And anything that we do is going to have to make that work. Because that experience everybody just had for the past 3 hours of trying not to pass out with laughter and excitement was brought to you by Matt running the show